is there, which I said I will only say yes when I feel it's the interest of the country, but not to be dictated by any person to tell me say no because you are not a supporter of the president, or you have to tell me to say no because, or say yes because you are pro-government. We have to say yes because of the interest of this country. And then most of these bills that came here, they were written in a form that meet the international standards and best practices of how governments operate. So I see no reason why we're going to turn down these bills because of, I said Adama Barrow maybe it's not my president. Adama Barrow is my president. And then I always emphasize here, there is no way I am going to undermine Adama Barrow or be part of any undermining team for Adama Barrow to fail for the simple reason because I don't like him, to make my people suffer. That's going to be the last thing out. I am thinking of the next world, not what I have here. My father lived for 80 years, and he lived in a hot house, not in a cement house. My personal interest or my pocket would never also make me to go and lie to the president because I need something from him. That is not going to happen. Then I will first start with the Ministry of Health. Like at the moment, like what I said, most of you, the ministers, a lot of things happens. I always make my references because it is from the reference that we can learn what happened yesterday, what we are in today, and what we think we can do as a team to get to the next level. I hate no one. It's the country that I see when I am here. It's my children that I see when I'm here. It's the women of the Gambia and youth of the Gambia that I see when I'm here. I am not those people who look for cheap popularity. And then I always speak my mind. No one dictates me. What I believe in, no one stops me saying it. If you ask anyone who knows me, will tell you that I am the most accommodative person, but not when you hurt me. Then I become someone you will call that is the most brutal person. So some people spoke here. What they expressed here was based on their emotions. I always said that the hunt for one man in this country is going to put this country in a very big mess that all of us are going to regret. We have to be very careful. I stated here before, I come from a village where Kukwe Samba Sanyang is from. A lot of things happens. Call Jammeh any name you want. Call him a brutal person or whatever, a brutal government. To you, it's a brutal government, but to me, it's my Democrat because he saved me a lot of things. My brother was forced to drink kerosene. My biological parents were beaten for the only simple reason because of the biological parents of the people they call rebels. I was free because by then I was the youngest. People were arrested and put in cells in numbers. Some have to die because of the conditions of the cells. I will never say I'm intelligent, but I got good results to go to St. Peter's. But when I visit my brother at the Mile 2 Central Prisons, I found the situation that I find him and the situation at the Mile 2 prisons. It was terrible. So stop thinking that this other government that moved out was the most brutal government. We have a lot of evidences. I am begging to my fellow honorable members. We're looking back too much. We can look back for the simple reason to be able to rectify the mistake that has been made, but not to look back because of we want to hunt one man. We will stand by the one man that we want because there is no justice that is going on. Let us know that because I know what I went through. I know what my village went through. I know what my region went through. And then if you go to Fonyi, it's the most diverse area. No one will tell you Fonyi people are violent because how many shootings happens in Fonyi? Did you hear us calling for any demonstration? You see that we are not brave enough to call for demonstrations or attack police stations like what others are doing, and still you people are seeing us as the rebels. For me, the person you know who is your enemy should never be your enemy. Find out why he is your enemy. Engage the person. Later he becomes your friend. But you cannot dump me and sideline me because you think I'm your enemy. So what I want to contribute here, because we are running out of time, we are talking about peace. Why sometimes there's no peace, we get into war. What was bad yesterday cannot be good today. And what was good yesterday, you cannot call it bad today. Let us all know that. Change of government came 2016. Thousands of people outside there have high hopes on the government. Today, if you ask many, you make your survey, the percentage is just at the bottom. We have to find out answers. We look at the unemployment rate, that we should be here fighting to make sure that we reduce the percentage. We are busy hunting for one person and busy offending each other based on our emotional feelings. It's not going to take us anywhere. Youths have been deported. People are graduating from the university. MDI, GTTI, no jobs for them. Instead of thinking here, yes, mistakes have happened, both the first government and then the second one and then the third one. We've confused Adama Barrow. The whole nation is becoming confused because why? Some people are defending him based on lies because either if you're defending him because of your pockets. Nothing is going on the right path. The constitution when we came 2017 was so many times violated. The people who are here, we started with our security forces, who we are defending, people who are sponsoring coup d'etats. People open websites. Nothing positive was written about the Gambia. Nothing positive was written about Yaya Jammeh. All what they were doing was calling for coup d'etats. You see what God has done? Jammeh moved out. He's a very peaceful person. Call him whatever name you want to call him. 2016, those who know Yaya Jammeh left for the sake of peace. Anyone who tell you Yaya Jammeh ran away, you don't even know him. So we have to be very careful the way we are taking things. If not, even me myself, the last thing I'll wish for this country is the change of government through a barrel of gun. I would never wish that. Because I have seen it in 81 when I was young. Maybe I'm not a victim because of why? Because of my age at that time. If not by now, I would have been in the grave. But there were people calling for coup d'etats. People got up and took up guns. The army officers who were there to repel the coup d'etats, when this new government came, make those people heroes. Who is encouraging coup d'etats here? They are reinstated. Those people who defended the peace of this country, we are thrown away in buses, some even demoted, because of they stopped the coup d'etats. That one is okay. Today, some of them now fall apart with Barrow. Now they're wishing Barrow bad. Barrow should be sued that. No, I would never. Barrow is, in fact, between the relationship between the Jola and the Fuller, I would never wish any bad thing for him. I made all efforts, even when I was at the abattoir, to go and talk to Barrow on some of the illegal issues that were happening between the livestock and the abattoir. But they have to block. This is why I'm starting to say whether most of these things that are happening, whether Barrow knows it or not. What is causing war? One, selective justice in this country. Two, hypocrisy. When you are in the system, it's fine. When you left the system, it was bad.
Point of order.
I'm not going to order. No order.
This is point of order.
Point of
The third thing is marginalization.
Point, Jarol. Please take your seat. The member for Central Badibu. Can you hear that point of order?
Order. I'm not rising on to distract you, but I want to bring you to order. Order 29, content of speeches. The name of the president of the Republic of the Gambia shall not be used to influence the assembly. You are keeping on repeating Barrow, 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 Barrow.
Point of order, uphold. Please, proceed.
Thank you. Noted. All of us condemn the coup, whether the just coup that has been foiled out. And then, what are the reasons or what are the issues that led to these coup d'etats? This is what I'm trying to point out, selective justice. Not one law for everyone, but laws for others and laws for others. Two, hypocrisy. And then marginalization. People have been marginalized at work. People have been marginalized based on regions. People have been marginalized because of they are not supporters of this government. So based on that, when it comes to the distribution of resources, they have to be sidelined because you tell them that you people are opposition. But when you are collecting the tax, you go and collect their tax. Are you fair to those people? And then the other one is you discriminate. People have been discriminated at work in terms of pay, in terms of even giving out scholarship or opportunities to go and study. You are not because why? You are Yaya Jammeh. I don't know who's not Yaya Jammeh for the past 22 years. The whole region, we are voting for Yaya Jammeh. He did not lose in any of the regions. Despite Kiang and Badibu were seen as the opposition for Yaya Jammeh. He never lost there, except Kiang that he was continuously losing. But Jammeh never sent anyone to be there. There was no threat ever before. Fonyi became an opposition now. Fonyi is now a threat. You are not trying to find out, to dig out, to know the problems of Fonyi. And then a nominated member is sitting there to say that the soldiers are not going anywhere in Senegal. I think he has to know how many people these Senegalese shot there. We are not even saying no to sending any other our own forces there. We are not saying no to that. The brutalization that the Senegalese are doing to our people, that's what we are condemning, and that's what we are saying no to that point. We are not saying no to posting any soldiers there, since they are there to wait for Yaya Jammeh. Yaya Jammeh said anyone who wants, wait for him. Since we have a lot of commandos here, you can wait for him. And then the next thing is corruption. It's another issue that is affecting, and that brings war. Millions that's supposed to be for the people. One person is taking it, nothing is happening. I wish Barrow listen. I'm going to be an advisor to Barrow. Sorry for calling the name. The other one is nepotism. We have to stop. We have to be really people. What was bad yesterday that you were calling yourself an activist. Remember the same thing that happens today, it has to be bad. Things happen in Fonyi. We are not seeing people, there's people calling themselves human rights activists. That one is okay. But now, when it was happening yesterday, everyone is saying, I want to know, I want to know. But today, nobody wants to know. It's okay for Fonyi people to suffer. Myself, some of our farms are within the borders inside customers. There is no way today, if we block our borders, customers is even going to suffer because all their shoppings and engagements is in the Gambia. But today, we are even scared to go to our farms. That's a human rights violation. And I'm going to tell the Minister of Agriculture, most people at the borders in Fonyi and even Fonyi generally cannot do farming this year. Which means at the moment they are short of food. Let them know that. And then this is a human rights violation of Fonyi people. Some of our farms, we cannot farm them as a result of these Senegalese soldiers. They are operating drones here. A nominated member is standing here to say that they must stay here. Let them stay. If they are men, they are human beings like us. Let them stay. Because we are pushed to the corner. When we are pushed to the corner until we feel we are tired, we will push back. By all means, we will do it. Because that's what people are anticipating here. Let's look at how we're going to reduce unemployment. Let's look at how we're going to cut the budget deficit. We are given positions or responsibilities to occupy offices. The appointment, that's why I always say that, should be based on knowledge, skills, and experiences, not be based on political affiliation. Anyone who we find fitting for the job or fitting for the position should be appointed to occupy a position. But not because of you belong to a different political party, you should not be there. It means we are making our own people suffer. The trend at which unemployment is going in this country is not safe for this country. Let me tell you, let's start condemning schools. I know even it means only our lips that are saying, the heart here is not saying. The problems that are happening, we have to address those problems to avoid what we all say we don't want. If we want, that's why I say that we are all advisors to the president. Look at this man now. I'm even lost. We always talk about rights and responsibilities of people. We tell people you have this right, but we never tell them what their responsibilities are. This is where the failure is. Someone will get up and say an audio here that we should do this to the president. But somebody speaking there calling for peace and saying that I want to come back home. We are saying that that person should not say he's coming back home. And now people should.
Thank you, Member for Fonyi Jarol. I now give the floor to the member for Brikama South.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Mine is going to be short and precise. And I'm going to differ with some of the speakers here. Honorable Speaker, first I want to look within my constituency. Some of the pending projects that are still not implemented. Honorable Speaker, I just want to remind the Honorable Minister for Works and Transport in respect to these two major roads within Brikama. That is Brikama Jida, that via through Jida Babanjai to Tubakuta Road, and that of Brikama Kabafita Buffalo to linking to Mandina Ring. Honorable Speaker, I just want to inform the Honorable Minister, these were part of the 2022 budget that is already approved. I took part in the bilateral and it was approved. And that is why during the Meet the People tour, the President has been talking on this particular road that they are going to be constructed. And up till today, we are just at the tail end, almost at the middle of, at the tail end of December. The year is ending, they are not yet implemented. So I just want to remind the Honorable Minister to critically look at this thing. The former minister really dispatched a team. They went with me to look at the roads and make some survey. The design has been out already, and they were factored in the 2022 budget. And up till today, they are not implemented. And we need an update. How far are you in respect to the construction of these two roads? That is Brikama Kabafita via Buffalo to up to Mandinari, and Brikama Jida going towards Tubakuta. These are two roads that I just want to flag. Going forward, I also want to remind the Honorable Minister with respect to the market. And I've been saying Brikama market has been one of the most vulnerable markets in terms of fire incidents. But we want to know what plan do you have in addressing it? Like this has been coming on year in, year out. So that is another issue. Then I want to thank the Honorable Minister for Water Resources and Fisheries for your intervention with regard to the fish market. We really thank you. Honorable Speaker, I also want to talk about two issues during the last Meet the People tour of the President, week before last, with regards to certain land issues that affect specific clans. Typically, that is the Bojankunda Kabilo. They gave out the Gambia College. This is where Nari is, and all those areas. And all the area has been given to government for development, though there are specific areas which the government promised that they want to extend the issue of the university, which is in the right dimension. And we know if government wants development, we really appreciate it. But you promised them a compensation, and up to today, that is not forthcoming. And the people are in a kind of dilemma. If we can be specific to know exactly the compensation, which is going to be in a form of monetary and a land compensation. But up till today, as I am speaking, this is not forthcoming. So we want to remind the government in respect to the Bojankunda Kabilo. The other one is Turekunda, on the way going to Mandua, a specific area. The last Meet the People to the President emphasized. And I believe even if farmers' land is going to be taken, there should be a kind of protocol to at least talk to them and see how best are we going to take this land from them and how are we going to compensate it, if there is going to be compensation. Because I know if land is taken by government, it is replaced by a development that will benefit the entire nation. Going forward, I also want to empathize with my people, the Fonyi people. It's very unfortunate. One thing I know, Fonyi is an integral part of the country, and I believe what is affecting them stretches up to Brikama South. And it's another issue that we have to look at it holistically. We are talking about border. How do we in fact know? Because our borders are not demarcated. These are major problems. There are communities in our areas you cannot determine whether they belong to Senegal or the Gambia. And this has to be relooked at. And if people are staying in the name of providing security and provoking other people to an extent that we are losing lives, this is very serious. Let's look at it critically and see how are we going to resolve the belt stretches, because we are bordered together. And again, they are, as I said, they are an integral component of this country. So we have to look at that dimension and have a holistic approach to look at this, because the lives that we are losing are our own brothers and sisters. These are important, notably the future leaders of this country. That's very, very important. From there also, I want to look at the issue of the ADB water project that was approved in 2018. And part of my constituency is supposed to benefit. And the project has a lifespan of 5 years. And it's almost coming to the tail end. The three Kitty areas, Kitty 1, 2, 3, and the entire Medina Kures pipeline and Medina Salandiulo should benefit. And up till today, we haven't seen any sign of this water coming to the doorstep of these people. So I want to remind the Honorable Minister, from here I will take it up with you. Finally, Honorable Speaker, my emphasis is, since the Honorable Minister for Agriculture is around, I want us to have a holistic view of the agricultural subsector. If you look at the budget allocation for agriculture, from 2019, it has been drastically going down. 2020 to 2023, there is 103 million reduction from the agricultural subsector. And if you tell them, they will tell you we have over 2 billion, that is in the form of projects. And Honorable Minister, I want us to make a reflection. Previously, these projects were coming. We are attracting loan for the projects. The design is outside the main ministry, outside the government. Do you understand? It goes up to a certain level whereby even the farm to recruit those projects is not from the Gambia, it's from outside. Outside farms are contracted to recruit staff for these projects, particularly roots. Do you understand? So if you look at it, these loans that they are contracting is on behalf of the Gambia. We are going to pay it. Why not allow it to come through the main ministry? We design it so that that ratio of 65 to 35, 65 goes to the operational cost, 35 to the target beneficiary, which is not even forthcoming. This is a problem. And we are aware of the Malabo Declaration that is talking of 10% of our GDP, which is not forthcoming. And we have to look at the importation of food items into this country, particularly our staple food, that is rice. Currently, most of the rice that is coming from Pakistan. Pakistan has been submerged, and there is a tentative embargo on exportation. The same trend is going in India. And we have the land with us, because currently my statistics have shown me we have 386,000 hectares of land that is lying fallows. People are now tired of production because they are not linked to the market. These are bigger problems. Sometimes you can come to Brikama by 4 a.m. The market is jam-packed. These people will come with their produce. They'll be there up to 4 p.m. Nobody will buy it, and they are not linked. We are entertaining Senegalese goods to an extent that they are only the middlemen are going to benefit from them. They will take it, and it will take them a month before they pay it. So let us also look at our policy in terms of importation here. We can put a tentative embargo and make sure that we promote our own locally produced things. Because if your stomach is in the hands of others, you don't have that independence. So that's a bigger problem. We also have a river from Kaur up to the tail end of URR. It's all fresh water. We can use it to produce what we are going to consume, particularly our staple food. So let's bring this project into the mainstream agriculture. If you bring it there, any department where they belong to, you push it there for them to implement it, rather than leaving it in the house of the project, which you don't have a control. Because we only have the CPCU, the Central Project Coordinating Unit, that is looking at it. But in the manner in which it is going, it is really, really, really a bigger problem. And that is why it's time for us to sit and have an honest opinion, a real talk for us to have a real talk on agriculture, to put it on a firm footing, because it's the only way out. If agriculture is supported, all the ministries will work. You don't expect a hungry child to be at school eating without food in the stomach. So we need agriculture. Even the diseases we're talking about, balanced diet will help us a lot. We have the land, we have everything within our midst to do it. Why not bring these projects? And again, the much unfortunate part of it, grants are coming into this country without the National Assembly. But no, the National Assembly is never notified. You go on track, you see projects operating without our notice. Even the Ministry of Finance, I doubt whether they are aware of it. So like they come through the foreign affairs, you will see them implemented. These are issues that the ministry has to take a thorough review and bring all these things within your domain and have control over them so that we can have a direction when it comes to agricultural subsector. And again, the other issue, the policy issue I still want to emphasize, because year before last, we had a boom of harvest with regards to the groundnut. But this was bought by the Chinese through the sister country, Senegal, because we allowed the ECOWAS protocol of movement of service and goods within member states. They came and bought all these things. And you know how much we are putting in terms of input subsidy for both seeds and fertilizers. Then we have our GGC that has the capacity of buying up to 30,000 metric tons. That groundnut can be used to produce oil that we are going to consume. But again, they have all the aflatoxin testing machine. They will test it, and the best one will be exported outside. And the one for the others, the leftover will be left for us here. This is very sad, and that is why we have to take a serious step in resolving the problem of agriculture. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I want to take my seat.
Thank you very much, member for Brikama South. I now give the floor to the member for Combo East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, first I have to commend the Ministry of Works and Communication for getting on an information from the ministry as if our Narang route is about to be considered. That one is commendable. It was one of those that I had wanted to cry for, but fortunately enough, I was able to get this thing from him. We should thank him and commend him for that. Honorable Speaker, it has been to my notice that the food commodities that we are consuming in our markets and now needs to be looked into, and then there need to be a thorough check on the quality of those foods, especially the rices that we take. Having considered the type of diseases that we are experiencing in our clinics, the clinical data are trying to show there are many deficiencies in our food commodity takings, which we need to relate to some of these things that in our foodstuffs, the importation of food commodities requires so many tests to go through so that people will be secured in consuming these food commodities. It has also been to my notice that there are many perishable goods that are sometimes relabeled. That is, the dates are always relabeled, rebranded, and then put back to the markets, which could also cause a harm to people. We would urge the ministry responsible to the Ministry of Health and then to get into some other measures to make sure that those things are checked into, because the business environment is almost polluted by individuals that are on restricted. The National Food Control, the National Food Safety should also look into these things in trying to check into our porous market points like the lumos, where people gather together and then be getting in food. Now, looking at these groundnut butters, their formations and their standards would also be checked in. We would urge the ministries responsible and the National Food Security to be checking into these points where these foods could outsourced from in the markets. In that, we will be able to get ourselves on. Also, like my honorable members has just said, the member for Brikama South, agriculture is paramount. And in doing so, in enhancing agricultural production, our local production would also save us in trying to consume foods that are of quality and foods that are of assurance of standard that we will be basing on. Looking at the groundnut importation strategy, like he said, the quality of groundnut that is being exempted, being picked out for exports, compared to the quality that is being dropped down. Some farmers may not want to lose their produce. Those left out, those dropped out, those substandard qualities are always processed for local consumptions, and these are things that we need to consider on. Going back to my constituency, I have a concern. And this thing was a question that I raised with the Ministry of Fisheries and Water Resources, but he redirected me to a ministry. Now I'm putting it across. That is the Bonto Tunjina fish landing sites wharf that was built by the Muktara Holding Company. This wharf has been causing a serious erosion, a serious degradation of the rice fields and then the gardens that are within that belt of the river. By having to erect an access road into the river with some meters, that access road has caused so much harm to the community and the users of that ferrous land. By way of erosion, desalination, salinations are getting into the gardens and farmlands. Eventually, farmers are no longer using those farmlands. So I am urging the ministry to make an inspection, to check into that area and that zone, to assess it, to better give recommendations to the relevant authorities to make sure that those things are being prevented of. In doing so, would help and enhance the farmers that are living within that environment to be able to exercise their duties and functions, to be able to make their living. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I beg to take my seat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now give the floor to the member for Nyani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I first of all express my sincere thanks and appreciation to the people of Nyani, and also to thank my colleagues, the fellow National Assembly members, who has been here with us since the very first day up to today. I also express my sincere thanks and appreciation to the ministers here present, and also to join my colleagues to totally condemn the attempted coup that took place last Tuesday, the 21st of December. If you look at coup d'etat, I quote, is a sudden decisive exercise of force in politics, and especially the violent overthrow or alteration of an existing government by a small group. This is unconstitutional, is unacceptable, and I implore all the political parties to make a press release regarding this act. It is something that cannot be accepted, and it is not one man show, but is for the safety of the entire country. We cannot allow 2, 3, 4, 5 people to jeopardize the security of over 2-point-something million people. It's unacceptable, it's unconstitutional, and we are appealing, let the law take its due course so that it will serve as an example for those who have it in mind not to do so. Looking at the dangers of coup d'etat, or military rule, or military takeover, we have some like economic decline and stagnation of growth. At the moment, with the economic situation of the Gambia, if there is any economic decline, as the member for Jara West said, we may end up dying in hunger. Domestic political crisis as well, and also external threat. If you look at the external threat aspect, there is no investor that will be ready to go and invest in a country which is not safe. Gambia has been known to be a smiling coast of Africa, and we have to continue to be a smiling coast of Africa. So those group of people trying to destabilize the country, whosoever is buying it should not be taken lightly. The law must take its course. So the other aspect there is the issue of network in my very area. As I mentioned here, when it comes to the birth certificate registration, the people of Nyani, especially the eastern area, had it very tough. And this, we have to give thanks to the Senegalese Orange. If it was not the Orange, my people would not be registered. And I made it here clear that this is going to be an issue, and let's look for a solution before we reach at that level. But no solution was made. The day I was called, regarding this. I told them if you want to do any registration there, it's better you get into the village, borrow the Senegalese line in order to do the registration. If not, you cannot access the Gambian network here. What is Pira doing? They should be ready to make sure that the entire country benefited from network. And this network issue, these armed robbers are using it as a form of robbery. They go to certain areas, disturb them because they know that there is no way for them to access network. There is no way for them to call. What they will do is that they will go and locate themselves in a very strategic area where these people used to stand and get their network. Hijack that particular area and do their operation. Every year there's a particular village in Gunta, they do come, and even this year as I'm speaking to you, as long as we sold our groundnuts, we are expecting them if no solution is put in place. The other issue there is how does the traffic breaking and the cutting of fares affect performance in the Gambia? If you look at the workers, before they reach at their offices, it always takes time. A simple thing that affects the drivers, they call for a strike. Where's the president of the union? Let him also address the concern of the public as well. The concern of the passengers as well. If you look at from Birkama, Farato, from Farato, Lamen, Tabokoto, Tabokoto, Latrikunda, Talinding, Westfield, Bara. When are you going to reach at your workplace? When you close also, it's the same trend that you are also using. And this is really affecting the school system. It's also affecting performance in our workplaces. Students are provided with school bus. If students reach at the school while teachers are not there, it is going to be very difficult for them to learn. I can remember last year when there was a dispatch, a press release from the minister that the lateness is affecting performance in schools, especially in the side of teachers. I'm appealing, let's see what can we do for the teachers. By providing them with school buses so that they can reach at their workplace on time. We must have teachers' buses to encourage them so that they can reach at their workplace on time. The other issue is the side of agriculture, in which we have to thank the Honorable Minister for Agriculture for donating us some machines at the beginning of the rainy season, and also for giving us some guidance in Nyani, because I've said it here that when it comes to nutrient deficiency, Nyani is considered, the northern side of CRR, especially Nyani, is considered as the place at risk. Thanks to the Minister of Agriculture for giving us those guidance, and we are still yearning for more in order to reduce that nutrient deficiency. The other issue is that there are certain areas in Nyani, especially the Manyumba area and Kermudu, they are very good for us. We only need some machines in order to work on that particular area, and rice cultivation will be in progress. And as I always said it here, even if it is going to be 1 week or 1 day, we'll be able to sustain the people of this country. The other area is the fence that bind in our rice fields. Ladies, whatever they put there, at the end of the day, hippos will come and clear everything. The fence is too short. We're yearning for mechanisms or means in which we can use in order to sustain those particular areas for the benefit and sustainability of agriculture. The other area is looking at roads, as I always said it, and also the waterways affecting our area, especially the eastern part. If you look at our eastern part, I always said it here, there are waterways that you know that in the rainy season, they always find it very difficult. Anytime it happens, I always pray that let there be no labor cases in the other side of the area. If not, I don't know where will they give birth, but not at the hospital. And it can result to anything. We are appealing to the Minister of Works in order to help us. As you know that Nyani is the only area where you know that there is no feeder road. There is no feeder road in Nyani. The one that we have from Bara, it must pass through. There is no way we can be denied. Looking at the areas, you are from Kuntawur to Barajali, Kuntawur Kayai, Wasutu Karaba Omar, then you have Wasutu Ngunta via Sare Malaw, Wasutu Manyumba via Nyanga Bantang N, Wasutu Jatali, you have Wasutu Jingore, Dingrai to Jokundawen, and Nyanga Bantang Sangole to Wasapal. All those areas are places that are suffering, or pregnant women are suffering, and when it comes to delivery, in most cases, they either delivered on the horse cart or on their donkey cart, and in sometimes, either the child is dead or the mother is dead. We expect us to cover sometimes 8 kilometers, sometimes 9 kilometers, someone in Jatali, in labor, before reaching Kuntaur Hospital is always a problem. So I am definitely soliciting for your intervention so that at least something positive can be done. Looking at the waterways also, there is a particular local bridge that is used between Hosnan and Nyangabanta. It's never safe. We use sticks in order to make that particular bridge. We are appealing if you can help us with a culvert there so that at least people will be able to cross, go in and out, and so on. The other thing is the aspect of education. When you talk about education in this country, we said students are failing. Teachers are teaching. Teachers are graduating from the Gambia College, degree holders, master holders, and they are all in the school system. But why are they still failing? If you look at the disbursement of the SIG, it is not disbursed on time. You don't expect something that should be disbursed in January, that should be disbursed in third term, you are giving it to the principals in August, or you are giving it to them in September. There's nothing that they can do. So the timely disbursement of the SIG will definitely help the principals and will definitely help the education sector in order for us to achieve our goals when it comes to education. The other issue is regarding the issue of basic cycle schools in the eastern part there of Nyani, starting from Wasu onward to the eastern part. There is no basic cycle, there is no upper basic school, and we have a lot of primary schools there. Most of these school students, when they completed grade 6, because of guardian issue, they end up being a dropout. We are soliciting for your intervention so that at least something positive can be done so as to have our people being educated. The other issue is water issue, drinking water, safe drinking water. When we say water, there is availability of water, but is it safe for drinking? We still have some of our people who are drinking from open wells. Wells that you know that they are more than 55 or 60 meters deep. They are drilling water there. Sometimes they have to go to other areas in order to fetch their drinking water. This is an issue that I am urging the Minister for Water Resources in order to look at our issue and also to help us in that aspect. And also the completion of the drill boreholes, especially the one in Kucha and other areas. There is also another one in Kucha. We have one in Kucha. Then we also have another one in Nyakoi. If you can help us in order for those drill boreholes to be fixed, it will definitely be happy. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, member for Nyani. I now recognize the member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, permit me to recognize the presence of cabinet ministers here present with their technical team, colleague honorable members, every other person here present, our National Assembly clerks and support staff. But, Honorable Speaker, to be honest, I need to express my sincere gratitude to the member for Nyani for that great deliberation. He has definitely spoken well about issues of national interest and issues that affects the electorates that committed their time to bring him here. I'm really very much grateful, to be honest with you. I have to say this. And again, I would love to also pay a tribute to the wife of our colleague, to pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant her Jannatul Firdaus with all the departed souls. Honorable Speaker, today's deliberation, I think it's going to be a discussion between a member of Kia West and the cabinet ministers and the government. Firstly, I want to start with the draft or the approved budget for 2023. And this one goes to the Minister of Strategic Planning and Policy Direction. He has seated before. We want to ensure that the budget lines are in line with policies that we have drafted. I don't know if this ministry has been involved at the drafting of the budget, but it's very, very important to ensure that this ministry is involved at budget drafting, at every stage of budget that they are involved, to ensure that the budget is in line with the policies, to advise the government very well, to ensure that the budgets are in line with the policies so that people can feel the budget's direction. Otherwise, there will be diversion of funds, late implementation of projects, failure to follow the specification of the projects, if this ministry is not guiding the budget items very well. So I think this ministry has a very great job to work with all the ministries, to be monitoring them constantly and consistently to ensure that the budget implementation is in line with the policies. That is a little history about implementation of projects in this country, which is very sad. You can name projects, starting with, in fact, the Millennium Development Goal. Talk about the Structural Adjustment Program. Talk about the famous vehicle policy. You get to agriculture, talk about NEMA project. Community development, talk about the SILIP project. In the areas of access to finance, talk about the Visaka projects in all the communities. They are not sustainable. So I believe if there are policy directions in the implementation of these projects, they has to be sustainable and people have to feel them. These things has to be tangible. So on that note, Minister for this particular ministry, I want to tell you to be very focused on the ministries to ensure that whatever they are doing is in line with the policies that they have with them. Honorable Speaker, from here, I want to bring the issue of my constituency at the tail end of my deliberation. But for now, let me talk about this matter. Separation of power. Parliament, the executive, and the judiciary, these three major branches of the government. I believe this is the concept that all of us has, that we are partners in development. All of us together makes up a better government. To have good governance, you cannot have any of these things absent. If one of the branches is not working, we cannot have good governance, we cannot have democracy, we cannot have citizens that will respect laws. So I want to challenge my colleague honorable members that there has to be a very cordial relationship between us and the executive and the judiciary. There has to be dialogue. These things has to be negotiated in order for us to have a better government, in order for us to have a better country. That will take me to the tragedy that happens in Fonyi. 3 youths that lost their life. I am suggesting that the time has come for government to engage these people, to negotiate, talk to them. Tell them, what do you want? What do they really want? Let's engage each other. Everything must be negotiated. Let's get into dialogue to make a better government. Aggressive approach towards sustainable livelihood activity is not achievable. So let's engage them. Let's engage people of Fonyi through their National Assembly members, through their district chiefs, through their village alikalos, through all their community stakeholders, to ensure that we brought this issue to an end. To be honest, there are sufficient evidences to say whether those people are residents of this country or not. Citizenship by descent has qualified them to be citizens of this country, even if their mothers are citizens of this country. So the statement by the spokesperson of the government, to say they are not citizens, to be more honorable and to make my submission more disciplined, I'm not asking him to withdraw, but to revisit that statement. To revisit this statement, and we discuss with these people, we make an end to the killing of the innocent citizens. Of course, we would advise our people to avoid areas where there is chaos, to avoid such incidents. But to tell other honorable members who may think those who went there is their fault to be killed, no. Even in a war front, there are laws that govern when to shoot live bullets on people. That's why the Geneva Convention came in. When do you shoot live rounds on people? And people don't play with it. And these are laws international who are accepted. Even if somebody went to your land to do something that is wrong, there are better ways to pursue that person. We have international negotiations, but not to shoot live bullet on those people and kill them. That's unacceptable. That's a violation of human rights. But that one, we cannot accept that. But we cannot encourage our people to be going to the areas where there is chaos, because we can lose our lives. But our government cannot also sit, or our people cannot say, there is a chaos, you go there. There are better ways of negotiation, but not to kill our people. That's unacceptable. After election, president left without a single person being killed. Now the president is not here securing those people. People have been killed. We need to question ourselves that. What's causing that? And we get to the round table for negotiation and try to resolve those problems. Honorable Speaker, I want to, for this one, the Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Water Resources. Your door is very open for me. I get into that office anytime I want to get to. I want to get there. And I speak to other honorable ministers as well on cell phone calls. But what we've discussed, Misra of Kia West is still drinking on open wells. Or they move to other communities to have water for drinking and cooking. So I think urgently they need water, to definitely, not just for drinking and cooking, but to ensure sanitary of human beings, particularly Muslims. There has to be that. So please, I'm urging you for that to be a quick intervention for that community to have water. And for Minister of Works and Infrastructure, the construction project that is going within Kia West, I think the waterways needs to be looked at very well. According to elders, for more than 5 decades, communities that have never experienced flood, when the road construction started, they've started experiencing floods in the past rainy season. So this construction needs to be looked at very well to ensure that the waterways are leave for the water to pass, so that we will not be affected during rainy seasons. So this is a concern for me. I have witnessed some of the floods during rainy season during my visit to some of the communities, and this has never happened. So I think that needs to be looked at. And the topography of some of the communities, there are major gullies created within communities that is making it difficult for them to pass. So, Honorable Speaker, from there, I want to talk about the laws that we pass in Parliament. There are so many bills that were read for second time. Anti-corruption bill, anti-torture bill, the criminal procedure bill, the criminal offense bill, the labor bill. Where is the Constitution? Where is the Constitution? All these documents that we're talking about, the Constitution is the parent document that supersedes them. And any section of those laws is in contravention with the Constitution prevails. So when we do not bring that one, I think there are still lacunas. So let's try to bring in Constitution. The Gambians need a Constitution. The money that has been spent on the Constitution, $116 million would have drilled more than 200 boreholes across the length and breadth of this country. Would have built more than 200 staff quarters for teachers across the length and breadth of this country. Would have built at least 50 hospitals across the length and breadth of this country. So let us not allow this to go in vain. If there are issues that need to be addressed within the Constitution, let the politicians look at issues and strike a compromise. Because laws are not meant for individual and a particular section of people.
May I observe you, please?
Please don't observe me. So please, let's bring in this Constitution. Laws are not meant for individuals. Laws are not meant for the section of the population. Laws are meant for the future and even the generation today and the generation yet unborn. So if I am trying to defend my political party in that law, it is going to affect my kids tomorrow. If any other person is trying to do that, it's going to affect your kids tomorrow. So let's try to look at the Constitution. We bring in and strike a compromise to ensure we give a new law to the Gambian people. They need it, and we need it as well. Honorable Speaker, from that statement, I would like to talk about the traffic congestion in the country, which my colleague has talked about. And this has to deal with attitudes. The traffic congestion is definitely deterring the development of this country. People, before they reach office, it's 1 hour later. 1 hour later, they reach office, and they rush to leave offices 1 hour before, so that they will not be caught up in the traffic. How many people are running away from offices? Count them, all of them together, and 2 hours for each individual, and reduce that from the development of our country. Let's look at things in that dimension. How many people get late to office? How many people rush out of office before the time? Give 2 hours to each individual, and that 2 hours, convert it to productivity, and see what it deducts from our development. I swear you will realize that this is retarding our development so much. So there are construction of feeder roads and other roads across the length and breadth of the country. We would challenge the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure to fasten these works so that we can minimize the traffic congestion for people to get to work early. But as attitude, let's change our attitudes to get to office early. This is very important. Attitudinal change is very, very important so that we can have the development that we are yearning for. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, member for Kiang West. I now recognize the member for Woolly East.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I know the member for Nyomi will still obstruct me, but I have 15 minutes this time. Honorable Speaker, I thank the ministers and the permanent secretaries here present and any other stakeholder that have joined us in this very important engagement, because we work together. We cannot work in isolation. There was a time in this country when a minister was a parliamentary member as well, carrying the two portfolios. And that is why they were not following ministers as such, because ministers themselves were members of parliament. But this time around, it's separated. So they must come back when we have this type of important engagements for us to dialogue together. Honorable Speaker, the situation of our security should have a special focus so that we put attention where it is absolutely necessary to focus our attention. And the security problem in this country is in the area of Fonyi. People will not complain for nothing. Willie is not complaining for security problem because there is no security problem there. Like he said, Jara, all the other places are not complaining because the problem is not there. But the problem is in Fonyi. So we must work together to the best of our ability and solve it. Because we are also dealing with the issue of sovereignty. We must safeguard the sovereignty of our country. No matter what good relations we have with any other country, we must be able to use the diplomacy to be able to safeguard the security of our country and safeguard the interests, property, and lives of our people. I think that is what is important. Because to secure your sovereignty, you need physically to defend your borders, to control your border, but you can also use diplomacy to safeguard your sovereignty. These are all means in which you can do that. You can send diplomats outside to do that. But the ultimate objective, Honorable Speaker, is to safeguard the lives and properties of the citizens or residents of that country. That's the most important. Honorable Speaker, the issue of agriculture, as I have suggested here, and the minister has concurred, that we set up a special committee to look into all the grant projects or loan projects relating to agriculture. But upon our discussion at the ABC, we come to conclusion that we leave it with the Agriculture Committee to actually identify all these grants and loan projects on the agriculture and monitor them, evaluate them, tell us what are the challenges, what are the progresses that are being made, and inform us so that we pick up from there. Because $2 billion something $1 billion is allocated to agriculture development, different from the $700 million that we have given them for operation. So we need to really follow that. Honorable Speaker, I made a clarification here, and some people were disputing that. But I want to make it very clear, because we should not confuse the roles of government. I say when we say government, we are saying the president and his cabinet. They are the government. According to section 230 of the 1997 Constitution, you can follow it, under the interpretation section, is the government means the executive government of the Gambia. The executive is the government. People vote for the president, and he also selected his cabinet to work with him. They are the government. We are an arm of the state. The executive is an arm of the state. The National Assembly is an arm of the state. The judiciary is an arm of the state. And some people say the press, the media is the fourth estate of the state. But the government is the president and his cabinet. And that's why they make the policies and programs. And that's why also they are given the mandate to put budget budget line. We don't have that responsibility. Somebody is saying the machine was not bought because, why don't we put money in there? But the budget line is not there. It is the minister with the finance minister that should put the budget line. If they put, for example, 50 million, and when we come here and during our scrutiny, we discovered that 50 million is small, then we can add, or if it is more, we can reduce. That is our responsibility. But it is not our responsibility to put. Before, when we were dealing with the environment ministry, we put some budget line. We forced the situation and put some budget lines. But when we come to plenary here, we are told that that's not our responsibility. And even though we urged the minister to create the budget line, but the minister did not create the budget line, so it was not there. And the last time when we talk about the loan thing for the members of the National Assembly, the budget line was not there. And then mistakenly, it was put there. What happened? They took you to court. Didn't they not remove it? They removed it. So it is the ministers and the president who has the right to put budget line. It is their government. They know the priorities, and we must respect that. Honorable Speaker, the unconstitutional takeover of government is unconstitutional. Coup d'etat is unconstitutional. We are all going to condemn coup d'etat. Coup d'etat is the worst that anybody can do in a democratic state. So we condemn it. I was trying to rectify my honorable friend there, because they are saying coup d'etat, coup d'etat, coup d'etat. I said, well, it should have been, it's alleged that they have engaged. Maybe they have not. Until they go to court and they are proven guilty, I'm sure when you follow the writing, enlightened writers will say alleged coup d'etat or alleged attempted coup d'etat. That's what they will put. And this is the lawmaking body of the Gambia. We should be more enlightened. So we say alleged attempted coup until they are proven guilty. Then we can say a coup d'etat has, or an attempted coup d'etat has actually taken place. No one will dispute Mali and Guinea and Burkina Faso because they have already taken over. But for us, we have to go through the due process of law to establish that a coup d'etat had indeed been done. Honorable Speaker, let me tell you that the reasons for coups, it's not just people wanting to make coup. Yes, that is there. But there are root causes why people make this type of coup. And we must transform from where we are. There is a transformation that we have to take to escape from coup. Unless we make concerted effort and do that transformation, we will always be bedeviled with this type of crisis, no matter how we dislike it. Point of observation. You take permission. Okay.
Okay. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you cannot sit here and justify for issues on an alleged coup. It's very undone. He's trying to justify, obviously. He's saying that there are reasons for people to go in for coup d'etats, and now he's coming to list those issues. No, so meaning you are trying to justify, and you cannot do that here.
Okay, thank you very much for your intervention, but I'm not justifying. We are trying to enlighten each other here, so that when we go to the society, enlighten each other. Even the United States, they said when Trump and his people, when Trump's supporters went to the parliament, they went to do a coup there. That's what they said. And that is the country that most people look up to. So it's not something that is out of the blue. We must talk about it because it's a problem. You know how many countries in West Africa have conducted coups? I think 5. So it's an issue. The minister came here, he was talking about terrorists, something. He spoke about it here, even though it was not in our minds here, but he mentioned it. Because it's an issue, because it's affecting many countries in Africa. So we should not say Gambia is a peaceful country, we must, brush everything under the carpet. It will not happen, it could happen. So we must be very mindful, open-minded, and help our people to understand. Somebody was telling the members to help their people to understand. I was telling the minister here at that time, I said, why don't we create a corridor, and a security corridor in that Fonyi area if we consider it as a security problem? The president has the responsibility to designate an area as a security area. Even in the Public Order Act, it is there. The president has those rights. So if we want to protect our people, let's create a security corridor, intensify the education of the people, communicate with the people on the ground. Somebody said it. The alcalis are there, the chiefs are there, influential people are there, members of parliament are there, area councillors are there. Let's consult them, let's work with them. Let's not make it a secret. But we cannot have Senegalese on the road and arresting people with timber and not taking them to court and ordering them to dump the timber at Kanilai. That is unconstitutional, that's unlawful. These are foreigners, they should not be doing police duty in our country. We must say this truth to each other so that the government, that is the executive, will hear us and they will make plans to ensure that those things do not occur. Honorable Speaker, I said the country must be transformed. Secondly, lack of respect for democratic principles is one of the reasons why we are having these anomalies of coup. We must respect the principles. We must accept that democracy has principles if we want to avoid this type of problem. I think we all put our mind there so that those who have the opportunity to sit with the executive and the president will be able to put this to him. That's the use of his, how do you call them, advisors. That is the use of them. Now, also, Honorable Speaker, a country where development is not holistic, it's not inclusive. Some of those areas that feel that they are not inclusive in development, they feel that they see themselves as marginalized. And when you hear the member for Fonyi, I don't know whether there is any truth in it. I assume that there is truth. He is talking about marginalization. So we must avoid that. We told the minister to go and investigate and see those women who are being deprived of their rice field to see how best they can gain back their rice field so that they will feel inclusive, that they are belonging to a state, they are belonging to a country. And therefore, they will not have this other mind and say, I am marginalized, so I must go all out. All this terrorism that's happening in the world is because people who feel marginalized. Those are the people who are doing this. Go to Nigeria. Those people who feel they are marginalized, those are the people engaged in terrorism. Anybody who is inclusive, you are a National Assembly member, you will not think about a coup d'etat. Never. Because you don't want to lose your job. But those who feel they are terribly marginalized, we must make them inclusive. Now, also, Honorable Speaker, strong democratic institutions. We must build strong democratic institutions. Some people are here, they feel that it's the president who brings them here. So therefore, even if we say president, they jump. No, you are not here for the president. You are here for the Gambian people. And it's the Gambian people who pay taxes. That's why you are getting your salary and you are getting your allowance. I'm not giving you time. There is no time. You are in a hurry for me to stop. You are being paid because the Gambian people are paying taxes. So we must build strong democratic institutions. And if we do that, wallahi, nobody.
Honorable, you can finish your statement.
Thank you. on. Somebody. Yes. Finally, Honorable Speaker, what I want to say is that we must involve everybody in democracy. You cannot say winner takes all. I'm not stopping. You cannot say winner takes all and then you do everything inclusive. I see when that was the president was in the countryside, all the MPP people left and left us here. We could not have quorum. That's not inclusive. You should have invited us so that we also go and attend those meetings because they are national meetings. But you go and everything make inclusive. That is not inclusiveness. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for your time.
Point of order. Point of order.
Can we hear the point of order from the member for Central Badibu?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, point 17, behavior of members. While a member is speaking, all other members shall be silent and shall not make unseemly interruption. Honorable member of Opanyomi and all Yundum are interrupting honorable member of Wuli East.
Thank you, member for Central Badibu, and thank you, member for Wuli East. I'm not sure, member for Wuli East, when you were speaking, I saw you pointing behind you at your back. I'm not sure if you were referring to nominated member Fatou Kejawara, and you realize he is not in. When she comes, I will report you to her. Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to the member for Serekunda.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would first like to extend my condolences to our colleague, Honorable Musa Baji. And then I will also join my colleagues to condemn the alleged coup. Honorable Speaker, Serekunda has transformed from a residential town to an urban commercial hub with no attention from both the central government and the municipalities. Honorable Speaker, the rapid growth of businesses and the high demand of stores, shops, and warehouses leads to a situation that left small businesses to occupy the streets. Our streets are being occupied by small-scale businesses, fitter garages, scrap yards, etc. Honorable Speaker, there is an urgent need for the zoning to avoid such disorganizations which breeds all sorts of social vices in our community.
Speaker, point of order.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, can we hear the point of order from the member for opinion?
Honorable Speaker, it seems that the honorable member is reading from a paper.
Yeah, can we hear the point of order?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, honorable member is reading from a paper.
Which order? Which order? Which order? Which standing order?
Honorable Speaker, I'm disarmed. Somebody took my standing order from me.
Honorable member for Serekunda, are you reading from a written script?
No, I'm just consulting my notes.
Please avoid reading.
Honorable Speaker, our communities, the streets of our communities are occupied with street vendors and fitter garages, scrap yards, and other issues relating to car parks. So we feel that there is a need for the Minister of Trade to come up with a zoning policy as well as vendor policies to regulate vendors. We are also urging the Ministry of Regional Government to engage the municipal councils and support them to invest in sky-rise in our markets in order to accommodate those vendors, because they are equally searching for their living. Honorable Speaker, it is equally a constraint to the residents living about 500 meters within the periphery of the market. In most cases, when they have someone who is sick, they find it very difficult to transport that person to the nearest hospital. Again, Honorable Speaker, we would like to urge the Ministry of Health also to pay attention to the rise of people who are having mental health challenges. There is an influx of mental health challenges in our communities, and in most cases, some of them are very aggressive and arrogant. So there is a need for the Ministry of Health to pay attention to that particular group of people. Honorable Speaker, as I said, Serekunda has transformed to a commercial hub of the Gambia and contributes a lot to the national budget, but with little or no attention from the government. It is disheartening to hear some members mentioning some of the projects that they are benefiting in their communities. For us, Serekunda, which starts from Westfield Junction to Tipper Garage, we have not been enjoying any project from the government. And again, we would like to urge the Minister of Interior and the Minister of Education to pay attention to the security of the Serekunda Primary School, which is used as a sanctuary for criminals during at night. Even if it takes to deploy paramilitary people to the school to maintain sanity, is highly welcome. So on that note, I take my seat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member for Serekunda. I now give the floor to the Member for Lower Badibu.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. First of all, I will begin my deliberation by thanking Almighty Allah for giving me strength and power to stand before this August Assembly. I would equally thank the people of Lower Badibu for the trust and confidence that they have in me to elect me as their rep in this National Assembly. I will also thank the honorable ministers present here, and even those who could not make it today, but were, of course, one time it was here when they were called upon. I would also thank my fellow honorable members, as well as our interns, though some of them, or if not all of them, are not here, they've left. And also, I will thank the staff of the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, I will join my colleagues in condemning the alleged attempted coup which happened in the Gambia on Tuesday. I am not a fan of any military takeover, and I shall never support a military junta or military takeover in any form. If anyone wants to have assume power, I think the best way is to join a political party or you set up your own political party. That's the best way of assuming power. But through backdoor is unacceptable. We cannot accept it as Democrats. Honorable Speaker, coming to the issue of my people, the people of Lower Badibu, I said it here before. These people, especially the people of Lower Badibu North, has been faced with the same issue since we got our independence back in 1965, and even before that, since colonial time. There are no good road network in that area, Honorable Speaker. And you have areas that are, of course, we have almost 16 villages in this area, which are, of course, connected. Could you imagine? Kedaikumba is within Lower Badibu, but if the people of Kedaikumba want to get access to the highway, they usually trek through Darul Lirwan, then towards Bani, in order to have access to the highway. Honorable Speaker, this is unacceptable. This is too much for my people. And these are the people who will, of course, be with the politicians. In fact, some of the ministers here can attest to that. The poor road network in my area, because they were there at the height of the president, at the height of the political campaign, well before presidential election last year or this year. They were there. They saw the poor road condition of my area. Yes.
Please, yeah. Honorable member follow up, but can you allow the member for Woolly East to move him also?
Okay.
Can you please use a mic?
Somebody is targeting me. I move that we continue beyond 6 o'clock to complete business, if that is the will of.
Yeah, any seconder, but adjournment debate, I don't think you need it. But any seconder?
No, Honorable Speaker.
In adjournment debate, I don't think.
Yeah, it's been adjourned Sine-Die. That is work to finish.
Yeah. Motion for debate on the adjournment, on the completion of business. No, in adjournment debate, you don't need to
the debate on the adjournment may continue. We don't need it.
Yes, in adjournment debate, in accordance to order 54.2, you don't need that. But thank you, honorable member, for that. Yeah, thank you. The member for Lower Body, you may continue.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the people of this area, Lower Body North, are the people who will be behind the city government, starting from the government of Sadauda, then President Jammeh's government, and here we are in this government also. They are 100% behind previous governments, and even the governments we are in at the moment. But it is very sad. Many a time, these people or the governments will give their backs to these people. It is unfair, Honorable Speaker. If you go to that area, you will see it yourself. The level of how these people are going in terms of road usage. And the same thing or the same nightmare applies to the issue of water. As I am speaking to you, there's a community in that part of Lower Badibu called Paneba. There is no drinking water in that community. They are trekking all the way from Paneba to Jawara. It's unacceptable. And I have said it here. I thought the government or the Ministry of Water Resources will come to our aid. But yet still, we could not hear nothing from them. Honorable Minister, take note. Honorable Speaker, coming to the issue of agriculture, I said it here before. I said the government should give or should invest heavily into agriculture. I believe that by coming up with loan scheme for government farmers, especially in my area, I know farmers in an area, if they can have access to loan scheme, they will be able to produce enough for themselves and even beyond Ghana. Honorable Speaker, the investment in agriculture can lead to the creation of jobs for government youths. As I am speaking to you, we have hundreds of youths who are engaging in cucumber farming in my area. But they cannot expand. Why? Because they don't have support. And I believe government should look into the issue of those youths as well, because they are ready to do it. The only thing that is, of course, stopping them or that is hindering them is lack of finance in that aspect of the economic activity. Honorable Speaker, Coming into the issue of education, I'm sorry, I was a teacher before. Education matters a lot to me. I believe that the more educated elites we have in our country, the more developed our country is going to be. But the issue of education in this country, I used to say, we have two types of schools in our country. And to me, that segregation of our school system should be discouraged. That is the public and private. Private schools are more equipped than public schools. And these public schools are the state-owned schools. I quote from one of our African leaders, the president of Kenya, William Ruto. He said, and I quote, "Why should I send my kids to private schools when I am the main overseer of all the public schools?" Unquote. That means he's discouraging the issue of private schools at the expense of public schools. Because public schools are the schools where poor people's children have been sent into. Honorable Speaker, if you visit, I'm part and parcel of educational committee. We have visited schools. In most of the schools that we've visited, we don't have proper teaching and learning materials in those schools. No wonder the type of results we have in the last Gabesi and WAEC examination. Because the bulk of the students are attending public schools. So that means the bulk of the failures are also in public schools. Private schools are doing well. In fact, they are attracting what we call good teachers. Why? Because they also make good payment to them. They create good incentives for them. Some of us here, we are serving private schools. I know because we have a lot of teachers in our midst. Why? Because you want to be paid well at the end of the month. I think the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education also should look into that. Teachers need to be motivated. And one of the ways of motivating teachers is, of course, especially teachers who are normally been sent to off country. We need to motivate them. The payment, I'm sorry, the payment is too small. Teachers' payment is too small. I was a teacher before. I know how much teachers have been, how much they've been going with at home at the end of the month. We need to encourage them so that we can, of course, get to the promised land. Honorable Speaker, coming to the issue of security, I believe people in this country, ordinary people, I mean, because we have ministers here, all of them are accorded with security personnel. People in this country are not secure anymore. People are not safe in their neighborhoods and even in their houses. This is the fact. We have a lot of drug users in this country, and the more they consume drug, that's the time they turn to attack people. If you go to Talindi, there's a place in Talindi, it's no go area at night. Even in the area that I am, where Yarambamba, there is an area in Yarambamba. You dare not to go there at night, even whereas you are the most powerful man. They're going to attack. I think security is key. Somebody mentioned it here. The security people who are meant to secure us, just 3-4 days ago, a senior member of our security force blatantly abused a civilian. That is a civilian, Honorable Speaker. I believe that men in uniform should know that they are given that uniform by government. It is the government people who are paying them. So those taxpayers need to be respected by men in uniform. And this particular person is not a junior officer in the security force. It's unacceptable. We cannot accept that. And I believe still now, the same man is he has been taken to Bruce Lee police station. He has been asked to be reporting on daily basis. It's unfair. You have your personal, you have a personal problem with me. Now you want to avenge that anger on me by taking me to the police station. It's unfair. I think, Honorable Speaker, our security personnel should know that they are here for the government people. They should protect lives and properties of government people. On that note, I'll wind up my deliberation here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member for Lower Badebu. A lot of issues bordering defense and security have been raised, and earlier in the morning, I was informed that the defense minister was trying me on phone. He couldn't get me to say that he is going on a meeting, but from there, together with the interior minister, they'll be coming straight here. I'm not sure if the works minister was able to catch up with them on the phone for them to be here. Okay, thank you. The member for Combo South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me join my colleagues to thank the ministers who are here with us, and also to welcome the new ministers who are coming for the first time to this National Assembly to be part of the discussions that we are doing and the good work that the table office, the support staff, and all the other members of the National Assembly service. It's been a very long session, 6 weeks. ABC, you need to look into that. The budget session is very tedious, and if we want to continue, in the 5th legislature, we had a problem when we extended the session for over 6 weeks. Almost half of the National Assembly got home with COVID, though it was not announced, but everybody got COVID here. And still, here we are, most of the members are complaining of backache. And so, table office and then the ABC, you need to look into that. Honorable Speaker, I think this session is very important. We are getting into the new year 2023. The budget is passed, and you look at some of the things that had happened in 2022. We don't want to see a repeat of that in 2023. Looking at the performance of most of the ministries, though some of them are saying it's because of the disbursement schedules. But money cannot also be disbursed to you and you don't do the implementation process. That's the problem. And those are issues. That's what the committees are trying to do. That's why we are saying we are doing program-based budgeting. This lump sum of budgeting, I think we should be able to ensure that 2024 budget, if you said you are going to do a workshop and you put $500,000, you need to give us a breakdown of cost so that we know how do you arrive at that lump sum thing. Honorable Speaker, I think we also need to look at the way the ministries, departments, and agencies present their budgets for bilateral and also when they come to the National Assembly. I think it is about time that we look at the key areas that are going to take this country forward, ensuring that we put a lot of resources in social programs, education, health, agriculture. And in doing that, as the Honorable Member for Woodley said, it is the ministries, departments, and agencies that come with their budget. We are not part of the circular that is sent to us. They don't send any circular to the National Assembly here. Maybe the National Assembly services will do that. But the ministers, The ministries, department, and agencies, they sit and they have their ceiling and they prioritize. But the prioritization is sometimes not in the best interest of the Gambian people, and the tax are not spent well. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, I am coming back again, Combo South, the biggest constituency in the country. Over 200,000 people, 72,000 registered voters. All the fish landing sites are in Combo South. Most of the vegetable gardens, horticultural production, livestock are in Combo South. All the sand minings that is taking place, major areas are in Combo South. Honorable Minister of Fisheries, the FAO project is, you've just talked about, and then now you are talking about the Japanese, and you also talking about the fisheries, the ECOWAS intervention in fishing. These are very key areas we need to look at the issue of youths. In the Gambia, when we talk about skills for youths, people tend to forget about our natural vegetation that we have and the resources that we have in our own localities. So the indigenous people's trade need to be enhanced. And in doing that, fishing is one of the most lucrative business and much more income generating, and is a skill that also improves the livelihoods of the people. The nutritional intake of our young people is very important. If we want to be very intelligent, you have to have a lot of fish intake in your diets. So Combo South, we need to be, Honorable Minister, I think, these projects that are coming, as the member for Woolley has said, inclusive participation is the bedrock of development in any country. When we are doing things, we need to be very consultative, work with the local people, hear their views on what they are going to say, and they will use their local knowledge to be able to advise you. So that's why we have problems when we come to the implementation and project development in our country. Most of these road constructions that they are saying, because the engineers who are going to the sites are not listening to the local people. They have the local knowledge. Waterways, you cannot block it. Water is the most powerful force when it comes, and then if we want to block its way, that's why they are causing a lot of damages. So that's why when we are initiating our programs, let's do a lot of consultation. Let's call everybody, include everybody in the process, and in doing that, we'll be able to move forward. So, Honorable Speaker, for water resources, fisheries and water resources, we want to make sure that these projects that are coming, we are able to count the number of people that are going to be trained and the skills are given. We give them enough resources that will enable them to do the work that is necessary. And in doing that, job creation will be. And then the income generation, the income level and the social cohesion in our communities will also be enhanced. Agriculture, as I said, livestock production and vegetable gardening is very key. All these projects that are coming up, we have said here 5 years ago, storage facility and marketing outlets are very important. And some of these projects do have storage facilities in their projects, but when it comes to the implementation, how can you give a population of 30,000 a 5x5 hall size to say we have built storage facilities for them? It is not going to take. One family's production of vegetables will not fit there. We were just expecting our project site visits. We went to Kau. One of the projects, agricultural projects, are saying that they are putting a cold store for the women in that area. But that is less than 5 meters. Even the population of Kauru alone, Kauru, Janekunda, Turekunda, and Woptown, you cannot do it. So we need to be able to consult and do programs that can be sustainable. And when there is no sustainability, the first step project is there. All those feeder roads and all the rice bridges that they built, they are not sustainable. They have not been completed. And backlog of development programs are happening, which we need to do. Honorable Speaker, I also want to go to the roads construction in Combo South. Coming back again, looking at the communities, those road networks that are hanging, we need to complete that. The former Minister of Works and Infrastructure, we did a survey of roads interconnection in Combo South. The main coastal road, that is the Jambanjel Road route to Jambanjel Market, need to continue to Taibatu to Kunkujang Gunjur and then down to Gunjur Primary School. That will connect Sinchuwuri, and then we'll go down to Sinchuwuri and it goes to Nyofele. And that stretch can also be taken from the main road in Jamburu that will pass through to Mamuda and also to Sinjang and then Kunkujang Mariama. So all those road connectivity are very important, and that will help productivity and also enhance the communication of the people and improve their livelihoods. Income generation will be more appreciated, and that we need to do. And I want to thank the former minister for using the road fund. So, Honorable Minister of Works and Infrastructure, so I think the fight has to continue, that this road fund will have to be used to sustain our programs. It is through the road funds that over $1 billion was used to construct major road networks, not within Combo South alone or in other parts. The Sabak Sanja Road and all the other parts that are done is because of the road fund that is there. But we cannot be initiating projects or funds and then we start diverting the funds and we cannot see the impact. So I want to, the minister to continue the dialogue with your colleagues to ensure that this road fund stays, so that all this 400-kilometer road that was discussed here, and some of them have been hijacked, or some of them have been put aside, we do that, and then that network will also ensure the improvement of road communication in this country. Honorable Speaker, I want to also, the Minister of Interior is not here. Combo South, as said. Okay, welcome, my brother. Good to see you. Combo South, most of our communities are cosmopolitan now. We have all the 5 fish landing sites there. All the ECOWAS member countries are there. The security need to be improved in that area. There is no police station in Combo South that have a roadworthy motor vehicle. And there again, they will say we don't have the funds. It is not put in your budget line, so that's why the vehicles cannot be bought. So we need to ensure that we have these vehicles for the police to be able to move around. And we say at the stretch, the riverside at Katong, you can cross it just 5 minutes with the canoe and then you are in Senegal. So the security there need to be booked. And I'm happy that now the immigration office, because of the COVID, we also fought to ensure the Minister of Interior put up a new station there, which is really good. So those people are really ensuring that security is also informed. Because last year alone, over 6 people died within the coastal villages, and still those cases are going on. No trace was done, and some of those people who were involved, their cases are still handling. So I think it is very important, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, so that you work with your colleagues and ensure that we need to do these things. Fire and ambulance rescue services, as my honorable friend from Bajakunda, is it functional now? Okay, so Combo South, ours, we need to do it. We need to do it. They are in Gunjur, they are the beach side, they don't have a place. They are always sitting on the tents. And these are very key things that they need to do. So I think it is very important that we look at those things and ensure that we have the proper structures in place so that all these things will need to secure people. And there is a lot of development that is going on. And we need to be able to have all these necessary things that we need to do so that our people can be secured and protected. Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Plans and Regional Governance is not here, but the Permanent Secretary is here. Combo South, we have a lot of issues with land. And those things we need to ensure that it is solved. The land issue between Gunjur and Berending, as I said here before, we need to look at it. And I want to urge the minister to ensure that they do the demarcation of boundaries between Gunjur and Berending. Berending sprung up from Gunjur, so they cannot come and be saying that they are going to claim ownership over lands that belong to the people of Gunjur. If you look at the history of Gunjur, Kombosila, he is the first person, the only people, the only region, the only settlement in this country that fought for the liberation of the Gambia well before the negotiations of the independence of the Gambia started. So a community that was set up in the 1920s cannot come and claim ownership over lands in Gunjur, and especially a land that has been bought by the teachers' union. Over millions, hundreds of millions had gone into that, and that land issue is still at stake. So, Honorable Minister or the Permanent Secretary, can you please fast track when the President signs the warrant for release of funds, let's ensure that the demarcation of boundaries between Gunjur and Berindeng is done once and for all, and let it settle down. Because the files from the lower courts, from the courts of appeal, have given the right ownership to the people of those places, and those court rulings are there. And as alluded to by a colleague here, we need to respect the rulings of the judiciary, we need to respect the democracy, we need to respect the constitutional laws that we have in our country. So this land issue in Gunjur should be settled down once and for all. And I am happy that the former director or the general manager of the Gambia Teachers Credit Union is now a cabinet minister. So, Honorable Minister, the ball is now in your court. You have a better place where you can lay your case to your colleagues to decide on this pending issue that is causing havoc in the community of Gunjur and Kombo South at large. Honorable Speaker, one key important thing that we need to do, and I think the Vice President of the Republic has started that, is for the ministries to be able to do their retreat and study the laws of this country so that they don't go out and embarrass the Gambia.
No, 3 minutes is too much. But I can give you time to finish. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Okay. Honorable Speaker, for those of you who are not aware, I want to thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of Trade and Regional Integration for the coordination and the diplomacy that they did over the last 18 months for the Gambia to ascend to the presidency of the ECOWAS Commission. The Gambia is heading the ECOWAS Commission for the next 4 years, and this is an opportunity for the Gambia as a country. We need to do all what it takes to support the Ministry of Trade and Regional Integration responsible of ECOWAS matters in this country, to support the President of the ECOWAS Commission. This is a big opportunity for us, so that after the 4 years, he can also be decorated as the ECOWAS head of state has just given a prize to the former President of the Republic of the Gambia, His Excellency Sadauda Kairaba Jawara, for his leading role as being the pioneer and the founders of ECOWAS. So this is a very critical moment for the Gambia. We want all the parliament and all the ministers to join the Minister of Regional Integration to support our president. He is the president of the ECOWAS Commission, but we as Gambians at the ECOWAS Parliament, we are working, and we want to also thank the ECOWAS representatives, the parliamentarians. We have really worked with the committee to ensure that Dr. Umar Alou Toure is appointed as the president of the ECOWAS Commission. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I want to take my seat.
Thank you very much. We want to congratulate you, the Gambian delegate to the ECOWAS Parliament, as well as congratulate Dr. Omar Toure for assuming the presidency of the ECOWAS Commission, and commend the President, the Foreign Ministry, and the Ministry of Trade, as you indicated, for their diplomacy. And think it's a good omen for the country. Thank you, Honorable Member. I now give the floor to the member for Basse.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to partake in this debate. Honorable Speaker, first I have to thank my fellow National Assembly members, the SMS, the Parliament Service, that is through the clerks down to the members of the Parliament, and also the cabinet ministers with their technical team for this marathon session since on the 14th of November up to date, especially during the budget scrutiny and the bilaterals. Thank you so much for giving service to the Gambian people. As the saying goes, where much is given, much is expected. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I also have to join my colleagues in condemning the alleged coup from these young militaries. I think it's a thing which we should not encourage, neither to associate ourselves with it. Because as at now, I don't think Gambia, it should be no-go area for coup attempts, because we have seen the impact of countries who are being affected with these coup attempts. There's no stability, and history always repeats itself. If you look at Mali, it's now a trend. History always repeats itself, like other countries, Guinea and others. And I think there is no genuine Gambian or political party that will associate him or herself to such actions. And these military members, if they want to be a president or they want to sit in that office, please let them go and resign and go and join politics, either to be part of political parties or even register a political party and go and sell their manifest and be elected into office, not through the back door. And I'm urging the government not to take this thing light, and let me so they take the right action and let them not leave any stone unturned. Honorable Speaker, in maintaining peace, and I think it's incumbent to all of us to maintain peace and unity among the citizenry of this country, I hereby condemn the utterance of Mamadou Sabali for saying that they're going to remove the elected president or government into office before local government elections, which is circulating throughout the social media, and I don't think anybody will associate himself with it. We should be championing the peace and stability which we are enjoying. Every now and then people are complaining about security, security, security. And these are things which are provoking. These are things which are provoking for insecurity in this country. Some of the social media has been
What? Point of order. Can we hear that?
Honorable Speaker, we cannot be mentioning people's names.
You have to
The authority. You know the authority. You cannot be mentioning people's names. Don't waste our time.
Honorable members.
You cannot be mentioning people's names who cannot defend themselves in this house.
Honorable member for
It's as simple as that.
Honorable member for Woolly is order. Honorable member for Woolly is, can we hear your point of order? Which authority, please?
Don't mention people's names who cannot defend themselves in this house. They are not here.
Honorable member for Woolly is.
Please tell him.
Honorable member for Woolly is, can you give me the clause, the section? Order 32. Can you read it, please? Can you read order 32? Order 32, permissible interruption.
Honorable Speaker, can you?
Honorable member for Basse, can you continue?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think the Honorable member is just trying to waste my time, and I don't think he's not doing justice. Okay, Honorable Speaker, looking at, I'm now looking at the electricity and water supply of Basse, especially my constituency. It goes to the Minister of Energy to look into consideration. I can say half of my constituency is benefiting these facilities, and the other half is not benefiting this facility. Especially during the Meet the People's tour, the president have made some statement that other communities within my constituency will benefit light, electricity, and which was commendable for the government and the president, mentioning that to the members of those communities. But water, I think, is the issue of the day. And I think the minister should put it into consideration. Or either these two units to be separated, because even looking at NAWEC, they give more priority to electricity than even water supply. Because I can remember decades in Basse, it's only one-sided that is benefiting water, and still now there is no extension to the other side. So I'm urging the Honorable Minister to really thoroughly to at least to look into this and have a survey and see how best this water supply can be extended in the other communities. It's long overdue now, because they are relying on some of these boreholes and they are not durable. Some of these machines are not durable. So, Honorable Minister for Energy, I'm appealing for you to take due consideration on these areas. Honorable Speaker, looking at our health facility for Basse, I think it's now a concern for the entire region, that is URR. For our daycare center or the hospital, it has been proposed for it to be upgraded. And the issue of land space was always a problem, because there's no space where some of the structures can be built. And now, thank God, just recently, the government of the day said they have secured funds to construct a major hospital with all inclusive. But again, when I consulted the Minister of Health, he told me the issue of land, which it was my responsibility to make a follow-up. And I have made a follow-up up to the governor and to the community, that the governor said he have engaged the community members who owns these lands around that area, and they have come to a consensus to allocate that land. It's almost 400 by 400 meters square. And the minister was saying that was the issue, and I am now advising the minister that the land issue is being resolved and the members of those communities have consented to it, and it is now his responsibility to engage the local government minister and the social security, who are part owners of that land, so that they can see how best they can come to terms when it comes to compensation and this construction of this major hospital to start soon. Because it is long overdue for URR or Basse to have a major hospital, because it has been affecting us. Because there was a time when one of our members or within our community was stabbed by an armed robber, and he was taken to Basse Hospital. Nobody was, the equipments were not there to attend to him or even to diagnose. He was referred to Bansang and nowhere to be also attended in Bansang, later to Ndemban Clinic. Unfortunately, he was there, and the issue was there was no ambulance or fuel even to take him to Abuko for scanning for almost 4 or 5 days, which it was brought to my notice. I have to be there and to make sure that problem was solved. I am appealing to the minister to look at the MOU between them and the RFH, because I think it is the institution that was responsible for their maintenance, fueling, and other things. Let them revisit the MOU and try to cement the relationship between these two institutions, so that at least there will be sanity when it comes to these ambulance issues and their fueling with their maintenance. Honorable Speaker, looking at the road construction of my constituency, first I have to thank the government and the Minister of Works, who is the second action man other than Bala Jahumpa, and now he's the new action man, that is the Minister of Works, who is always on his toes to make sure he goes around all these projects to make sure they are ongoing. But Honorable Minister, I have an issue. My community, some of the communities, there is a big problem. Villages or communities linking Sabi, that is the Sare Musa and Mampatel. Sabi, Sare Pira, Sufas Bajong and Bajong Fulakunda, Base Kumbija, the Banikos and Sare Bona. Those areas are issues, they have a serious issues of road construction or even access for daily commodities or even health facilities, especially during the rainy season. During the rainy season, if there is a rain after 2 hours, and there is an issue of referral, they cannot have access to those roads because of it is on a bad condition. And I'm appealing to you as the Minister of Works. I know you are on your toes, but still to add more effort to go and visit or survey these communities and see how best these roads can be fixed, because it's a national issue and it's a concern to those areas, and I think they should also have these facilities being accorded to them. Honorable Speaker, with the agriculture, yes, it's the same thing, goes to the Agri Minister, but again, it's just recently, a concern was raised to me to two communities. That is the Tuba Tafsir and Nafugan. They are community gardens. Nowadays, the fence have already completely been dilapidated, and they cannot even secure some of, or even to protect some of their vegetables with these animals. They always invade them, and they cannot spend the night there to protect these vegetables. I know the minister inherited some of this project already been allocated and been, funded. But I'm also appealing in subsequent programs or projects for him to put into consideration these areas so that at least they can also, their problem can also be addressed. Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for giving me the floor to contribute on this debate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member for Basse. I now recognize the member for Nyamina West to take the floor. Chief Minority, Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for giving me the floor. I also take the equal opportunity to join my colleagues in this Sine-Die debate. I would say a big thank to the present ministers and all those who were coming during these long sittings. No doubt, Como South said it here, and we are definitely exhausted, so I may not take long. I'm also thanking my electorates in Nyamina West, who vested on me the trust to be here for them. I will also join my colleagues in totally and wholly condemning this alleged attempt coup, as my Honorable Willie is would want it to be stated, but in any form, since there is an arrest conducted for any decent nation will not support a process of taking over through the barrel. And I am pretty sure that a genuine Gambian will not side them and will not defend or will not partake in any coup. And I am pretty sure all those genuine politicians, all those genuine honorable members will totally condemn this act. No doubt, I am one. And also, in just yesterday, I was dumbfounded when I happened to watch a video of a pronounced politician called whatsoever, in fact, a campaign manager for a pronounced party in this country, stating a statement that is not expected of caliber of that kind of person, and somebody representing a very renounced party to that level. In fact, I don't know how to put this, but in simple terms, in the Mandinka, they say, let me take permission. You know, if Nila bloye dung, ida se bonde, but ida edu. Definitely, that's why I was dumbfounded. How can you utter such statement in a democratic nation that you will forcefully remove a sitting president, an elected president, and you even state the duration of your target? That is very undone and is condemned to the latter. So I'm not trying to link things that happen. That's why sometimes we are being advised to be mindful of our statements. You can just make a statement jovially, and suddenly it can link to an action. I was very much embarrassed, and I don't think even a reputable party would want to see their senior member uttering such a statement. Therefore, I think any reputable party will disown such a man to be a member of their cabinet.
Observation.
No.
Please, observation.
Please, you did it to me.
This is a matter under investigation. You cannot be preempting the work of the police, what they are doing. No.
I am saying a statement uttered.
No. You people are interfering much. The police are doing their job. You cannot preempt this investigation. You cannot blame any party for that. Please. We are not going to take it from anybody.
Member for Central Badibu, please. Order, please. Please. Chief Whip of the minority and member for Central Badibu. Please. The member for Nyamina West proceed.
Central Badibu, I take my stand still now. If I were a party leader and you utter such in a video viral, I would send you out. I will disown you.
That's why you are not a party leader.
Thank you very much. Okay, so you take it anyhow. Okay, let me go direct to my deliberation now. I will direct this to the Minister of Works and Construction. I live at Lamen. My host MP is Busimbala. I think this can be your main concern, but it's my concern too, since I live at Lamen. Coming to Lamen NTC Johnson, towards Daranka, whatsoever, Mandinari, these tanks loading fuel are always, these tankers loading fuel are always congested. And the traffic there is so horrible. The road is so narrow. The garage for Mandinari is just at the corner. The shops, name them, kids, women, is so terrible and horrible. So please, I would want the Honorable Minister to help us with urgency
to relocate this garage at the Johnson, to relocate the vendors, and if possible, see if we can have a diversion. When these tankers are coming from Mandinari loaded with fuel, there can always be a diversion from the John Pilgrim School whatsoever or the Krewan School to the airport side. There is a big fence there, fence Nari whatsoever on the highway around Banjulinding. There is a road linking to Krewan going to Mandinari. It would have been nice you have a diversion for the tanks. Or you expand the road. But definitely come there in the evening or come there when these Malian tanks are coming from Mali, diverting to Mandinari or loaded with fuel and now going. I used to think beyond border. When you come to my own constituency, Nyamena West, I will thank the Ministry of Water Resources definitely for coming to our aid. You know, people are talking here, mostly that's why I don't want to talk much when it comes to Nyamena West regard to developments because there is nothing. Samba Jallo have stated it here for Nyamena. The year before last at the retreat on the budget at the Paradise Hotel, it was mentioned there on a PowerPoint, and I will see it, and it's true. But thank God to the people of Nyamena West. They are hard-working people. They are farmers. They are cattle rearers. If not, you would have had something else. Social amenities. Talking of education, thank God to the mission school in the early days where we were all blessed in Sambang called Mount Carmel. Then there was competition, and Armitage was just at Janjambure. So we compete to go to Armitage immediately after Janjambure, where I went to a junior and senior. But nowadays, the school is dilapidated. It's horrible, no offense. All the schools. Come to road network. From Choya, Dankung to Kung. You will not want to go use your motor, your vehicle to use that road. Today, the stones, the boulders, you see them as you see in these boxes in front of you. So it's horrible. I will plead with the minister to help us. At least, if not yet a tar, I can understand there is a lot on their decks. But let him just put a tractor there and at least level things for us. And I would expect that. We were expecting this 2023 to see our that road from Choya to Kung in the budget. But like I said, Samba Jallo is here. How many years? 15 years he's following. Well, I also understand that the government nowadays are using GLF to fund their roads.
Honorable member, address members by their constituencies.
Thank you. So we do understand that there is a lot on the government right now. OIC project, almost all the contractors are being overloaded. But we plead by 2024 budget, let us see our road, Choya, Dankukung, in the budget reflecting. For electricity, no pole, no bulb, ever before. Colonial days to Jawara, to the 22 era of Jammeh, to date. So we don't think of, some people are thanking and they are asking, maybe there is a village that is skipped. For us, single village, no. No electricity at all. And it's depriving business. And it's attracting rural urban migration. Go to Nyamena West today. They are all here. So I would plead with the minister seated here. Sometimes I go into their offices. I wanted to talk to them, tete-a-tete. But I have to disclose things here. Health, the same thing. I went to their ministry to discuss, and they promised to upgrade Nanaba as a health center. Samba Jallo has said it here. All Nyamena West, Honorable Nyamena Dankungu have said it here. The whole of Nyamena West will go to Dankungu Health Center. There is no health center in Nyamina West. There was a time I asked a minister about Nyamina West. He had to ask me about Dankunku or Kuda. No. We have a district, we have a constituency. But all developments, even within Nyamina, will either go to Dankunku or to Kuda. And we are left like that. So it's not fair. Agriculture, we are hoping now, because we had a lot of MPs thanking that there was a garden, there is this, there is that. But we are hoping also, but not yet. So, but I will thank the NEMA project that gave us 3 roads to the rice field. One Malikunda Sokunda to the rice field, 1.5 kilometer, the other to Sambang rice fields. So, you know, Nyamina was well known for rice production. In fact, in the 80s and 90s, most of my sons from the Jola had to come there to look for either rice or coos. And the Nyominkas bring fish, dry fish, in exchange of grains. We used to have stores full. That's where we normally buy our cows. But today, in fact, the only hope we have is the animal husbandry. But please let the minister take note, because also the diseases are killing a lot of animals, lack of water. I also thank the Department of Livestock for giving us 3 boreholes, one in Malikunda, one in Saresaidu, one in Nana. I have to acknowledge it. But definitely, when it comes to development, we are definitely back. And it's only through the ministries, because development goes into their various ministries. That's why someone talked about marginalization here. If any group that were marginalized were supposed to get up, then Nyamina West would have been here in the last 22 years. We were marginalized, but we suck it. Thank you. Let me stop it.
Thank you very much, member for Nyamina West. I now recognize the member for Banjul South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, finally calling me. I was one of the first to raise my tag, but notwithstanding, I will not allow myself to be intimidated, because I know that I'm unwaveringly committed to doing my work. Mr. Speaker, I think I would start, first of all, by thanking my honorable colleagues for standing in for us whilst we were away on official duty, and also agree with my honorable colleague, Honorable for Combo West, for Combo South, congratulating the new appointed president of the ECOWAS Commission, and we hope that with his excellent composure shown from his swearing in, they will consider Gambia to hold on to the head of authorities in the next 2 years, so that we will also see our president head the head of authorities at the ECOWAS. As a member of the ECOWAS Parliament, we've been working on that for the past 5 years, but unfortunately, we are yet to be successful on that. Honorable Speaker, I would also, Mr. Speaker, sorry, I would also join my colleagues to condemn the alleged coup on Tuesday. Coup d'etat are the least that we desire in this country, in extension, the region. We have seen what we've been through in the past 26 years, and we don't want to be drawn back to that. I agree that some of us might disagree, but there are issues that led to coup d'etats. When we think of our years of tyranny, sometimes some people cry. But notwithstanding, the president slapped us on the face by bringing back people that called for state of emergency when we were in our hardest, our toughest times people that never stood with us, Gambians. So I'm not saying that calls for coup d'etat, but it brings back memories. And some people would wish that change had not happened because we fought so hard for those changes, yet were imposed again on what we were trying to run away from. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that is where I will stop, but I will still condemn it, but also to bring attention of the government to make sure that things that we were running away from are not forced on us. I will go to education and health. Mr. Speaker, some members mentioned our CDF. My CDF was for the health center at Lehman Street. They are in dear need. Last year, priority was given to areas that were affected by flood. And I made it on my request that the rains affected the health center and it needed renovation. And sitting here, I was made to understand that 3 members were given. I'm not sure for what reason and for how those were taken from all of us that applied. So it means that we need to revisit the administration of the CDF. As honorable members, we have every right to give back to our communities because they elected us here. I personally went through a tough elections. I would say one of the toughest because I won against all odds, against all organizations, structures against me to come back. So I would thank my electorate and make sure that this administration makes sure that our CDF are duly given to us for us to take it back to our communities. Mr. Speaker, talking about education, in my constituency, there is no higher institution. And I'm not going to sit here and listen to the government saying there is no space, because there is space. This place where Malfa and Wilde School, we were threatened of closure of that school. Thanks to the parents and to us, the representatives of BANJUL, that stood by them and had the government postpone. I'm not saying they have canceled. They postponed it yet, but we are appealing. It's unfortunate that the Minister of Education is not here. He should have been, because education is the backbone of this country. Whenever we talk, she should be here sitting, listening, giving us what we need. So, honorable ministers that are here, I want you, through Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, to go back to him and tell her that we need her. We need that space to be changed and improved so that our children can go to school. Our Constitution says that everybody has a right to education, and young children cannot go a long distance for education. That school, St. Mary's, occupies it now. Wilde is perishing. Nobody takes care of it. If they give it to us as a community, they can be rest assured that within a year, we can raise funds and change it to a state-of-the-art, modern institution for our children to learn, because education is our priority. Our children are our priority. I was sad hearing one of my honorable colleagues from Nyamina West say that they do not have a proper health facility. Few weeks back, we were talking about the budget. Instead of fighting for health centers, we were fighting to increase our salaries. We were fighting to increase the amount allocated to His Excellency for Meet the People store. instead of reducing the upkeep of the State House or maintaining it, I personally requested for it. We opted to raise it, and now we are here asking for health facility. It was then that we should have cut and go back to our communities, give them proper health facilities. So I don't think now is the time to cry for that. I think we are just saying it for the purpose of the media. Mr. Speaker, I also need to go back to the Meet the People store. It is funded by taxpayers, so they need to talk to taxpayers. The Honorable Minister for Tourism at the West Coast region threatened the people of this country by telling them that if they do not vote for candidates of the government, they will not see development. How dare he threatens us with our own money, money that made him who he is today. We were all here pre-2016. What some could afford, what some couldn't afford, we all know. We all suffered, so let him not threaten the citizens of this country again. He deserves to say thank you to them for making him whom he is today. And the president also stated that he would appoint governors. I think with the advisors that we are paying, they should advise him well to read and know the laws of this country and how governors are appointed and where governors should be appointed. Even to appoint alcalos. In KMC, for example, the law says that the chairperson must be consulted. If certain people are already trembling because elections is coming and they don't smell victory, let them go and try hard. It is the people that elect us. I am a living example because I worked hard for my people, and that is why they re-elected me. We were 3 female elected in this August Assembly, and I am the only female that is elected back into this August House, and I am proud, and I say thank you to my electorate, and in extension to the Gambian people, whom sees me as their mother, their mentor, and their representative, and I proudly say thank you to Gambian youths, especially to Team Bojombojos of Banjul South. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I had my colleague mention about phony. Mr. Speaker, we don't have border lines in this country, so we should all be treated equally. What I enjoy in Banjul, people from Phony should also enjoy. Why should they go through that security issue? Why? The president happens to be from Phony. Just like the late President Sadauda, may his soul rest in peace, happened to be born in Nyani. Come on. They should be treated with respect. People are talking about peace. People are talking about justice. You cannot have justice without equity. You cannot have peace without equity. They should be treated equally. I wanted to cry when he said that a classroom that should take 30, less than 15 people are struggling to go. My mantra is education, and I want to see those young Phony children sent back to school. And I also condemn foreign military killing our Gambian sons and daughters in Phony. Mr. Speaker, I call on all honorable members to ask this government to demilitarize Phony, even if it takes economic going back. Even though I condemn the coup, I still have reservations in my mind, whether it was real or not, whether it's being cooked up, because I believe we have a corrupt government. They can do anything or say anything to stay in power. Come on, just to justify economic staying in power, they can cook up stories. I'm not saying it's not true, but I'm saying it is possible, because what the mind thinks of might be possible. And I don't think I'm the only one thinking like that, Mr. Speaker. We should be cautious. We love our country so much. We don't want a coup, but we also do not want cooking up stories, I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, from August 2020 to date, we have lost 452 women in childbirth. And that, on top of that, 70 plus children from Ake. And we are still saying thank you, well done to the Minister of Health. I think if it was me, I said it the day before yesterday, if it was me as an honorable person, I would resign honorably. I am known for my integrity, my dignity. And Mr. Speaker, if I am being intimidated, if I am being bullied because of the person I am proud to say that nobody is going to dim my shine, just like I will not dim anybody's shine. Mr. Speaker, I stood up here and I said that I did not agree on the salary increment. It went viral. I didn't intend for it to go viral because it was me speaking. I wasn't acting. It came from the bottom of my heart. Mr. Speaker, if that is the reason I am being victimized, I will lie down low and allow myself to be victimized for being Tuma.
Thank you, member for Banjul South. I now recognize nominated member Fatou Kejawara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I would also like to join my colleague to acknowledge the presence of cabinet ministers here present, and also add my voice to the previous speaker to strongly condemn the attempted coup plot. Honorable Speaker, the Gambians have went through a lot to dislodge the tyrant. Gambians pay a heavy price to unseat Jammeh. Gambians fought a lot to form this newfound democracy without the support of any security personnel, but our own political commitment. Honorable Speaker, it is very disheartening to see our men in uniform to involve in such. After 22 years of hardship that the Gambian went through, is this what they are supposed to pay us? When the entire Gambian don't have confidence in our security personnel, and raise an outcry that we need the support of the ECOWAS. When we are trying to restore that, is this what should be their attitude? Honorable Speaker, not all men who wear uniform are soldiers. I believe that today. Honorable Speaker, these are the soldiers who are in the army since the past regime. But I want to ask the soldiers who were involved in this alleged coup, whether they were not around when their colleague, Mariama Kamara, and her husband, Alpha Jallo, were murdered in cold-blooded. Were they not around? Were they not around when Gambians were killed and illegal disappearance? When Gambians need help, were they not around to rescue us from the dictator? Today, we found this democracy that both us and they are enjoying. How many times do they have salary increment? We saved them from going to work to the president's farm. Nobody is forced to work to a president's farm now. The selection is done in the most rightful way. No group of people will be allowed to be selected and others to be discriminated. Honorable Speaker, I am so disappointed, not in the entire security, but in the group that involved in such. And the government need to act. The government need to act fast. It's high time for the government to draw the line. We will not do any harm to anybody in this country because we love everyone, either a soldier, a civilian, and whatsoever. Every Gambian life is important to us. But we should not allow seat also as well, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, coming to the youth sector, Honorable Speaker, I think our youths should be more proactive and stop hiding behind selfish individual, all in the interest of a politics. Honorable Speaker, the youths of this country must be steadfast and take advantage of the modern day civilization. The current protest that took place in Bakau is uncalled for. There are a lot of mob justice. And I think the youth should recall what we went through, where we are today, and where we are heading to. They should not be allowed to be misguided by any political party. You can exercise your right. You have a right to protest, but based on the confines of the law. You cannot keep vandalizing a police station and you call that peaceful protest. The police have tried everything to ease down the tense, but they continue to trigger it into more and more justice. Where are the elders in that community? Honorable Speaker, I think something needs to be done. Honorable Speaker, as member of parliament, we represent the voice of humanity and human being, and not a particular voice or particular group of people or particular objective, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, those calling for the removal of economic forces in Fonyi. You know, if this thing came out from a 2-year-old child or 4-year-old child, I would have even accommodated. But if a full grown-up man calling for the removal of economic forces in Fonyi, what are they parading behind? In fact, when did Fonyi graduated from the presence of soldiers in that area? Honorable Speaker, this is the region where high military presence was during the Jammeh regime, because we share a border with the Casamas. Honorable Member, please. Honorable Speaker, when the truth awakens in you, you must accept the truth. Honorable Speaker, the people who served in the previous government and have the opportunity to speak against the injustice that was meted out on the people of Fonyi were mute about it. But today, they found the environment very conducive and they want to take advantage of that, and it's unacceptable. Honorable Speaker, Fonyi is the region that suffered most during the Jammeh regime. We are all living witness to the witch hunting exercise. Honorable Speaker, this is the place where people, properties, or lands were forcefully taken away from them, until to an extent that they have to run and hide in Casamas. We are all living witness to it. Honorable Speaker, this is the region where the late Tumbul Tamba is from. This is the place where the former IGP, Esa Baji, is from. This is the place where Lantombon Tamba, the former CDS, is from. Honorable Speaker, this is the place where Yusuf Koli and Dauda Nyasi are from. They are all victims of Jammeh atrocity. So those calling for the right of Fonyikas, where were they? When this inhuman treatment were meted on these mighty citizens of Fonyi, where were they? And they have the opportunity to stop against those injustices. I think they should apologize to the Gambian and Fonyikas at large. Masire Jammeh Haruna Jammeh, and the list continue. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, the same so-called group that said they were protecting the Ponyinkas, where were they when Siaka Patajo was disappeared by the former regime during the political impasse? The likes of Tumani Jallo, where were they? Whether they want economic to be there or to be removed, let them be sincere to the Ponyinkas. Honorable Speaker, the ECOWAS didn't do any harm to them. All this brutality that happened was not conducted by any economic forces. The current deaths that occur, we don't want to lose anybody. But these people are refugees, reside in Fonyi, and we love them.
No, it's not true.
And we appreciate them.
So,
don't worry.
Nominated member, sit down. One member for here. The honorable member for Fonyi Bentang Karana, can you withdraw that? Sir? Can you withdraw what you said now?
I withdraw.
And don't speak over the mic if you are not given the floor.
Observation, please. Observation.
Nominated member Fatu Kejawara, can you proceed?
Observation. Nominated member, observation. Yes.
Put on your mic. Put on your mic, Fatu Kejawara.
Observation, please. Huh?
No. Honorable Speaker, we love these refugees. They are part of us. I might be a refugee.
Can I put him, Honorable Speaker, can I direct her? Observation,
no,
please.
Don't direct me. You have wait for your turn. Honorable member for council, wait for your turn. We love these refugees. They are part of us.
Accusation, Honorable. This guy cannot come and accuse here. Can I observe her?
No, I have their identity.
Order.
I have their identity.
Order.
Can I observe her?
Order.
I have their identity.
Fatu Kejawara, please sit down. Fatu Kejawara, please sit down. The member for Fonyi Councillor, if you want to observe or correction, it's for the member to give. If you say no, don't speak over the mic, please.
We don't want any refugee to take part in our political arena. We don't want any refugee to get any entry into anybody's zones without informing us. We regret what happened, but we don't want them to enter into Fonyi in the late hours of night. Suspicious might come. Honorable Speaker, these refugees, I have their details, and I think this document don't lie. We all have them in our WhatsApp groups. If anybody wanted to invite refugees to come in your area, just to get a political support, you can go ahead with it. But if we detect anybody who is not a Gambian and you want to participate in our politics, we will take full responsibility of it. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, finally, the statement made by Momodu Sabali, the current executive member of UDP and the campaign manager, is unacceptable. Hadn't been this came from a campaign manager of any political party, this building would have collapsed. Honorable Speaker, but it's not a surprise for me. This type of statement was made by his political godfather before. He said he's going to make this country ungovernable. So if we are seeing those signs, I think he needs to be questioned. This is the person who was banned from holding a public office, and they gave him an executive position. Honorable Speaker, finally, Honorable Speaker, I'm calling on all opposition parties in the Gambia, if they are genuine enough, and they think that they have this country at heart. Since this attempted coup, nobody came and make any press release. None of them make a press release. What is the motive behind it? Honorable Speaker, I think I'm going to thank all my colleagues here and ask everybody to be parliamentary. Our behavior, both in parliament and outside the parliament, is very important. You cannot be saying here and praising yourself that I'm this, I'm that. Honorable Speaker, we know each other in this parliament. Some people are just lucky to be back in this parliament, but they didn't want it. I never stood here and insult a speaker or a deputy speaker my last 5 years, and it has never happened during this 6th legislature as well. And I was very much loved by the people of Talinding, and they respect me. With or without elected, I'm back here. So if you are elected, that is your luck. You should not be a mad dog if you are removed from a position. The moment you are removed from the authority where you were gaining huge salary, you keep attacking your colleagues. And the same parliamentarian stood here and said that she didn't come to this parliament to enrich herself. But she went with the entire parliament in war when they want to remove her from ECOWAS parliament. And she's still lobbying to go back to that parliament while her mandate is due. So before you praise yourself, I'm good, I'm this. The Banjulian, I think they made a...
I give you 2 minutes. I give you 2 minutes to round up. You can use another mic.
2 minutes. Why 2 minutes?
Why 2 minutes?
Honorable Speaker, why 2 minutes?
That's unfair. To be honest, that's unfair.
Use the order. I give you 2 minutes to continue.
Honorable Speaker, no, that's unfair, to be honest.
Honorable member for Banjul North, please.
It's true, it's not fair.
That's not fair. See, that's not fair.
Honestly, Honorable Speaker, is not fair.
We all want to go back home.
Honorable Banjul, Secretary was giving, KK Barrow was giving.
Member for Banjul, member for Banjul Central.
Stop that. That's not observation because he demanded for it. No, Fadu did not demand it. No.
Member for Banjul Central.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, sorry, observation. Sorry, can you, I said observation, huh?
Honorable member, who are you observing?
I said observation. I am observing a group at my left-hand side. They heartfelt disturbed my Fuller community here. Please address them, huh?
Member for Banjul Central, please take the floor.
Honorable Speaker, I have to concur with my colleague that I'm not comfortable even speaking because of there are very corny people sitting around that. They know themselves, actually.
Honorable Speaker, I think the member for Banjul is trying to...
Please, you are distracting. Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to acknowledge the presence of our honorable ministers present here. I'll just keep it very short since everyone has already spoken, I would say, most of the things that I did list down. I would also like to join my honorable colleagues in paying my condolence to Honorable Baji, who lost his dear wife today. Due to the proceedings, we couldn't go to pay our respects, but hopefully we'll all get the chance to be able to do that later on. So, Honorable Speaker, I'll also utilize the opportunity to put up my condemnation with regards to the recent attempts on the presidential seat, I would say. In as much as we like to be very objective in our criticism, I would say, in some aspects of governance, but we really would like to condemn this act, and that anyone that wishes to lead this country should do so by following the democratic processes. Gambia is a very small nation, and like my honorable colleague did mention here, we came through a very difficult time, and the healing process is taking time, and we are just adopting the use of the democratic space. And in as much as we are an infant in democracy, there are still a long way to go. And most of the time, we try to do our best to make sure our criticism is based on factual information so as to help the government to improve their governance processes. Yeah. So, Honorable Speaker, most of what I listed really has been elaborated. I would just like to touch on the issue of the security report, I would say. I really have an issue with the $20 fee that is being paid, because if you check flight tickets to and fro, it's usually all inclusive, and to charge an extra $20 is really a cause of concern, and the general citizenry are really not happy about this. And the thing is, the government really is finding it very hard to really explain how this $20 fee came about and where it is going. So it's a cause of concern. And also, Security Report as a company, they usually engage in, I would say, information analysis or threat analysis. That's what they usually do. And I think these are all mechanisms whereby I think our own security, airport security, they have the capacity to take care of certain these things. And also, if it has to do with a digital mode of operation, I think the contractual agreements should have been more precise, and more, I would say, exclusive, rather than just charging an extra fee on people whereas they've already purchased their tickets and so forth. So this is something that really needs to be looked into. From my findings, I think there was a letter that was dispatched from the Office of the President bearing Mamadou K. Sisse's signature. He is the Chief of Staff, I think. It was copied to the Permanent Secretary, I think. So they said the Ministry of Justice should conduct the review in collaboration. Sorry? Yeah. The Ministry of Justice should conduct the review in collaboration with the contracting party, Ministry of Interior, and Ministry of Immigration Department, Ministry of Finance as well. Also, the Gambia Civil Aviation Authority, State Intelligence Services, as constituted by the Cabinet by the Secretary to Cabinet letter. It was dated 13 September. And that the objective of the engagement is for improving the terms of the contract where possible, and also the review should also include the possibility to embed the cost in the ticket as opposed to the current practice of physical collection at the airport terminal. So since our honorable ministers are here, I think they would, so I couldn't have the opportunity to ask it through our oral questions, but I think since our ministers are here, they can shed light on that, because that's a cause of concern. Also, pertaining to what happened recently, there was a security sector reform that was put down since 2017. And this included the military, the police, the intelligence services as well. And some policy frameworks were also developed to help aid the process as well. So there has been, a series of engagements, but I think it's really lacking. And this security labs that just happened recently, I think the security sector reform needs to be really accelerated in making sure our security services are really acquainted with what's expected of them in making sure the country excels in terms of its security. Because even as I'm speaking, when it comes to conduct from some of the security personnel, really the approach is quite different. Sometimes it's a bit harsh. There are communication gaps at times, So I think these are all things that need to be looked into to help capacitize them in making sure also the public engagement should take place as well. But with regards to what happened, I don't think even attempting something like this will bear fruit, because there is a never again syndrome going on. And even if it happens to succeed, I don't know who you would rule, because everyone will condemn it. So it doesn't really make any sense. Honorable Speaker, I would like to touch on the issue of the differently able under the Minister of Social Welfare. I would just like to reiterate that I once visited the Federation of the Physically Challenged, and I happened to visit Govi, especially. And I think these are people that I wouldn't say are forgotten, but I think they are not really mentioned in the public discourse. And I found out that they are really in need of so many things, and they are finding it very difficult to move around. Usually, when we speak of differently able people, we will think of beggars or people that are visually impaired and such. But these are people that, after engaging and having a conversation with them, I realized that these are people that do not want to beg. They do not want to beg. And from my findings, they were able to, from some of their foreign donors and engagements, they were able to at least set up an IT sec within their vicinity. And now they are engaged in they are using ICT equipments. They are using the computer like we do, though in a different way, right? And currently, they are having deficits in terms of that. Also, they are walking canes. They are having deficits in walking canes and certain materials that they use. Also, they also say they find it difficult, especially during rainy seasons, to walk through the vicinity because usually most of them tend to fall down because there are no concrete settings within the vicinity. And these are challenges that they are currently facing. Also, they have this rehabilitation program whereby some of the physically challenged that we aren't born with it. Like, for example, let's say an ordinary person might just have an accident or of something of some sort, and they happen to lose their sight or some of their limbs. They have this integration program whereby they help people to be integrated into the society. They have certain schemes that they put through to help them through the traumatic time and stuff like that. So these are people who are physically challenged, and they have all these programs within, but they are really finding it difficult to have funding. And from my findings, someone from there told me that funding from the Ministry of Social Welfare usually is not forthcoming. So they are pleading to the members here to be raising our voices more and to be giving them a thorough look as well, because they feel left out in certain areas as well. Honorable Speaker, I would like to touch on local government. I think the local governments really need to be looked into, because these are entities that can be very useful in our domestic resource mobilization schemes, or I would say drives, because there are mechanisms whereby, when we visited them, we found out that most of their subsidies are not forthcoming. And these are subsidies that should come from the central government. And it's really a source of deterrent towards accelerating their working processes. So I think the local governments are doing their best, and also, the schemes that they are using to make sure they generate enough income are not forthcoming as well, due to some limitations from the local government act, which we really need to rekindle and look into to make sure at least we give them enough autonomy to be able to accelerate and be more efficient and effective in their working processes. So I think really the government needs to do their best to make sure at least they are given their bread to be able to take care of their people. Honorable Speaker, also in terms of the budget aspect, we've been making mention of the expenditure aspect, and I always reiterate in Parliament that we really need to be looking at our revenue base. The country really is not making money for itself, so we are just borrowing and taking loans, and sometimes we're giving grants, and we have a $4 billion deficit, which is really bad. So we are making steps, though, I would say, because some government entities have signed a performance contract whereby it will help to monitor their working process and hopefully maximize their profits to be able to pay dividend to government. So this will help at least to downscale the fiscal deficit. Honorable Speaker, also in terms of corrupt practices in this country, we've been raising these issues time and time again in Parliament. And somehow, it seems like only the poor people are being prosecuted here in the country. It's the reality, because the COVID-19 audit findings are out. And this is just the first phase. The second phase hasn't even gone out. And we've found out very serious malpractices in terms of our monies. And these are monies that were acquired through environments, through grants, and through other processes. Like these are monies that we are taking out of, nowhere to be able to help the country in terms of need. And in these hard times, some people in this country see them as opportunities to rip us off. And a mass defrauding of the Gambian people have taken place. And really, to take this government seriously, we would like to see the government take measures in making sure these people, these perpetrators are tracked and put to justice, because we do not joke with taxpayers' money. Honorable Speaker, finally, I would just like to land by touching on the current sand mining activities that are happening within our jurisdictions. From the Jane Commission that was put down some couple of years ago, there was a $13.2 million owing from a certain mining company. These are royalties that were due to the government, and they weren't paid. And this company was earning a revenue of $34.9 million from the mining activity itself. So this is just a particular company, and this was back then from the Jane Commission findings. So we've seen a big uproar in mining activities recently, and it's really a cause of concern, because from my findings, I was made to understand that a stakeholders setup should have taken place, because even before mining, the indigenous people that are living within those vicinities, have to be consulted first, and it's in the law.
Please, honorable member, you have 2 minutes to.
Yeah, just. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Let me use this. Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yeah. Just to fast forward things, the Minister of Energy did mention that after looking into some of these activities, they found that some of these activities were irregular, and really we are in properly, the procedures that we are needed to be put through, we are in properly looked into, and that the activities they were doing wasn't really in line with the country laws. So for that matter, they were stopped. But recently, we've seen a massive rise of these sand mining activities. And even if you are coming from the Combos entering BANJUL area, you would see loads of trucks parking around. So I don't know what type of agreement or arrangement was put down. I think it will be justice if also the Gambian people will be put in the picture, so that we'll know exactly what type of arrangements transpired as well. So this was what I just wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Banjul Central. I'm not sure why the member for Banjul North and Busumbala, you didn't say I'm not fair. I gave 2 minutes to the member for Combo South, Woolly East, and then nominated member, you complain. Please, no, I don't.
But they asked for it. But they requested for it. She did not demand for it. She did not demand for it. You voluntarily give it to her.
Yes. I now give the floor to the member for Busumbala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. May I respectfully observe the presence of honorable ministers here, honorable colleagues, the media, my fellow security officers, all of you are observed, and all those who are here.
I will start my intervention by looking at the much talks about draft constitution. I will say we need this constitution back. Several occasions when we have interfaced with the Minister for Justice, we did ask him, when are we going to have our say in the draft constitution? We must appreciate the fact that the Minister for Justice is really trying to reintroduce, as it has been agreed on the Speaker's ruling, have introduced the Criminal Offence Bill, Anti-Corruption Bill, Criminal Procedure Bill, which we appreciate. But we now ask him to please fast track and table the constitution of the draft constitution of the Republic of the Gambia. The reason why, honorable members, I'm demanding this draft constitution to come back, this draft constitution is going to cater so many things. This draft constitution has so many progressive provisions that will be a benefit to Gambia and Gambian people at large. If you look at one of the provisions of this draft constitution, the clause, it eradicates totally this nomination, the idea of nominated member to be speakers of the National Assembly. We should discourage that. Nominated members to be deputy speakers of the National Assembly. We should discourage that. Look, we have elected members, and the elected members should be empowered to become members, to be speakers of the National Assembly and deputy speakers of the National Assembly, respectively. Honorable Speaker, the draft constitution also going to empower us to scrutinize will-be ministers of our various ministries. Clauses in that draft constitution give you, the honorable members of the National Assembly, to scrutinize ministers before their confirmation in their ministry positions. That is a plus, because any nominee, any person nominated to be a minister will come to this very assembly, an assembly that is representing the whole Gambia. And the whole Gambia will know whether the person is capable to handle that position or not. Currently, I can certainly say this. Most of the ministers are not professional in the discipline that they are ministering. At least a minister should be a technocrat to the area that you are ministering. Yes. So I'll urge the Honorable Minister of Justice to please table our draft constitution. Honorable Speaker, I also join my colleague to denounce of the alleged coup. It is unfortunate that we are in the 21st century. We should not have been witnessing these coup d'etats, unwanted change of government by few elements, disgruntled elements, to take over powers. That's not the best way or democratic way to do it. So nobody will definitely accept that or condone that. But the government in place need to be very responsible in terms of their representation. Why all these coups are coming up in Africa? Because the government in place normally lack a proper representation. You cannot represent people and you give deaf ear to their plights. If you are representing people, there should be a proper representation. In this country, there are a lot of corrupt practices that is going on here, and members will take the floor and talk about it. Nothing comes out of it. Representation matters. If you are leading people, you should lead people professionally. Because at the end of the day, you will be asked about your constitutional mandate that you sworn to protect everybody in this country without ill will or affection. So, if you see all these coups bringing their ugly heads again, we need to advise our government to strengthen their belts and make sure that they govern well. Honorable Speaker, I want to talk about the police new tactics of injustice, discrimination, witch hunts against opposition elements in this country. It is not acceptable. Having said that, we have seen in this country recently police targeting opposition elements just to make sure that to silence them because they are termed as critics. The police just recently invited an organizing secretary of United Democratic Party. Organizing secretary, that is a deputy organizing secretary, that is Ibrahima Diba, of just saying, that's the fact. Just an opposition figure alter that you invited and wasted his time just to be told in the evening, go home. It happens in the same party. Aji Suare, the youth leader of the United Democratic Party, was also called just recently, wasted his time and released him for questioning. And it happened just yesterday. Momodu Sabali, a campaign manager for the same political organization, party, called him and interrogation, interview, and you detain him there. That is not acceptable. It's a tactics being deployed by the police to silence critics of members of United Democratic Party. It should not be tolerated. The statement that Maud Sabali made is a political statement, my friend. Every political institution is your principal mandate to make sure that you dislodge the government. Yes. That is your mandate. That's why you are established. That's why.
Please.
Stop it.
Please.
It's becoming enough. Don't do
Please.
it.
No, please.
You don't have to do it.
Please. No, please.
Order.
You are a party whip. No.
Order.
Please.
Order. Member for Central Badibu, please don't use the mic. Member for Combo South, Opanyomi, Combo South, Opanyomi, please. Order, please. Order. Member for Central Badibu, all you know, Opanyomi, Combo South, please. Let's allow the member to proceed.
Speaker, yeah? All right. That's fine. You know, this is what you want. You want to distract me. But the government use police to make sure that they distract opposition party of United Democratic Party. I'm not United Democratic Party candidate, so I can say this. I'm an independent. You know, I'm the best candidate to say this. Okay, now, the same police have been wasting valuable time of citizens in this country here. Let's look at Operation 3 Years Jodna. The police arrested people, take them to Central Mile 2, stay there for more than 3 months, and later release them to go without compensation. That is not correct. Stop the idea of using tactics to intimidate people. There are several cases. Even the case of Brikama, occupied Brikama. Youths were arrested, wasted their times, and released them to go. The case of Madi Jobate, he was arrested, never been taken to court. Even my own case, I was arrested, taken to court. I won the case against the police. They never reinstated me back for 2 years. That's inhuman. You know, justice needs to be done and should be seen to be done across the board. There is no law that make the president better than the farmer in other villages. There is only one law in this country. The application of that law applies to everybody. I'm saying this because just heard the president say his nephew was involved in a case, went to court and was acquitted and discharged and was compensated. And through that compensation money, he was able to buy a compound in Farafenye. But because he's the nephew to the president, when you have people here who work 15 years in a department, humiliated, unlawfully arrested, charged, taken to court, acquitted and discharged, and because he is perceived to be a relative to a political leader, they never talk about it. Injustice must stop in this country. The application of the law in this country should be cross-cutting, both the ruling party and that of the oppositions. Honorable Speaker, the judgment that was made in respect to local government case filed by the Mayor Talib Ahmed Bensouda and the Supreme Court have entered into a judgment to that respect. It is very unfortunate that a particular minister was asking for the decision, that is the ratio decidendi of the Supreme Court, to be revealed to him. That's not how it works. This judgment is a judgment for victory, it's a judgment for self-realization, it's a judgment for decentralization. This is what we need. If the president wants to appoint governors to oversee Banjul City Council and that of Kanifi Municipal Council, let him look at the laws very carefully, because there is no law that gives him that power to do that. There is no law on the Local Government Act that gives him that power to do that. So let him
Yeah, you can finish. Yes. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I said you can. Member for Opanyomi. Huh? Oh, please, member for Wuli is. Can we hear that point of order, please?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, clause 17F says that no unseemly interruption when another member is speaking. This group of members here are very busy in disrupting people when they are speaking. Sorry for...
Thank you. Member for Wuli is. Thank you very much. Please, those to my right and my left, please stop interrupting. Order sustained. Member for Opanyomi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I will also seize this opportunity to thank the Office of the Speaker, the Office of the Clerk, the support staff of the National Assembly for the way and the manner they conducted this particular session. And I also want humbly to recognize the presence of the cabinet ministers here today. And Honorable Speaker, rather, I just want to report someone, a member for Kiang West. He disarmed me, took my standing order with him there. And that's why you are seeing a lot of people swaying, and I was not bringing them to order. You know. So that's what he did to me. Honorable Speaker, I just want to say this, like those who are asking the Honorable Minister for Health to resign. I totally stand to condemn it. Because when you come in terms of honesty, he's more honest than them. Well, we all know one another. And his name...
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
His name...
Point of order.
Order 29. The member for Central Body, can we hear that point of order?
29. Honorable Speaker, 29.5. No member shall impute improper motives to any other member. What the honorable member of Opanyomi is doing is imposing motive on other members. They have right to talk. Please make your point and forget about them.
I'm not sure what he said that probably led to the conclusion that he's imputing improper motive on members. Yeah, can you, I'm not sure what he have said. Yeah, please.
You know, members made a contribution during a debate here. And during debates, members have right to say anything. But now it's important motive that the minister is more honest than those people. He doesn't have any yardstick to measure that. Honesty, you cannot measure it.
Honorable member, did you say that?
Speaker, I say so, and I have my reasons why. Some of those people, when they were in the parliament, Honorable Speaker, allow me to come on with my submission, honorable members, please.
Honorable member, sit down, sit down. Take your seat. Honorable member, honorable member for Oliundum, can you, the member for Oliundum, can you please allow me to make a ruling? Honorable member for Opanyomi, I see that as unparliamentary.
Honorable Speaker, if you say so, then I humbly withdraw. Honorable Speaker, to continue with my submission, the reason why I said the Honorable Minister is honest, when the term of the former Honorable members in ECOWAS expired, they went behind this parliament to extend their term without our notice. And when we asked them to withdraw, they refused. Where is the honesty, Honorable Speaker? And with the same person, the same people are asking this Honorable Minister to resign. Where is the honesty? Honorable Speaker, and we are all here, we are all witness to that.
Can I observe? Can I observe?
Honorable Speaker.
Can I observe you?
To continue with your
There is point of order from member for Combo South. Can you please use another mic?
What's wrong with these mics? Technicians, you better check the mics.
No, so, but it looks like the member for Combo South and Willie is this mic. They don't want you to speak.
They don't want us to speak. We will. Honorable Speaker, is still Section 29, number 5. You know, the honorable member for Opanyomi is out of order because they don't read books. That's why I'm urging the Vice President to do more retreat with the ministers to read the laws of this country to understand it. And for him also, they do not do their research in the library to look at the terms of reference of ECOWAS members and what the Supplementary Act of 2016 said about ECOWAS membership, because that was why they did the blunder and then went ahead and contravened the Supplementary Act of the ECOWAS Parliament, which is more superior than the Gambian Parliament. So let him withdraw that, please.
I think the member for Woolly, the member for Combo South rose to a point of order 29.5. I think is improper motive, and he went further to clarify and make statement to justify the reason why their time was extended. And the honorable member for Opanyomi, in his submission, was contributing, indicating that some members went ahead and extended their term without the sanction of the National Assembly. That is his opinion. It may be right or wrong. Proceed, member for Opanyomi.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for that brilliant ruling. Yes. And Honorable Speaker, I just want to go further to condemn the utterances made by the campaign manager for United Democratic Party, that they will remove the government before local government election. We all have it, it's on social media. So we condemn it in all possible terms. And
the member for Central Badibu rose to a point of order.
When?
On interruption. And that's what he does at his best. Proceed, member for opinion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, once again. Honorable Speaker.
This point of order from member for Woolly is.
Honorable Speaker, the practice in this House is that, wait, if anything is not captured in the standing orders, it's the Speaker that makes a ruling on that. And the Speaker has already made a ruling in this House that, especially when the Kiang was speaking, that we should not be talking about people who cannot respond to what we are saying about them. That ruling has been done here. So nobody should go and mention people who cannot respond to what you are saying about them here. It's not fair.
Honorable member for Woolly is. Please take your seat. The member for Banjul South, can we hear your point of order, please? No, the member for Banjul, member for Woolly is. I am overruling his order. Member for Banjul South.
It says that we should not mislead the parliament, and what the honorable member did was only stated part of the statement. He should have also stated the whole statement that mentioned how that person said that they were going to unseat the president, and he was specific. 18, and he said that they were going to do it by clearing the false statements made by this government, and that was how they were going to unseat them by not any other means. So I think they are misleading this assembly. They should clearly state the full statement. We are not here to be misled, Honorable Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable member for Banjul South was just making a statement. The Honorable for Panyomi, can you proceed?
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, so we condemn it. And he should not have said that. That's really disappointing. Honorable Speaker, 255 years ago, and 55 years ago, a son of this country was captured as a slave. This was on the 5th of July, 1767. A son of North Bank region was taken as a slave. A son of Opanyomi was taken as a slave, which is Kunta Kinte from Jufre. Honorable Speaker, we are advocating for the recognition of this particular day on the 5th of July to be celebrated by Gambia. Because as I've been saying here, Opanyomi is the most popular constituency in this country. Simply because, when I say it's popular in the sense that Kunta Kinte came from Opanyomi, we have Kunta Kinte Island in Opanyomi, and that's what your tourism industry is using to bring tourism to this country. Why are you denying that, honorable members? Let's call a spade a spade. That's a fact. Yes. And the man who has left this country since 255 years ago, and we are making money on him, that person day should be celebrated by this country. In order to showcase, because it's a product for our tourism industry, Honorable Speaker. I want the day to be celebrated, Honorable Member. And the royalties to be paid to the people of Opanyomi. Because all the money they are gathering from on his name, we are not benefiting. We are benefiting from little. Because the hotels and Calabo, they are all receiving just every year. And what we are getting from it, and in fact, the number of guests that are going there also is not even doesn't compensate the number of guests that are coming to the country. So we want to get something, some benefit from that. So that's why we want that to be celebrated, and we want that place to be in Opanyomi. Thank you. We want all the government ministers there, the permanent secretary, the MP, the National Assembly members. Let's all go there for a day on the 5th of July to celebrate this day. Honorable Speaker, yes, I definitely, applaud the honorable members that are acknowledging to what I'm saying just now. Yes, thank you so much. Honorable Speaker, we will thank the government of the day. And not before that, Honorable Speaker, this particular island in Opanyomi, which is Kunta Kinte Island, is under threat because it's getting eroded by the river every day. So I have been saying to the Honorable Minister of Tourism to do everything possible to reclaim and to rescue this particular island. Otherwise, we are going to lose it, Honorable Speaker. The island is an endangered situation right now. It needs an urgent attention to protect it. Otherwise, we will lose it. The $60 million US come to the tourism. Let them use that money to protect this particular island. Honorable Speaker, the jetty is in a deplorable condition. Even to access the island is a problem, Honorable Speaker. The people there need to be supported, and this particular island need to be protected as well. Honorable Speaker, we have to thank the government of the day for providing us with Hakala Road, and also the changing the situation from double surface test into asphalt. For the first time in the history, we have seen a tar road in that particular constituency, and which is almost 86 kilometers. And there's another, added road from that Bakala Johnson going inside. So we thank the minister and his team for really considering us. And at the same time, we want to appeal to him. Let them pressurize the contractor to fast track the work so that they can meet the target. Otherwise, that's a problem because in this dry season, the dust, that these vehicles are, blowing on the highway is just too much. So it's not.
Can I observe you?
Honorable Speaker, and we also have to thank the government for electricity. For the first time in the history, we have electricity in Upper Nyomi, and many villages are enjoying it. And it's really stable, very, very stable than Kombo. Yes, stable than Bakau, stable than Serakunda, even in Banjul. So we have to thank the government for that. And also to thank the ministries responsible as the energy ministry. And we have seen the recent list. The new project coming has included almost all the villages in Upper Nyomi. Almost all, because I have looked at it and pondered. I haven't even seen a single village that is missing out in that list. So I'm very grateful. And I'm hopeful that before next year, August, probably all the villages in Upper Nyomi will have electricity. Thank you so much, the President Energy Minister, the MD of NAWEC, for doing that wonderful job for the people of Upper Nyomi. We are grateful. And we will continue to be grateful to the government. Yes. Honorable Speaker, to water and fisheries and water resource. Yeah, a lot of boreholes have been dug in Upper Nyomi. And the minister said this year that they have sent their request to ADB. As soon as they send the no objection, they will do the infrastructural development of the boreholes. We are praying that everything will materialize, Honorable Minister. We want to see you there in the soonest possible time to continue or to complete your job. And we thank you and your technicians, and even your. That's my number one core responsibility, to lobby for my people. So I will continue to lobby. Yes. So thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for doing that. Honorable Speaker, people have to be religious tolerant. You have schools in this country who are condemning our sisters for putting on hijab to go to school. Honorable Speaker, hijab is compulsory in Islam. Whether you as a woman or a man, you are not advising your wife, your daughters to do it. But those who want to do it, allow them to do it. And let the Minister of Basic and Secondary Education, and not of Higher Education, warn the principals and the masters of the school to stop this. Otherwise, they will bring a problem to the country. Because we are not going to sit to condemn our sisters and our wives, putting on a hijab because they go to school. For what? Honorable Speaker, this is what is happening. And it has nothing to do with education rules, or whatever you may call it. No inclination, no nothing, absolutely. So if you cannot do it, do not stop us from doing it. It's not a problem for somebody putting on hijab, going to school. For what? And this is what is happening. So it should be stopped completely. Because the law made it very clear that we all have right to exercise our religious duties and right, within the spheres of the law. And this, they don't infringe any clause or any provision in our constitution. Put it on hijab. For what? Condemning it. Honorable Speaker, the other thing I want to talk about is the agriculture. Honorable Speaker, to recover from COVID-19 and this Ukraine war, I think the government has to put more resource and effort into agriculture. Because Ukraine war taught America and Europe something, that depending on fossil fuel is giving them problems. So now they are making a paradigm shift to biofuel. And the biofuel, you use the agricultural products or produce as a raw material. Meaning that there will be competition between the human and industry for the food that are produced from the farm. So the only way out is for us to venture into commercial agricultural production, to provide more food and feed for all the human residents in this country and animals. That's the only way. Honorable Speaker, I humbly submit. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, member for Upper Nyomi. And I give the floor to the member for Lower Nyomi.
Honorable Speaker, fellow National Assembly members, ministers present, security services, good evening to you all. I want to first thank the people of Lower Nyomi, Upper Nyomi, and Jokadu for their warm welcome given to the President and his delegation in the last midday People's Store at Ndumukebe. And I will thank the host village, that is the village of Ndumukebe, for their job well done. I thank them all. I will also pray and thank my mentor, that is the former National Assembly member of my constituency by the name Honorable Jane Qualify, for his guidance and support to me. Honorable Speaker, I will first talk about the use of my constituency. The use of my constituency, they need a stadium for their sporting activities. Looking at Lower Nyomi, there is no mini stadium. They need also a skill center. Looking at the entire Lower Nyomi, there is no skill center. Honorable Speaker, let me move on to health. Health is a major challenge within my constituency of Lower Nyomi. Looking at Lower Nyomi, we have only one district hospital, which is the SL District Hospital. So I'm urging the Ministry of Health to upgrade past community clinic to a health center and equip that clinic with an ambulance for evacuating patients from FAST clinic to SL. I'm also appealing to the Minister of Health to help with a sea ambulance. This I mentioned several times, to be situated at Bara, to be evacuating patients from Bara to the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. This would help patients that are referred on odd hours. This is not only for Lower Nyomi constituency, but the entire North Bank region. Honorable Speaker, on electricity, out of 66 villages in my constituency, only 10 villages partly supplied with electricity. I want the Energy Minister to help with electricity for the following villages. That is from Bolet Bar to Kirjata, all those villages on the highway are without electricity. From Berending to Kernbuguma, all those villages on that highway are without electricity. All the villages in between, they are all without electricity. We definitely need help. Honorable Speaker, now to road network. Road network is another challenge in my beloved constituency of Lower Nyomi. I want the Ministry of Health to help with road networks. I can say there is no road networks, I can say, within Lower Nyomi. I want the ministry to help with a road from Bolet Bar to Kernbuguma via Sambolet, Ndofan, Chise, and Kerwali. Another one from Pasnjagachoy to Chamen, from Amdalai to Kirsanyang via Kirchande, from Sanchimutel to Mishranding, from Sambakala to Sambanjabe, from Sambanjabe to Ndungu Kebe, from Ndungu Kebe to Makabalamane, from Sambakala to Makabalamane via Ndungu Charen, from Amdalai to Tuba Angale, from Tuba Angale to Fafanding, from and the SEU Bere Wuleng, from Bara to Jinak Island, from Bunyadu to Mboletba via Sinchu Aliu, and from Bangali to Fas Jagachoy via Kerwali and Dofan. Honorable Speaker, on agriculture, I want this government to help through the Ministry of Agriculture to help with a tractor for the farmers at my constituency of Lower Nyomi. They really need this tractor to mechanize their agriculture. I want the Ministry of Agriculture too to help the women of Lower Nyomi in their gardens for fencing and water supply for their vegetables. I want also the Ministry of Agriculture to help with fertilizers. That is supply of fertilizer for this coming rainy season with a reasonable price. Definitely, this season, the fertilizer was kind of expensive. Honorable Speaker, water supply. I'm appealing to the government through the Ministry of Water Resources to help with clean drinking water. That is boreholes to so many villages. Boreholes to so many villages. And among those villages who are lack of clean drinking water supply, it's a village called Jinak. Honorable Speaker, looking at Jinak, Jinak is an island. They don't have clean drinking water since colonial days. Jinak, the water they drink, they buy it. The water they cook, they use to cook their meal, they buy it. This is serious. I think Jinak needs urgent help. I'm appealing to the ministry to help them for clean drinking water supply.
Honorable member.
Minister for Water Resources is paying attention to what you are saying.
Okay. Yeah, he seems to be busy.
Honorable Minister for Water Resources.
Um,
The honorable member is, yes, he is.
Yeah, I'm talking about Jinak. Maybe you knew about it. Jinak is an island, as I said. Since colonial days, Jinak did not have clean drinking water supply. They do buy their water to drink, buy water to cook their meals. That is kind of difficult. That is kind of hard. We definitely need urgent help with Jinak. Finally, Honorable Speaker, about this attempted coup, I will join my fellow National Assembly members to condemn this attempted coup that happened last Tuesday, and I hope this is going to be the last, as it is unconstitutional. Honorable Speaker, before taking my seat, I will wish all of you Happy New Year and happy and prosperous New Year in advance. I thank you all, and I beg to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Lower Nyomi. I now give the floor to the member for Lower Salon. Member for Fonyi Bondali. Member for Lower Fuladu West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I also seize this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of the ministers here. And the people of Lower Fuladu are telling the Gambian people that they totally condemned the attempted coup. It is uncalled for, and they believe that the President of the Republic have opened that political landscape for people to come and register their political party and go into the arena. So it was not called for. And on the same day, the people of Lower Fuladu feel so much disappointed with the utterance of, in the names of Mamadou Sabali, for whatsoever, saying that he will unseat the President of the Republic before the local government election. I think this reminds me when the late president was leaving this country. He gave us a word, let President Barrow not to take light with the security of this country. This thing starts long away. If a political party can tell this, the Gambian people that I will make this country ungovernable, on that day, he should start facing the full law, because it is uncalled for. And the trend continues. That's why there was a bill that was brought here. I was the only one who said no to that bill. We know there are certain political parties, they need to be dealt with. They need to be tortured. If you don't torture them, they don't behave very well. And that torture bill must go out so that they will be dealt with very well. And the other issue is, I don't want us to take use of the extensive democracy that we have to undermine our tradition and culture. We need to respect our tradition and culture, because the issue is there are certain laws that we are trying to domesticate. They don't truly reflect the African culture. And we are African. We need to respect our leaders. We need not to be altering words, igniting violence. And then our culture don't accept it, our religions don't accept it, but that happens to be the trend of this country nowadays. I think the president is more than peaceful. He's more than tolerant. I think he should have started showing Gambian people a true color of African culture. I go to the Ministry of Agriculture. We thank you very much. You are an action-oriented man. The people of Lower Fuladu that believe that Jakari Pachar food basket, we went to the ministry. We went to the ministry.
There's point of order. Can we hear the point of order? Member for Woolly is.
Honorable Speaker, Section 21 of the 1997 Constitution states, no person shall be subject to torture or inhuman degrading punishment or other treatment. So that's the constitutional law here. So the honorable member is calling on people to torture other people. That's uncalled for. Can you withdraw that?
Honorable member, you thank you, member for Woolly East. I was consultation with our legal people. Honorable member for Lower Fuladu West, you know, there is law against torture. It's a constitutional provision and it's part of the fundamental laws. So please we avoid making certain statements that might be contrary to the fundamental laws of the land, because this is the lawmaking body, the highest lawmaking institution, or in fact the only lawmaking institution in the country. Please, thank you. You may continue.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think even if I'm going to sponsor a bill of that nature, I am independent to say my opinion. I'm a people representative. You don't know whether my people like that. Because we need to have order. We need to respect one another. And there should be something. I said it in my deliberation.
Honorable member, I have made my ruling on that. Proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. Going back to agriculture, I said the people of Lower Fuladu thank the Minister of Agriculture for being an action-oriented. Jakari Pachar is in a very devastating state for the fact that we expect, and what we want as a short-term plan, the Ministry of Agriculture listening to us. And then we give the plan, they accepted the plan, and they are helping us to execute that plan to ensure that the people of Fuladu can do some farming as soon as possible, to able to have 2 seasons. But notwithstanding, the people of Fuladu are telling the Ministry of Agriculture, we want the president to seek for a service grant. This service grant will hand over the rice field to the Republic of China for them to maintain it for purpose. The rice field, that is the Jakari Pachar project, is at a state that it needs total rehabilitation. The water canals, the topography of the land, and even the road linking to the rice field. So we are just begging for the president to seek for a service grant from the Republic of China. Why China specifically? We had a history of the Chinese when they were in the rice field. A small hectare of, a small plot of land, you will harvest up to 100 bags. And now that is not happening. The projects are there. They bring a lot of seeds, improved varieties. But yet still, we are not getting the production as we want. So we please urge in, because all the Gambian engineers that are given that rice field, look at Sankulekunda, for 4 years, they cannot do any cultivation there. And this was given to Gambian engineers that cannot do the connectivity. And that have even returned the poor shape of. So we are begging, when we see these Gambian engineers there, we are terrified because we know they are going to destroy it. They don't understand it, and they are not doing dividend to it. Because if you look at, sorry to mention, there was a project that was given there called Green Impact. NEMA was there. If you know the amount of money that these people are telling us in Jakali Patan, and you come and see the result, it is really sad. And for the Minister of Agriculture, for being an action-oriented, please, the people of Fuladu want the president to look a service grant to make sure that that rice field is completely rehabilitated for production purposes. And then I go back to Ministry of Health. Brikamaba Major Health Center, it's called. We asking the Ministry of Health to upgrade that health facility. If you look at the satellite villages that health center is serving, it's almost to 30,000 people. And if you go there, you will know that that would not be the kind of facility that can serve that community. So we are urging the Ministry of Health to look at Brikamaba. And not also, if you look at going back to other hard-to-reach areas, like in the area of Jeddah, they needed a health facility. Jeddah, Sare Malang, and also Faraba. These are areas that are hard to reach during the rainy season, and they are far away from the main road. So on that note, we are asking the Ministry of Health to see how possible can they help those areas with the issue of health center. Going back to higher education, the then president is champion to be the one that initiated the School of Medicine. That's why we have a lot of doctors. Please, from the Minister of Higher Education, I want my president, President Barrow, to champion the School of Pharmacy that should be built or incorporated in the University of the Gambia so that it can help. Because look at, you have only 30 pharmacists in this country. It's very sad. And only 2 are trained here. So we are begging from the Ministry of Higher Education to ensure that the School of Pharmacy is incorporated in the University of the Gambia. And also, going back to Minister of Sport, there was a contract that was given to build a mini stadium in Fulabantan. The contractor is nowhere to be seen. Work has stopped. We are not informed what is happening. It's very sad. At the extent that we wanted, if the Minister of Youth can provide us with material, the youths are ready to do Tesito to complete the job. But we are not seeing the contractor, and we are not being informed anything. That is really sad. And going back to the Minister of Works, since 1965, we have not benefited from road networks. And that is an area that supports 100%. For every government that comes, we are known to people that we are not known to be opposition. So we plead that the Ministry of Works, please help us with because we have a linkage with customers. And those roads have connected the market, because most of those customer messages are doing their marketing in Brikama, Lumo, Pase. And there is a straight road network that connects up to the customers road. We definitely want for the Minister of Work to see it possible to ensure and help us at least every year, if we can have one bigger road that will help us. Before I close, I would not be fair if I don't talk. You see, politicians, where are the media? Headlines are not drawn because the media is not here. We have the MPs that call themselves social media MP headliners. Let's be realistic. Let's be realistic to ourselves. The media is not here. Where are the headlines that you've been creating all along? Where is the headline? The salary increment, like Honorable Banjul South. When we are working, you are running in Africa, touring all of Africa. Now you are telling people about salary increment. The MPs in provinces, when somebody dies, they go back to the MP. They say, help us take
Point
the
of
funeral.
order, Mr. Speaker.
When
Point
somebody
of order. Member for Loflodo West, there's point of order from the member for Banjul
Order
South.
18, he's misleading the public. I am on official duty. When I go to West Africa, I go to represent my country as mandated by this National Assembly. Let him withdraw that statement. I go to West Africa to represent my country. That is misleading the public. Ask the honorable member to withdraw that statement. It is wrong, misleading, and deceitful. Thank you.
No, that, honorable member, that's not out of order. He's making a point.
No, no, he
Allow me-
said
allow me
when
to-
I go out
Okay,
touring West Africa, I do not go out to tour. I have been traveling all my life and I've been in all continents in this world, but this time I go on representing my nation and I do that dutifully. So let him withdraw that statement. It is wrong, misleading, and I said deceitful. Thank you.
Honorable member for Banjul South, please. I allow you to make your point, and I'm doing my ruling. Please allow me to do that. You rose a point of order, but you are clarifying. You are on a point of clarification. That's not point of order. You are out of order. The member for Lower Florida West, can you please continue?
It is a point of order because it is misleading and I'm trying to bring him to order. Mr. Speaker, can you act without being biased, please?
Member for Lower Florida, proceed.
Thank you very much. I've said we need to be very realistic in what we say, and we must tell the people that we represent. This salary increment that we are talking, we are not saying increase salary of NAMS. This across cutting, we all know that at this point in time, every civil servant is complaining of this salary, the lowest salary. And then for NAMS, I don't know for those in the greater Banjul, but for us in the provinces, if somebody die in the hospital, they come and say, NAM, we want you to take the coffin for us. If somebody is sick, they say pay medical bill. If somebody have naming ceremony, they say everything is put on NAMS. You think NAMS are paid what can suffice them? And then people come here and brass. And then people come here and brass that I am honest, I am this, I am that. When you cannot forgo a single travel for your representation. You always want to move out of this country, look for per diem. And when they come, we see what is happening. So let us not falsify in the public to say we are given fat salary. We are not receiving any fat salary. We are not receiving any fat salary. And let nobody think that you are better than any other person here. No. How many
Point
of
of
us
order,
have
Mr.
seen,
Speaker, point
I
of
want
order.
to bring the down. I want to bring this roof down. I'm
Point
in
of
charge.
order, Mr. Speaker.
There's point of order, honorable member for Lower Florida. The member for Banjul South, can you hear your point of order, please?
Mr. Speaker, no honorable member should speak against any honorable member. I describe myself as honest. Let him describe himself as honest or dishonest.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much for.
Honorable member, the member rose to a point of order, but she is out of order herself.
Out of order. I am
The
saying
member for Lower Fuladu, can you proceed?
Anyway, thank you very much for giving me back the opportunity. So as members, please, let us be serious and let us not brass as one is better than other. Any decision that is made in parliament is unanimously made because it's the majority. And we belong to that majority. So I believe the information that we are filtering out should be very accurate. Even in the international scene, Gambian NAMs have been branded as selfish, as dishonest, all
Order,
because,
point of order.
all because of
Honorable member, honorable member Honorable member for Lower Fuladu, can you withdraw that statement?
Thank you. I withdraw the statement. But this is on social media.
Honorable member for Lower Fuladu, withdraw the statement and proceed.
Thank you very much. I've withdrawn the statement.
But can I observe it?
No, you cannot observe me. Please.
Allow him to land.
Honorable members, can you please address the speaker? Honorable member for Combo South, you are an elderly person here. I am not sure if henceforth I will sanction the members for Opanyomi, Central Badibu, and Wuli East from using Order 32, permissible interruption, because they are fond of interrupting people. I'm not sure whether you would advise me to do that. Now, honorable members, please, let's allow him to proceed. Honorable member for Lower Fuladu, can you please proceed?
Thank you very much. With due respect, I allowed Nyani to observe me.
Thank you very much. Honorable member for Fuladu, regarding the salary increment in which he was talking about, it is not yet passed, and it's not a force. If anyone wishes that you cannot take it, you can humbly rush to account and tell them to deduct it and send it for medication for our hospitals. I think that's the best thing that one can do. Thank
you. And you see, to make our submission very credible. For example, if you want a position, you wanted to be either in authority or whatsoever, if you are moved, don't put the grievance because you don't want to be there. If you don't want to be there, you are sacked. Take it with good faith. You are supposed your time in ECOMAT is finishing.
Point of order.
Move out.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, point of order.
There is point of order. The member for Banjul South, can we hear your point of order, please?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, again, point of order 18. I think this is just disgruntled member. I think talking about one member, I think I shake the grounds in this parliament. When these honorable members stand, they talk about me. Maybe I am exceptional. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, please. Point of order. Yes. I don't think I'm coming. The point of order being raised by order 18 is wrong.
No, wait. Honorable member, the honorable member for Banjul South, please don't abuse the process. Don't abuse the law. This book, the point of order that you are rising to, it's been approved by us. If you know you are not rising to a point of order, you can observe or seek for clarifications. If the member don't allow you, then you allow the process to proceed. During your deliberations, honorable member, please. Honorable member, please. Honorable member, please. Honorable member for Banjul South, please. During your deliberations, you have made a lot of points that others may agree and others may not agree to. But you were allowed to do that based on your constitutional rights and as a representative of the people. And that this honorable member also is making certain statements. Once he's out of order, I will call him to order as I did, and I urge him to withdraw, and he withdrew. Please, let's allow the debate to proceed. The member for Lower Fuladu, can you proceed? And do you... Oh, there's point of order from the member for Wuli East.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, let's look at our standing orders very carefully. It says in 21, discipline and suspension of members. If we look at 21.2, it starts from there. But let me just go up to D and E and F. D is saying, uses unacceptable language which he or she refuses to withdraw And E is saying persistently or willfully refuses to conform with the standing orders. And F is saying persistently or willfully disregards the authority of the speaker. The speaker asked the member to withdraw the torture thing, and he did not withdraw it. Wait, I know, I'm following you. You did not withdraw it. You in fact insisted, and then we continued. Now you come to insult people again. Unacceptable language. You use that also by calling on people dishonest. And you refuse to withdraw that also. And you continue to argue. That is not fair to members. Please.
Honorable member for Woodley East, when he talks about the torture, I asked him to withdraw and he withdrew. Honorable member, please. Honorable member for Woodley East, please. He talks about dishonest members and I asked him to withdraw and he withdrew. And you oppose it. Honorable members, please. Honorable members, please. Honorable member, you raise a very important order, 21A, 21.2, and D. Please, yourself, you are out of order in respect of that order. Please. Honorable member for Lower Fuladu, proceed.
Thank you. When come to the issue of the president, when meet the people's store, we all see how it was done because of the resources that was given, and that is not acceptable. My people want to have a meeting in my constituency, but that was not possible. That's why we feel it was very right to add the amount that that they demand, that is the 10 million. And if possible, we will add more than that because my constituency people want him to come and meet with them. And finally, the issue of the GSM operators. The tariffs are very expensive. Internet is not accessible in most of the communities. I think the minister should work with the GSM operators to ensure that the people of Fuladu and the country at large would access minimal charges on internet and ensure that connection is available everywhere. But finally,
yeah, go ahead, please.
Finally, members, let us not be dictated by social media. Let us not be creating headlines just in discrediting the credibility of this assembly. Things that you know that you don't mean them, do not go and give that interpretation outside. I thank you, all of you. And Tuman, we are together. Yeah. It was parliament.
Thank you, member for Lower Fuladu. And I'm sure the member for Banjul South appreciate that love you've extended to her. I now give the floor to the member for Banjul North.
Like, seriously. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On a very serious note, I will first of all want to seize the opportunity to extend my condolence to the honorable member who always sit right beside me, that is Honorable Baji. May the gentle soul continue to rest in perfect peace. I know it's not easy for him, but let him just take heart and know that this is life. From there, I will want to seize the opportunity before I dwell into my deliberation to thank the people of Banjul North. And also want to seize the same opportunity to send seasoned greetings to them, more particularly the Christian community. I will also want to observe the presence of the executive, that is the ministers and your technical team. I really appreciate you being here because I said it before. it is always very important when talking, you don't talk to yourself, but talk to the relevant authorities that can work hand in glove with you to address issues, which is indeed very important. Honorable Speaker, I have a lot of thematic areas that I want to deliberate on, but I will lay the foundation by starting with education, which is indeed very fundamental as far as our development agenda is concerned, because we cannot say that we want the country to develop when our people are not educated. And with the efforts that I am seeing from both ministries, that is both the local, the basic ministry and the higher education ministry, they are indeed doing well, because a clear manifestation was during the budget session. You can come to realize that what they have presented as far as their budget is concerned cannot be compared to other ministries, meaning they are very focused and they need to keep up the job. But notwithstanding, education should be enhanced in this country. And like the saying goes in Wolof, "Pas lum daw daw, fog nga yoko ko yar." And that is what I am doing right now. The board ministries should make sure that our education system is well enhanced so that we can have a better education system in this country. Honorable Speaker, I will want to talk about health. As we all know, health is indeed very important to all of us, as individuals, as a group, and as a nation. Currently, we have seen development at the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital, which indeed we appreciate. But to be honest, the process is very slow. And we are getting out of patience. As Banjulians, we are still going to Nemban at Bakau to have access to our emergency situations, which we believe right now it is unacceptable, because we have seen so many situations, more particularly putting burden on poor people that are living within the city of Banjul. We have seen situations whereby we have people that will pass away. You have to take them all the way to Ndemban just for the doctor to confirm whether he or she is dead before you can bring him or her to the mortuary, which we believe is uncalled for, and the ministry should put a mechanism. I can see the PS of Health here with us. I am putting this to you through the speaker, that communicate to your minister and tell him that you must come as soon as possible to set up an emergency unit for Banjul. We need it. We cannot wait any longer. And this, we believe, it will help us. And another thing about the health issue in this country, everybody should learn from the recent Aki case that happened in this country. Some of us are still saying that investigation is still going on. Investigation should end now, to be honest. It should end, and we should come up with a solution. I will always say this, and I will keep on saying it. A problem that is not solved is still a problem. But a problem that is solved is no more a problem. And this is the situation we are as Gambians. The law clearly states, when it comes to the MCA Act 2014, Section 50, that we must establish a standard lab for testing of medicine and related products. Why not? It is important for us to do that. Why not? Honorable Speaker, I will further go on to the youth sector, which is indeed very fundamental. Anybody who knows me, you will know that I am indeed a youth advocate, and I will continue to be a youth advocate. Even if I am no more a youth, I will still call myself a Papa Young Boy. And I have reasons for that. Understanding what the young people are going through. And I will just give you a recent scenario that is currently happening in the city of Banjul. That is the NECOF 2022. Honorable Speaker, I will want to urge this Honorable Assembly to start considering the young people. What is budgeting at least 15 million every 2 years for all regions to be given at least $1 million to go and participate in the NECOF, than to allow these young people to struggle with the councils to be given funds? How can they even concentrate during the event? To me, it doesn't make sense. And I wish some of us or all of us attend some of these events that are going on. More particularly, the most important part that has to do with conference. You will see that even young people will not go to the conference because of what? They have other things to do in order to help their fellow young people so that they can have a successful NECOF, which is uncalled for. And I want to urge this assembly, because NECOF is every 2 years. Let's have a special budget of $15 million. We can. It is for the young people. That's where they will come together, have a conference, come up with resolutions that will directly affect their lives, which is indeed very important. Why not? We can do it as honorable members. And I want to seize this opportunity to put it to all of you so that we can consider it come budget session 2023. Honorable Speaker, another important thematic area that I want to discuss has to do with local government, which is indeed very important, because they are the direct representative of the people. And I can remember I asked a question to the Minister of Local Government and Lands about the collaboration with the Ministry and the City Council in terms of stopping the massive construction of warehouses or stores in the residential zone of the city. And I believe he gave a very good answer, but notwithstanding, I also want to see them implement what he has said here. Even though they have started something, it must be in place. They must do something. Banjul is being turned to a ghost city. The honorable member for Banjul South can attest to that. Banjul South, you go there tonight or right now, you see nobody, because there is no residential place there, which I understand. So I believe it is important for an urgent solution for that. Honorable Speaker, it is very sad indeed if I am to stand here and say, in Banjul we encounter what we call shortage of water, access to enough water. And you will be very surprised that our police estate, that is normally called the police lines, our servicemen and women with their families, they go to Kampama school to fetch water. Is that right, honorable members? Because they don't have access to water. And this is happening. So in that regards, I want the relevant authorities, more especially the relevant ministries, to do something about it. More particularly, the ministry that is directly working with them, that is the Ministry of Interior. Try to liaise with your other ministries to see how best you can make them comfortable so that they can better deliver better services in this country. I am very concerned, and my people are very concerned about that. Honorable Speaker, one of the important things that members talk about is the issue of the TRRC recommendation. And I will talk about one component that has to do with the reparation, which is indeed very important. I understand that an allocation was given during the approved budget for 2023 estimate budget of $75 million. I will urge the ministry or ministries responsible to make sure that these funds are given to the victims as early as the first quarter of next year because they are in need. The victims are suffering. The victims are not happy. And we must put smiles on their faces. This is the hard truth, and we must accept it. And we can do it. So I will urge the ministries responsible to do what they're supposed to do next year, first quarter, to reparate all the victims that should receive the reparation package. Honorable Speaker, I believe I will not do justice without joining my honorable colleagues to condemn the alleged coup plot in the country. To me, I describe it as a setback to our democratic trajectory. We must remain resilient and reject any attempt to unconstitutionally, and I make it very clear, unconstitutionally change of government. In that regards, I want us to note something, and that is unconstitutional change of government is not acceptable in a democracy. And this is the hard fact. But notwithstanding, I believe as Gambians, we must come together and see the way forward as far as this country is concerned. And we can only do that if we are sustainably oriented. We must understand the real issues that are happening in our various communities. And we must try by all means to change dreams to realities. That is where we are as Gambians. And in that regards, I will seize the opportunity to inform the General Assembly and also the general public that I am in solidarity with Momodu Sabali. He must be freed, and immediately for that matter. In that regards, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, member for BANJUL North. Unfortunately, the Ministers of Health, Youth and Sports, they are not here, but I'm not sure whether they have this practice of handing over to a minister to oversee. Hence, their permanent secretaries are here. Maybe they may help some technical distance to those ministers if there are any. The member for Sandu?
Can I observe?
Yes, yes, please.
Yeah, I think the practice that if the minister is not here, the technocrat that it peers, they will take all relevant interventions that are mentioned, they take it back, they communicate. Yeah. While the ministers that are here, they can respond to their respective ministries. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. What I wanted to say, because usually sometimes you see a minister stepping in for another minister. I'm not sure if it's been formalized when the minister is traveling for a minister to oversee. But nonetheless, let's proceed. The member for Sandu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I join my colleagues to thank the ministers present here to listen to our concerns and also to take note for further action. May I take this opportunity to extend my condolence to my colleague and the colleague of the House, Honorable Musa Abaji, on the passing of his beloved wife. And I pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala admits her into Jannatul Firdaus al-Aala.
and also to give him strength during this most difficult time. We are with you during this very difficult moment of your life, and we want to tell you that you are not alone in this journey. Moving away from that, my submission today will touch on cross-cutting issues, especially the social aspects affecting my people in Sandu constituency. Among them, road network, electricity, agriculture, health, education are some of the issues that I will touch during my deliberations. I will continue repeating them in every adjournment debate, but and hopefully government takes note of it. And I want to say, recognize that government has taken note of some of the complaints that we have given. Let me go directly to road network first. The Minister of Transport is here with us today. And I want to put it to him that Sandu is one of the most backward in terms of road network. We have issues with roads linking Tuba to Mbaikunda is a key road. And the road from Dar es Salaam passing through Kuankuba to Sarademba up to Naude, very important road that connects almost 30 communities. And they are, especially during the rainy season, find it very difficult to access health centers, markets, and other necessities that they may need to access. So government's intervention is needed for the people living in that area. Another key road is linking Dar es Salaam Seka to Sarekali, Njaibe, Nyankwi, Jagajari is also a key road. And of course, government's intervention is highly needed in that area for our people. A very critical road right now under Tesito construction is the road from Diabugu, Batapa, linking Saregubu, and to the border areas. It's a very critical road, especially during the rainy season. People find it very difficult to access the health center in Diabugu. The road to Changali from the Konkuba Junction to Cheudokunda is very key. And to access the main road, government intervention is needed to alleviate that difficulty that our people are facing in that constituency. Honorable Minister, these roads, if you put them together, their length is less than 50 kilometers. And if these roads are solved for our people, I don't think we will ever come here again in the next 20 years to ask for roads. I trust that you will take note of these things and your ministry will intervene as is expected by the people of Sandu. Electricity. Only 2 villages are electrified from the 60 communities in that constituency. And thanks to the Gambia government, recently the president made a pronunciation that an additional 18 villages will be electrified. And we have seen start of work in some communities. And hopefully before 2026, the whole of Sandu will be electrified. Agriculture is the main source of living in Sandu. And prominent furrows or rice fields are there that if government intervene through mechanized agriculture, we can feed the whole of URA, by extension, the Gambia. Yes. We have rice fields in Changali, Lankadi that needs the intervention of government. In Misira, in Jakaba, in Diabugu, in Kurau, Nyankui, all are rice cultivable lands. And if government intervenes, we'll be able to feed the whole of URA. And we will extend hand to the rest of the Gambia. Minister of Agriculture, your intervention is highly needed by the people of Sandu to alleviate that difficulty. Education. Sandu is a very strategically located constituency. And for that reason, we are requesting the government that after the completion of skill centers being proposed to be built in the southern part of URR, the northern part, the ideal location will be Sandu. I have my reasons. Sandu is located between Same and the 2 Woolies. So if government has to build that very much needed skill center in Sandu, it will be accessed by those in CRR North and also in URR North. So Minister of Higher Education, Sandu is ready to host that skill center, and it will be ideally located for our people. Madrasas. I urge the government, the Minister of Education, to bring together or to talk to the madrasas and bring them under one banner so that government can intervene in whatever support they will need from government. We have brought their attention to ministers several times, but what they give as an answer is, you cannot subvent private schools. And most of these Arabic schools are private, and I will urge the minister to still talk to these schools and bring them under the banner, under the watch of government, so that the teachers there and the students can have the benefits that the conventional schools are enjoying in the country. And also the majalis. You have many daras in Sandu. Government intervention, help is needed for them. There are madrasas, majalises in Sandu, which are hosting more than 200 students, and they are being taken care of by their masters on no cost to their parents. So government intervention will be highly needed in that area. Away from that, health, Sandu has one government health recognized post in Diabugu, and the people of Sandu are calling on government to upgrade the facility to a major health facility. I have talked to some natives of Sandu who are prominent surgeons in the country, and they are ready to offer extra service to go there on weekends to operate on minor issues if government intervene in that area. So I'm urging government to give us that opportunity so that our people can access a better health care in Sandu. Before I go, I want to extend thanks to an NGO called the Gambia Canadian Youth Development Association through their rep in the country, Mr. Haji Drame, and Mr. Lee, who has donated wheelchairs to me for onward distribution in my constituency. I want to thank them, their sponsors, Dimitri, and they are Canadians, and they are helping this, the people of the Gambia through a foundation, which, if not their intervention, it would have been difficult to buy those wheelchairs for people that have been affected by disability. Thank you for coming to the aid of my people, the Gambia Canadian Youth Development Association, and thank you, Mr. Haji Dram. Last but not the least.
Thank you.
2 minutes.
Thank you. Take a seat, please. I now give the floor to the member for Fonyi Bintankaranai.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Speaker. I thank the table office for capturing me perfectly at the latter part. Honorable ministers present here, members of the parliament, security officers, service team of the National Assembly, you are all greeted. Going further, as we took the oath without fear or favor, without begging for relationship or support, we are to articulate as it is. The Honorable Minister of Interior, I am urging you to consider Sibano Police Station for the issue of the vehicle for their patrol, because as we all know, Fonyi is in conflict. As I said, Fonyi is in conflict. It's customers that are in conflict, but customers bordered with Fonyi. So on that note, the police can't patrol in the absence of a vehicle. Electricity, we are in the 21st century. That I need not to tell any minister to supply us with electricity. Every locality, every village in the Gambia should have electricity. That is a human right, a right that they are entitled to. The roads in Fonyi, Bintang, Karanai are dilapidated, and we want the Minister of Construction to look into that matter. I don't know whether the country is tired with the freedom of expression. The system you build is the system that will bring you down. As I said it initially. Wanting to enact laws to restrict communication, to restrict media, to restrict whatsoever is unacceptable and will not be accepted. We are in a democratic country. We have to express ourselves freely without begging for relationship. Coming down to the issue of the press release, I want to tell this August Assembly that Fonyi is part and parcel of this nation. And the people of Fonyi, for long, they have abided by the laws of the land. And to tell you, the Constitution was clear in its view, very, very clear. Section 18, subsection 1, protection of right to life. The Constitution says, and I quote, "No person shall be deprived of his or her life internationally," not internally, internationally. Now, that means not only the Gambia, but we have the other city, and the Constitution have given us that mandate to protect the life of our people internationally. To tell you, the Fonyi is bordered with Kasamas, and Kasamas have been in conflict. Maybe, in fact, before I was born. It's still ongoing. And now, when our people are killed in that area, it is celebrated by members and other ministers, and they take no step towards the issue. They condemn it not. What type of nation do we want to build? I want us to build a nation where people love one another. Like when the Gambia is playing and Gambia happens to win, we all celebrate. I want us to build such a nation. I don't want us to build a nation wherein when we are faulty, we say that this individual is not a Gambian. Because you want to protect your selfish interest. That will not be accepted. Our people, wherever they are, it is our duty to protect them and defend them. Wherever they die, we should be remorseful. But it's so sad for a nation that will reject its citizen. The primary thing that a nation has is its human population. And an individual dying, we can say the nation is losing a lot, especially a young, energetic individual dying. And you have nothing to say except the individual is not a Gambian. With clear documents, processed and everything, still members went on saying that these individuals are not Gambians. What extra thing do you want? Wherein the birth certificate of their parents are produced, still you went on saying they are not Gambians. And even honorable ministers went further to say, we the children of Fonyi want the economic forces here. The true children of Fonyi want economic forces here. It's unaccepted. We want security. Our securities are enough for us. Yes. But foreign soldiers that have come is not allowed for you to use our land to fight the rebels in Casamas. That's led to this. What led to this? Conflict in the borderland. They ran after those that are having timbers until they enter into the rebel zone. That started all this firing. That was when some of our people also were arrested and taken. And Senegalese soldiers were also firing on our soil, which led to this. For the fact that we are seeing all this happening, but the government still want to turn a blind eye towards the realities. Some of the ministers that are saying they are advisors, I don't know their appointment, I doubt their appointment and their competency per se. They want to advise the president on what? On security matter. Are you an expert or the Minister of Defense or Interior to advise the president on such issues? It is a concern and it must be condemned by every Gambian. Billahi wallahi, I swear by Allah, if that child of Sandu is shot, I will condemn it. If the child of Brikama South is shot, I will condemn it. If the child of North Bank is shot, I will condemn it. It is the Gambia I have. And nothing do we have except our citizens. And we are the people that sit in the same class. We are the people that are sitting in the same assembly. We are the people that bury one another. We are the people that attend one another's ceremony or funerals. It's the Gambia we have. At least a nation should have sympathy towards its citizens, especially when we are to bury young, innocent Gambians. We are not telling them to go there, but in fact, the president should have sent delegates to go and greet those families, to extend their condolence to the families. But you say no. Now for them, they can die like dogs. This is why one of the philosophers wrote clearly. He said, when the oppressed, those that are oppressed, when they are given power, they also oppressed. Now you said we oppress you during our government. Now you have the battle. You also want to oppress us. But time will tell. It must come to an end. We, the people of Pony, have been complying with the laws of the land. But you have allowed the Senegalese forces to use our airspace through their drone to fire at our people. And yet that is normal. They came here and we went and buried them. No minister was there. Nobody sent by the government of the Gambia to represent was there. But as you sow, so you will reap. I tell you no lie. This nation we are going to defend. And our people we will defend with our blood and our life, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Let the honorable members and honorable ministers continue on what they are doing, and we will see what the end result will hold for all of us. It's unaccepted. Let us have the Gambia at heart. We don't want the country to be in war, because this is the country where we can become members of parliament. This is the country where we can become ministers. This is the country where we can become ambassadors. This is the country where we can achieve anything. Fellow members of the National Assembly, as we bury young innocent children, tears roll in Foni. The people of Foni mourn, yet they are innocent. Yet they did not commit any crime. The only crime they commit is that Jammeh living and coming within them. That is the only crime they have committed. To be honest, Jammeh is from Foni. But for the fact that Jammeh is from Foni, should we allow foreign soldiers to come here and kill our people? Is that, I want to know, that is the reason as to why we change government or what? I think you change a government to better the situation. But for my people, I will ask the people of Foni to take heart. I will deeply ask the people of Foni to take heart. As I said here, the Gambia is for all of us. To be honest, I am out of words. Because when I was listening to the nominated members, I nearly faint. I nearly faint. For you say you still want the Senegalese soldiers in our soil. Let them continue to kill our people. And the only thing that you can say, they are foreigners. When we have the valid document, national document, whoever wants, we can give it to you. You see it by yourself. Enough is enough. I say it again, enough is enough. Let those that will advise, let them advise. Those that have the nation at heart, let them advise. On that note, I thank the National Assembly for their stand. And for the advice of the President, please, those ministers that are advising you to maintain the economic soldiers in Foni, please fire them. For security reasons, fire them. That is a sincere advice that I'm giving to the President. Because some of those ministers, we doubt their competency. We doubt their area, whether they have those qualifications to be ministers of those respective areas. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Fonyi Bintang Karanai. I now call on the member for Fonyi Bondali to take the floor.
Thank you so much. Sorry. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to seize this opportunity to thank all members of this Honorable House for the tremendous effort done in the final ordinary session of the legislative year 2022. I will want to also thank the people of the Gambia who elected us to mind their business, not ours. And extend my appreciation to the honorable ministers present here. Honorable Speaker, I would like to raise to my submission on the important adjournment debate, beginning with the alarming security issue in my region, Fonyi. Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in requesting for the removal of the Senegalese forces in Fonyi. Honorable Speaker, security is about peaceful mind, not a threat to the people you intend to secure. Fonyi is not a threat to this country. It is a region peacefully and harmoniously coexistent, but the presence of the Senegalese forces in so close to the southern region of Casamance is only arousing bitter emotion and tension across the border. Honorable Speaker, there is already presence of the various military camps of the Gambia Armed Forces in the region, in Kanilai, in Block, and in Kamfenda and Kalaji. Our routine patrols around the border by our domestic military forces that are more than capable of policing our southern border. I therefore hope for a swift removal of the Senegalese forces to allow for sanity in the region. Honorable Speaker, the issue of the road accident continues to be alarming in the country. Very little or none has been done about it. More than 103,000 people die in fatal accidents globally per year. The Gambia, as we are told, registered accidents at the rate of 51.34, ranking us 7th in Africa and 8th in the world. This is quite alarming. Honorable Speaker, what must be the reason for this small country of ours is, Honorable Speaker, until so more force factors are addressed head on.
Honorable Member, are you reading?
No, I'm refreshing.
Please don't read.
Okay. Other factors. There are significant traffic rules in our public transport are available when we address or are not investigated, culprit apprehended. Secondly, the few that are investigated and brought to court hardly are culpable. The few that are investigated, are inadequately punished. Other factors include the Honorable Speaker, I want to switch my attention to the matter affecting my constituency, that's Fonyi Bondali. Sometimes back, the Minister of Health mentioned that there will be a hospital or a health center open in Bulengat in the Fonyi Bondali constituency. Honorable Speaker, I would like to know when will that be, because the area around that in Bambara, Kafenkeng, Bisari, Jendin and the like are all distance from the main highway where the hospital is. Honorable Speaker, moreover, the roads, I want to seize this opportunity to draw the attention of the Minister of Transport, Works and Construction on some of.
Honorable Member, there's point of order by the member for Banjul South.
Point of order 17, D. Member shall not read newspapers or books, and I think that the honorable member is reading.
Point of order sustained. Honorable Member, please stop reading.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The communities of Sare Musa is disconnected from Moyob. The road condition in that area is so bad, even a bicycle cannot go there. You manage. So I'll urge the Minister of Works and Transport to consider us in that area. Honorable Speaker, on environment, since I start fasting, I experienced the hottest Ramadan this year than ever. It was so difficult for many people to fast this year, especially my sons, the fullest. They all ran to Combo to complete their Ramadan here. The cause is the persistent felling down of the trees for charcoal production among the communities around that end. So I'm appealing for the Minister of Environment to help us to regain our forests, which we will welcome. In that regard, I'll also go to the Minister of Agriculture because they have a connection there. Many villages who normally venture into agriculture, during the dry season, they will not have anything to do, but instead will just go to the bush, cut trees, and then venture into charcoal production. So I would like the Minister of Agriculture to intervene so that, the need for people to go to the bush and then cut trees will minimize by providing them with gardens. The places like Nyefi Ba and Nyefinding, Burambang, Jendin, and Bondali Jola, there is a garden, but it needs to be maintenance. And then Bantanjang also had a garden, but it needs to be maintenance. And still the ladies or the women are using the bags to fetch water. Honorable Minister of Agriculture, we need your intervention in these areas. Honorable Speaker, to conclude, I want to urge all of us to continue working together irrespective of party difference for the sake of our country and the people within. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I'll beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Fonyi Bondali. And I recognize the Member for Olyundum and Deputy Majority Leader to take the floor.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Let me first thank you for being so generous. I mean, you've been giving 2 minutes to members here. And I think you will give me 2 minutes when I am done. Honorable Speaker, first let me join my colleagues to vehemently condemn the alleged coup attempt using illegal means or unconstitutional means to overthrow a government, even if it is been alleged, as they said, thinking about overthrowing a democratically elected government, just to think about it, is not right. And I think no sober person should think in that manner. And it is out of order for anybody I mean, to seemingly try to justify the causes of a coup. What we are supposed to do as members and anybody in the public is to condemn. It is an allege. Let's say if this coup, God forbid, succeeded, I am seeing some members will be smiling and some of them will be happy. I know very well. Because I've seen it somewhere. Somebody said this should have succeeded. It means that person did not see the interest of this country. You are only looking at your interests as an individual and what you want to have for yourself. If you hate the president, that is your choice. If you hate the political party, that is your choice. But you cannot support people who wanted to unseat a democratically elected president. You cannot be in line with those people. And I think all of us should condemn that, Honorable Speaker. And no sober individual, nobody should also think a junior officer in the army cannot stage a coup. That is wrong. These are soldiers. Whether you are a junior officer or a senior officer, a coup is a coup. If you attempt to coup, I mean, it is illegal. It is out of order. The law must take its course. And this doesn't stop with the military alone. Any civilian who try to take part in unseating a democratically elected president, I mean, the same route must be taken on you. People must be seen responsible in their utterances as well. No citizen should use the words that have been used by the campaign manager of the United Democratic Party. I mean, it's unfortunate, but that was wrong. And all of us should condemn that. Yes, it's within his remit to sit and then talk about issues, or however he might have meant it, but that was wrong. And that is why we are condemning. The police have the right to call any citizen for questioning. And that's what they are doing. They are not saying this is what he meant as a now, but they are questioning him on his utterances. And I think that is right. That is within the law. Nobody should dispute that. So together we vehemently condemn his utterances as well. It's uncalled for. No citizen should be seen acting in that manner. That is wrong. Honorable Speaker, coming to my constituency, I want to ask the Minister for Works whether they have any plans to have street lights within the Jambanjeli highway. That is a very dangerous route. It's well constructed without street lights. At night, it's always dangerous, especially around Jabang where you have the residential area. I mean, vehicles will ply that route in hundreds. And it's very dangerous. I just wanted to ask him, maybe they have a plan to do something. Perhaps road constructions, especially the Nemakunku Road as well. He said it here before. I just wanted to come back to this because I am very much concerned. This was a promise made by the president, and I think the ministry will take it seriously. The people of Nema are still waiting. Honorable Minister, I want to submit that. Honorable Minister for Lands, chieftaincy issue. Commonwealth is too big. We have only one chief responsible of 3 constituencies. He cannot do it. We have seen gaps in his, the way and the manner he conducts his affairs within that district. I think it's high time for the president to look at avenues to give us our own chief. I mean, all of them wanted to have their own chief, Honorable Minister, and I want to submit that. The coastal road highway from Tabokoto to Old Yundum is another very important route. National Road Authority have not been paying attention to that route. I think the minister, I am submitting it to you. Perhaps you can also help. That road is very important. You have a lot of people residing within the Old Yundum, and the road is not motorable. It's in a very poor state. Would you mind to help us to at least, maintenance that road for the people within that constituency? Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, coming back to the issue again, I mean, most of the members were speaking. I would have loved the member for Busumbala to be here. He was a police officer. He tries to justify the new tactic of the police. I was going to ask him whether when he was a police officer as a prosecutor, was that the way he also prosecute people illegally for just speaking their mind? He should have been here to answer those questions because I think you cannot be a member of parliament having served in the force, and you come to parliament and you want to mislead us. That is illegal. That is wrong. You're going to do that. The police have every right to call anybody for questioning. They will call you. It depends on what you said. If you are right, they will release you. I mean, if you have done something, you have violated the rules, of course they will take the law on you. So as an ex-police officer, I expect him to, to set the record straight. That was going to help members to understand, because he was in the police, he served in the police for so long, he's a prosecutor. People were prosecuted by him. And then we will also submit that those people are prosecuted illegally then, if he is confirming that. So I think that is unnecessary. That should have not been a word from a member of parliament, raising that issue in the chambers. Honorable Speaker. The other issue I wanted to address as well, perhaps, is peace. All of us together, the Gambia is what we have. And irrespective of your tribe, whether you are a Mandinka, Fula, or Jola, you are a Gambian. And this must sink. All of us must understand that Gambia is what we have. We cannot be seen making statements on tribe without any reason. I don't know, because I have not recognized who is a Mandinka, who is a Jola, who is a Fula. All of us are Gambians. Whether you come from Fonyi, or you come from Opanyomi, or you come from Badibu, you are a Gambian. Let us not try to divide the country as if, we are not living within the same space. That is wrong. So members must be seen respecting that. The country is one. We only divide it into regions. And those regions are divided into districts. Those districts are divided into perhaps constituencies or villages. But we all live within Gambia. So we must be seen loving Gambia, defending our country, and not our individual tribes. That is wrong. And I think members will have to understand that, Honorable Speaker. A lot of things have been said here. A lot of things have been said here. And I said it before. No person should be seen defending a corpus. No person should be seen defending anybody who has uttered anything that is seemingly, a word that is going to incite violence within the country. I think we don't have to condone that. So many people, if we're supposed to go by that, we need to start ostracizing a lot of people outside this country, because they don't deserve to live within our society based on their modes of operation and what they do, Honorable Speaker. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I think I vehemently condemn the coup, and I want to submit that the government take full force of the law on anybody who is found wanting. That is the truth. This government has been elected on the 4th of December 2021 in a hard-won election victory. And if anybody is not in support of that, and you are a police officer or you are a military, and you want to be a president in this country, it's better that you remove your uniform and join the politics. If you think you are too good to be a police officer or a military, you want to be a president, join the political party, and then you will be a party leader someday, and then you can become a president. I think that is the best way than trying to overthrow a legitimate government that is in place. Honorable Speaker, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, the member for All Yundum and Deputy Majority Leader. That was it on my list.
You are not on my list. However,
it is confirmed that they wrote my name. Come back.
Honorable Member for Budong Kakunda, you are not on the list. But however, I'm going to give you the floor. Please go ahead and take the floor.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Good evening to all of you. First of all, I want to appreciate and thank all the members of the parliament for the time since in the morning, and also the cabinet ministers who are here. Honorable Speaker, I thank you once again for giving me the floor, but I raised my tag since in the morning. This is why I went to the funeral and came back, just to have my own session. But as far as it is not captured, it's normal, it's okay. But thank you for giving me the floor. First of all, what I just want to say here is about an issue that is very, that is the attempted coup. As far as the Gambia is concerned, the progress there, peace and prosperity of the country, I condemn it. I think we are civilized to entertain such a thing as a country, because all of us are here, because we are all elected to come and represent our people and add value to the development of the country. So, and I think we are all doing that. So anything that has to jeopardize that or stop that, I think we should all condemn it. And it shouldn't be a condemn for one, but anything that has to, that is not good for the country, you just have to accept and be bold, whether you are part of the system or not, you just condemn it. So for that being the case, I just want to, because some of the ministers that I want to address, they are not here, but I must appreciate and thank the Minister of Works and Communication for at least fulfilling the promise he made here in front of the Assembly to start the Bundung-Kakunda Highway, which we really appreciate. But notwithstanding, we are still trying to, see how best we can still work with the contractor so that he can fast track and to have this work done before next rainy season. For that being the case, we are from Bundung, and the people of Bundung send me here. They send me here not to come and compete, but to come here to give them development and also to discuss some of the issues that affects them. So for that being the case, as we all know, Bundung is a friendly community, which I love, and I love the people. But so far, so good. I've been representing Bundung, not as a National Assembly, but since 2013, up to date, there is an issue that we have, and which is the inadequate water supply. And unfortunately, the minister is not here, and I posed this question to him, but I think this is one of the biggest challenges that I have as a representative of the people of Bundung. And I think since 2013 to date, well before that, so a problem of water, if they cannot solve it, I cannot see any seriousness about that. And as far as I'm concerned, last time I said it here, at our community level, we were able to provide water. But the service that we expect from the service provider, that is NAVEC, they are not giving it to us. And I heard some members were saying here, they've been appealing to so many issues regarding their constituencies, and those issues are not addressed. For me, actually, based on the achievement and whatever we did for Bundung, I think this water issue, if it is not addressed, I think I will just resign as a parliamentarian, and I will challenge the people who are concerned
whether they will also do it. Because we are here to fix problems. We are here to find solution to our problems. So if a simple problem, just a pressure, Nawe cannot solve it. I cannot take it from them. So equally, this is a challenge and we must have to address it, and we really need it because Nawek alone, we spend as a community more than $1 million to give water standpipe to so many homes. So why are they treating us like this for almost how many years now? So this is an issue that we want to, put to the minister, and we are willing to collaborate with them to ensure that at least this issue is addressed. Because Bundung is a community that we always love partnership and collaboration. So this is why, just to summarize my submission, all the cabinet ministers expect the people of Bundung through my office, in your offices, based on projects and activities that because we are all partners in development. So the other issue is going to the Minister of Interior. In Bundung, we have youths who volunteer to form themselves into community policing, and they are doing it, and they are doing very well. So we are appealing to the Minister of Interior if they can also see how best they can support this initiative so that it can enhance their operations, because we know the police cannot do it alone, but the community also has a stake in terms of, security as far as the community is concerned. So the other issue here that we want to, submit to the Minister of Fisheries is about, we're talking about youths are not employed. Okay, we have a fishing trawlers that are coming into the Gambia. I think it's high time the ministry to start planning how we can get our own trawlers so that, our own Gambian brothers and sisters can work there so that it can also, generate some kind of revenues for the country. I think this is very important. So in the area of youth and sport, I must thank him also for definitely, coming up with the project at the Mboyo field, which I think Bundung and Serekunda community, we are all pleased and we are very happy. We hope that the project will be finalized as soon as possible, because already we saw the tendering and stuff like that, and it's going to be a standard mini stadium. So we really appreciate that. So the other side of the coin is the health ministry. Yes, we are very happy as far as the Bundung Maternal and Child Hospital is concerned. Definitely, the improvement that is done there, we really appreciate it as a community. Yes, but notwithstanding, we are also appealing if they can also improve other satellite health facilities around, because right now Bundung is overwhelmed with a lot of people. In fact, we did our own assessment, but what we realized, most of the people who are coming there, they are from outside Bundung. So for that being the case, we did an assessment and we asked most of them, they said because of the facility and the friendly environment. Yes, but I think we can do that. Equally, the same hospital right now, there is a private block for labor board block, which is about to be inaugurated. So, but right now, the generator that they have in the hospital cannot, supply the entire capacity of the hospital. So we are appealing to the Minister of Health to look at that so that at least before they inaugurate, they can have full capacity, a generator that can run the whole hospital. Honorable Speaker, in the side of street lighting, the honorable member for Ol Yundum said it. It's part of my discussion that I want to put, because the Jambanjeri Jabang Highway is a standard route. So if you go through there during the night, it's very dark. And I don't even think it's safe for people going around that end. Because last time that Bakau incident, according to, that's where they took the guy to the bush. So I think they need to look at this street light issue. And in fact, it shouldn't just stop within the highways. It should go into our communities. Because so far, so good. There are so many communities who are taking this street light initiative now by themselves. So I think government also need to come and, at least enhance the process so that at least they can achieve as far as crime rate and the brightness of the environment is concerned. Honorable Speaker, during this last rainy season, the people of Bundung around the Farokono end, they really suffered a lot, which was my first time to experience such, because before I was a councillor in another area, but this time around it was very terrible. So, and definitely, I don't want to see my people to go through that, experience again by next year. So I'm calling all the authorities responsible, if we can come together, partner and collaborate with the community, we find a temporal solution. The temporal solution is possible. I understand there is a project that is coming to address that, but that project, I know it will happen, yes, but when? And should we wait till after next year when the rain comes? Because I don't want to see them suffering in those floating and whatever. So what we can do as a community and as a government, we come together and find a solution. Definitely, and we are very willing and committed to that. So on the Ministry of Youth and Sport, I think that ministry is overwhelmed with so many activities. So I am suggesting maybe if we can, at least detach the sports and the youth folk, because sometimes it's very difficult for them to coordinate and, their programs and activities. Because when you talk about youths, we are not only talking about only the youths who are educated, but these ghetto boys also, they are youths. What programs do we have for them so that at least we can have them part of the society so that they can be very useful? I think it's very important. On the side of sports, we only focus on football mainly. That's where our main concentration is. So basically, we have other sporting disciplines, and equally, those sporting disciplines also need to be, enhanced and be promoted so that at least our youths who are involved into those disciplines, they can equally benefit and, feel themselves part of the whole process. So to the public and civil servant, I am just appealing, let's just try to love our country and work for our country with sincerity. Because all of us here, we want to achieve something at the end of the day. So to achieve something, you need to work for that. And by doing that, you have to be very honest, you have to be sincere, and you respect your people. So for that being the case, Honorable Speaker, the few remarks that I have is for us to see each other as brothers and sisters. Sometimes we may have, differences in our opinion, but at the end of the day, we are all one and we are all working together. At the plenary here, we may differ, but what I've observed here, at the committee level, we unite and we all work towards one goal to achieve one common goal, so which I love. So that spirit, we need to, embrace that, we need to encourage that so that we can continue that. Because at the end of the day, whatever happens, we are all representing our people at our constituency, but equally, we are from the same country. So, and also to the local government ministry, I want the local government ministry and the local councils, let them see eye to eye. There shouldn't be competition between them. We should be able to work together so that, at least, because at the local level, we are from the local community. So if they are embraced, we are embraced. So for that being the case, I am encouraging the ministry to work hand in glove with the local government. As the chair, we want to achieve that by trying to bring the councils together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member for Bundunka Kunda. And I hope the Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure take note of the Salaji Forest Park, especially that important road from Sibex to the Jabang Road. That's the water point. That's where, in fact, that's the Salaji Forest Park. And that's a very important intersection that the Ministry of Works should try to construct. Thank you very much. And I think that does it for the honorable members of the National Assembly. And now I wish to invite the honorable ministers here in presence who wishes to reply to issues raised by members during the debate as they relate to their portfolios, beginning with the Minister for Fisheries, Water Resources and National Assembly Matters. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Where do I start? I want to inform this National Assembly that my portfolio includes fisheries, water resources, and National Assembly matters. So I will want to start with the latter, that's the National Assembly matters. And also being a liaison officer, a liaison between the Cabinet and National Assembly. On behalf of my colleagues, I want to, through you, to extend our heartfelt condolences to the National Assembly member for Talending constituency who lost his wife. We pray that may Allah the Almighty grant her Jannatul Firdaus. On this issue of the National Assembly matters, I will, before getting to the Minister of Fisheries, Water Resources, I want to deal with that portfolio. And that is, I want to respond to the member for Bakau, who during his interventions was very bitter with the Minister of Tourism, who he said he had some misunderstanding during question and answer session. It's unfortunate that our colleague is not here because he's not around the BANJUL area. I would not be able to speak for him because I was not around, and I don't know the exact reason for that misunderstanding. But during his intervention, he made some very unpleasant remarks about cabinet ministers and saying that we should respect this National Assembly as if we have no respect for the National Assembly. I don't think that is a very pleasant comment by any honorable member of this House. Both of us have been fortunate to be in the last House, and I cannot remember where, in my presence or to my understanding, that any minister had shown disrespect to the National Assembly. So, on behalf of the entire cabinet, I would condemn that remark and demand an apology as he requested the Minister of Tourism to apologize to the National Assembly. I don't think we are here since morning. When we are asked to come and answer questions, we come. We are given time and we are here on time. And we respond to each and every question and also supplementary questions that are asked in this August Assembly. He talked about ministers also not receiving National Assembly members on approaching them, but rather asking for appointments. I think this is something that is necessary. We are all aware there are three arms of government, that is the executive, the National Assembly, and the judiciary. And each in their own right, with their busy schedule, they have they program themselves. Hopefully, if you come and the minister is free, you can just bump into him and you see him. But if you find him engaged, they ask for an appointment. Just like when you come here, despite you ask us to come here, to come and answer questions and to answer to other concerns that are raised here, you still give us appointment to come. So if you go to a minister and he is indisposable and he asks for an appointment, I think that there's nothing wrong with that. He also even went to say some ministers don't respond to text messages. I don't see any responsible National Assembly member trying to deal with a serious issue through a text message. I don't think those things are necessary for members to start raising those issues between the executive and the National Assembly. We are all partners in trying to develop this country. We are all part of this government. That's why they say it is three arms of the government. We are all part and parcel of the same government. So we should be able to consider each other's position and also not to see that because we are in the House, we have the floor of the House, we use it to use any language on National Assembly, even on ministers. I don't think that's also is called for. So it is a respect that should be mutual. From one side to the other, we should respect each other. We are partners in trying to govern this country. Having said that about that portfolio, I now move on to the maybe the core of my responsibility, that is the water resources aspect of it. I have received some comments and some suggestions from about 4 or 5, 6, 7 other members of the National Assembly. And they all deal with the same matter. So I would want to save time to deal with them together. And that is member of Sabak Sanjak, Nyami Nadankunku, Kian West, member for Nyani, Brikama South, Opanyomi, and the member for Lower Nyomi. I have just said here in response to a question asked in this house yesterday that we had 103 bores drilled throughout the country. That's 103 already drilled. The 31 is still outstanding. And another 27 from JICA, that is 130 already. The JICA ones have been installed, and we have just submitted evaluated tenders to the ADB for no objection, and we are waiting for a response from the donors. And fortunately, when immediately I left the house here, we received communication from one of the donors granting approval to our request in the tune of over $8 million. It must be on the news. But hopefully, as I said here yesterday, before end of December, we will be able to receive all the other communications, and we see if best we can sort out some of the problems in the Badibus, because I think they are so desperate. I'm seeing from Badibu, I'm seeing Kia West. So these are the. I also want to talk about JINAC. JINAC is somewhere, technically I don't have much information about it. I want to be with the technicians to be able to advise properly. Then I will also want to take the issue with the Lower Yomi National Assembly member. But as far as I am told, and I believe that needs laying of a pipe from a far distance, which we, from I don't know which place, but it is the responsibility of government to provide each and every Gambian safe drinking water, and this government is committed to do so. But we also have to understand that while these communities cannot be provided with adequate safe drinking water at once, it has to take a process. And also the Combo Coastal Road, I cannot agree more with the member for Combo South here. What he said is the right thing. We have most of our landing sites in the Combo South, and these are the most busiest landing sites. I want to inform him that almost every week, last communication I had with the ECOWAS Commission was it 3 days ago, on that 51 million euros that we are expecting from the ECOWAS. And fortunately for us now, we have so many Gambians at the senior level of ECOWAS, and they are helping us to pursue these 51 million euros. And we are very hopeful that very soon we will be receiving good news from the ECOWAS headquarters in Abuja. And once we are able to secure those funds, we will engage the people, particularly in the Combo South. These are the people who will be assisting us to putting up policies to be dealing with these church grants. So, Mr. National Assembly member, I agree with you entirely. We have to involve the community. Just as you have said, and I confirm, 2 days ago, I just received somebody from UNIDO, and during our discussions, I told him that these consultancies they undertake for the country are not normally very useful for our needs, because if you go to our archives, mostly you have these stories lying down there because we don't have a local input there. And for me, I want to make it a policy in the ministry that if there is any consultant or any aid package that is coming, we have to involve our Gambian experts, because they are the ones who know what we need. So in that regard, we will be able to get value for the money that we are receiving. There can be grants, but the grants are for the use of the Gambians and not for the experts coming from outside this country, and he agreed with me. Mr. Speaker, I think some of the areas that I took note, and I'm not sure. For the Brikama South, yes, he made mention of some villages. I don't think they are affected by the current programs, but we are trying to develop a new one, and hopefully I will note it down, and we will add it up onto any list that we are coming up with. And I think so far, these are the ones that I remember that were said about the ministry. And if there is nothing else more for clarification. Also, I wanted to say that it is good for members to come here, ask questions, raise issues here, and we will respond to them in the adjournment debates. But it is also important for them to make follow-ups at the level of the ministries. So sometimes we answer questions here, we respond to issues here, and not all the time you remember them. But if you follow it up at the level of the ministry, we will be able to incorporate in our planning. And also that our doors are open. Anytime any member wants to see any minister, you are more than welcome. We will receive you with pleasure. So, as far as I'm concerned, these are the only points that I've taken note. And if there is nothing else from anybody, coming from anybody, I want to take my seat.
Thank you, Minister for Fisheries, Water Resources and National Assembly Matters. And I hope the issue of GINEC, you will treat it with your colleague cabinet as a matter of urgency. Thank you very much. I now invite the Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure. And also the two leaders, majority and minority leaders, maybe you can also work with the office of the clerk, special table office, so that most of these key issues that you requested from ministers and they respond are followed up.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also stand on the existing protocols to send my condolence to the Honorable Member for Latrikunda, Kalindin Kunjang, excuse me, who lost his wife earlier today. And we pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgive all her shortcomings and grant her Jannatul Firdaus. I also thank the Honorable House and all honorable members of this National Assembly for the support given to my ministry in the just ended budget session and the hefty sum that has been at least added to our budget to enable us to deliver more roads and infrastructure for you, even though it was less than what we asked for. But being a resource-constrained country, we really understand. Honorable Speaker, we had a lot of issues with comments on roads. So I just want to box them per region. Just to say that we've just concluded our validation meeting on the roads that will be done for 2023-2024. We are finalizing the list tomorrow with the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and the Ministry of Agriculture, who this time with us.
Technicians. Give them unlimited time. No. Please, honorable members, please don't direct him what to do. Honorable Minister,
yes,
don't respond to their directions.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to finalize our calendar for the road construction tomorrow. Hopefully, we will involve the National Assembly when we are done. But just to give you an idea per region, in URR, for 2023-2024, we are doing 90 kilometers of roads. And for example, in Sandu, we are doing the road that links the main highway to Sara Jamobalo. And then in Wuli West, we are doing the road linking Chamoy Bunda to Limambulu Bambo, which is about 4.2 kilometers. Wuli East, we are doing the Sutukoba to Kolikunda to Welengara, Yare. Then we are doing the Gunjur Koto to Sare Jamu, Sare Kali, Gunjur Kuta, Mano Koto. Then we're going to Barokunda and Chamoy Bunda, which is about 27.4 kilometers. And then we are doing the Basse Loop. And when I talk about Basse Loop, it includes the Manekunda Road going all the way to Damfakunda to Mankamankunda. And we are also doing concrete roads within Basse itself, all the way through the MRC, then linking to Damfakunda to Chamoy, which is about another 17 kilometers. So all in all, for that particular loop alone is 55 kilometers. So for the URR, we are doing 90.6 kilometers for 2023-2024. Now, for the CRR, Nyamina East,
we are doing the road for Dar es Salaam to Sunchu Alaji to Patesam. Then in Same, we are doing the main road to Tabanani. And then in Same alone, we are also doing Lamenkoto to Bani, Yona, then Kunting. And then we are also doing Brikamaba to Boyram to Njoben, Welengaraba, and then Kujeu and Saruja. And we are also doing the Karantaba, Reneru, Tabanani, Demfai, Njaga to Fitufula. And then we are also doing the Jao Loop. Altogether is 63 kilometers for CRR. Now, for North Bank region, Jokadu, we are doing the Kuntaya. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Maybe you were not here during my intervention. The road linking from Choya, I don't know whether your ministry is aware of that road.
We are aware of that
important.
because that particular loop, we were there last 2 weeks. That particular loop is in a very difficult terrain. You have to go through a kind of a tributary. So you have to seal it first, and that is going to be too expensive. So we are putting it in the 2024. Or in case we have the funding from, we have written to 2 other countries. They have promised, but they are not finalized yet. So we've not included. And if we are able to get those funds, those will go to those actually difficult terrains, because you go through some very deep, shallow, areas to backfill and then, concrete, or do some very strong roads, which may be too expensive. That is why we've not included them in the GLF funding. Now, Jokadu, we are doing Kuntaya to Jaisa to Ker Omar Sen, which is 6 kilometers. Lower Nyomi, we are doing Kerjarga or Kerjata to Ndofan, to Kerwali, to the main road, which is another 6 kilometers. And then from the Badibu end, we are doing the main road to Lansar, to Mecca Farafenye, and then back to the main road again. That's another ring. And then Ilyasa, we are doing Ilyasa to Jimansar Ba to Kachang. And then, no, these are all going to be, they are not feeder roads. They are all going to be double surface dressing. We've stopped doing feeder roads across the country. And that is why we are partnering with the Ministry of Agriculture. Ministry of Agriculture will do the feeder roads, and then we will do the sealing. We are not doing feeder roads anymore. They are expensive and they don't last long. So for Badibu again, we are doing Mintekunda to Ker Ado to Njawara, which is 25 kilometers. And then we are doing Yalal Tankonjala to Yona Angale, to Taliyai, Jajari, India to Ilyasa, another 8.6 kilometers. Lower Nyomi, we are doing Fast Manem, Gare to Ndunguchare, which is 9 kilometers. And then Jokadu, again, we are doing Karselen, Kabakoto to Kesewa. It's about 4.7 kilometers. So we are doing 72.2 kilometers, yes, in the Upper Nyomi, yes. We are doing 2.2 kilometers, 72.2 kilometers in the North Bank region. Now the LRR, we are doing 118 kilometers, mainly in the Kabada ends, from Nyoro Jataba all the way to Pakaliba and the loop on the other side. But we are also surveying the road from Bureng Highway all the way to Sutukung, to Barokunda, and then Daslame going all the way to Pakaliba, which is, we hope we can get funding for that, because that also is densely populated. It has to affect a lot of communities and also properties. We may likely not include that in the GLF, but hopefully if we have donor funds, we will include that. Now for West Coast region, You mean?
The extension of our second phase, Kia West, is in
That
the
is
budget.
starting already.
Is in the budget.
That is in the budget. That is, we have the, you have approved for 2 series of budgets for us. The first one is 1.2 billion, which takes care of the existing projects. And then another additional 2 billion for new roads. So the 1.2 is part of the Kiang West extension, which in fact has already started. They've started clearing the extension area last week. And hopefully by end of January, we'll finish with the first phase. For West Coast region, we are doing 189.2 kilometers for West Coast region. And these are the roads that we will do in West Coast. In Foni Kansala, we are doing the Kampanti to Kapa to Balen, which is 4.6 kilometers. In Kombo South, Kombo Central Brikama to Kasakunda, and then also Kasakunda to Nyofele, and then Gunjur to Berending. We're also doing the Nyofele to Gunjur. Brikama to Mandinaring, we've not included it in this one because currently we are discussing with the African Development Bank the $20.5 million that has been given to us. We are going to do a proper feasibility study for that road because it's part of the ECOWAS loop corridor. So we need to do a double lane, a dual carriage for that particular road going all the way from Sting Corner. Then you enter through the Talindins, Latrikundas, and then Lameng. Then you come all the way to Brikama and then Mandinaba all the way to Siliti. So that particular road, we are already talking to few donors or companies that are interested in going into partnership with the government to make it a toll road. So because of this type of standard that it will require as part of the ECOWAS corridor, we've not included it in this one. But we are also doing Farato Bojankunda to Bafloto. We are in Fonyi Bondali, we are doing the Bondali road to Burambang, to Bulanget, to Tibet, and then Kankurang to Bambara. We are also doing the Bondali, Bundakunda to Jorem to Bundakunda again that one is about 3 kilometers. Then Fonyi Bondal again, we are doing Nyampanto, past Chairman, and then all the way to Bulonto. And then Fonyi Jarol, we are doing Arankol Kunda, Kamanka to Kalaji, and then Jongel to Kamamudu, to Kansamba, to Kampasa. Now, in Fonyi Kansala, we are doing the Sangajor Dasilame Road. We are also in Bondali again. We are doing Kalaji, Kambanka, Joram Bunda to Bondali Jola. And then in Kansala again, we are doing Dasilame to Tintimba. And then in the Combo Roads, we are doing Mariamakunda to Yona from Sibex Johnson to Mariamakunda to Yona, and then all the way to Latria. Then you cross the road going through Jambur to Birkama. And then we are also doing Yundum to Tauto, to Daru, to Busumbala, and then Sukuta Jambanjeli Highway. We are also doing Sunchu, Welengara, Kunkujang to Kunkujang Ketaya. We are also doing the Willingara to Abuko Abatua Road, Lamen Babylon to Makumbaya, Tabokoto to Abuko Banjulunding. We are also doing the Jambur, Kunkujam Mariama, going all the way to Tujere. So that will link the Farato Jambur Road. Then we are doing Jiboro Som Farabasutu all the way to the highway. That is the road on from Jiboro all the way to Farabasutu, which is about 14 kilometers. Then we are doing Gunjur, Kunkujang to Jambanjeli Road. This particular road, because it is linked to the road coming from Jabang to Jambanjel, we are maintaining the standard with asphalt and street lights. And currently we are in discussion with an Indian company that is interested in partnering with the government of the Gambia to provide street lights in strategic areas in the Greater Banjul area. So we are currently discussing with some of our funding agencies, especially those that are interested in clean energy, to help fund this particular project.
Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Honourable.
Yes. Sorry, thank you very much. I know the issue of Kappa is addressed, as you have said. Lastly, I've also talked about the issue of Kanfenda down to Tintiba, where currently, the military are using that road for their patrol and training, and it's definitely in a bad condition. So I don't know whether it's also part of the roads, if you could also enlighten us, if possible. Thank you.
No, it is not part of it, but we will help you, level it. Because we prioritize in terms of usage of these roads. Then we are also doing the road coming from Kachume to Gunjur, Kunkujang, Mariama, and then to Sanyang, which is about 13 kilometers. And then Gunjur Highway to the beach side. And then Sanyang Highway, from the Sanyang Highway to the beach side, all of them about 4.5 kilometers. So in all, it's about 189.2 kilometers for West Coast. For Banjul, we are doing the main road connecting to the Ministry of Agriculture's CPU office, which is on off the Marina Parade Road, is about 500 meters. So all in all, we are doing for 2023, 2024, 386 kilometers of roads as provided for in our budget. Now, for the information of the honourable member for Brikama South, this is the good news. We are going to inaugurate.
Honourable Speaker.
Yes.
Honourable Minister. I think we'll try because it's like you have gone around the whole country except KMC. Nothing is mentioned about KMC.
No, the reason why we have not included KMC is because we are currently finalizing the master plan for the Greater Banjul area project. Now, KMC, if we are going to do the roads, is going to be completely different. First, we have to provide drainage facilities. We have to ensure that the services, because you can see that even if you want to do the roads, Nawek pipes are all over, across the road. We have to transfer those services. We have to transfer the services of Gamtel, and it is extremely expensive per kilometer. And now the president has decided that what he has done in Banjul, he wants to do that in KMC. So therefore, it is not going to be a very cheap project. And that is why we call on the Kanifi Municipal Council that if they want to do the roads, they should work with us, because it is not enough just to do a road because you want to do it in KMC. It has to be well done, and also it has to be accompanied by drainage facility to avoid all these problems during the rainy season. The feasibility study for the Greater Banjul Drainage Master Plan is already complete and costed. We are currently talking to the Indian government for the funding, hopefully very soon. But in the meantime, we are talking to the Ministry of Environment so that we can, dredge the canal, in case we are not able to start the project on time before the rainy season for water to flow easily. We are now even going to do the discussions to evaluate, to evaluate the projects, the houses that are closer to the canal, and then, start the compensations, and then, expand the canal for water to flow, so that even if we don't start this project, what we experienced in the last rainy season, we will not have that. Now, for the information of the Brikama South member regarding the market, His Excellency, the President, has announced that he will inaugurate the market and also lay the foundation stone for the complete modernization of the Brikama market. So we are going to start that maybe hopefully before end of February. We will lay the foundation stone of that project, which means that Brikama market will be completely reconstructed. And tomorrow I have a meeting with the chairman of the area council and the governor to start the discussion with the market committee to relocate the vendors at the Brikama market so that by February, when we lay the foundation stone, the market will be completely, pulled down, and then, we bring in a new structure, just like we did in Basse. So, Honorable Speaker, I think
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's what I have.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Minister, can you clarify whether the market should be under the purview of the council or the purview of the executive?
Well, what we will do as a ministry is to build as part, because the 1.2 billion, we want to take 200 million out of that to build the market. So when we build, for us, we provide infrastructure, and maybe when we reach that, we will see how it will be done. But it is for the community anyway, at the end of the day.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, based on your responses, nothing has been allocated for the people of Nyani in terms of road construction. What is our fate?
Your fate is at 2024.
Honorable Minister?
Yes.
Please, Nyani, Lower Salo, Upper Salo, Nyani, I have not heard you talk about those constituencies.
We will include those ones. We know that CRR is big and it has a lot of road stretches that we need to do. Remember, we are tasked to do 1,200 kilometers of roads. So 2024, inshallah, we will concentrate on North Bank region of the Lower Nyomis, the Upper Nyomis, and Jokadu, and also CRR North, CRR South, and mainly KMC area. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Please, observation.
I am not really, your ministry has really gotten a plan. That is, the idea is to go away from federal construction. Yes. And are you aware that the ministry has, under the EU-funded project, federal construction, did some work in URR, particularly in Kantura. Yes. And they promised to put an asphalt concrete on the road. So what is the status quo? Because if not, we will waste of resources.
Yes, all those roads that we put laterite on, definitely we are going to put double surface dressing. The good thing about the URR is that URR, CRR, and parts of LRR, the laterite there is very strong. It can take at least up to 3 years. So from now against our timeline for the 1,200 kilometers, they should be able to withstand the traffic.
Honorable Speaker,
yes.
Honorable Speaker, I want to make a special appeal to you that let them not open a new debate. Let them make follow-up with the minister. Please, please don't bring new elements.
Yes, on boy. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I have heard, thank you very much with your plans and almost most of the roads in the Gambia. But I haven't heard Nyamina West. And there is, our roads are on bad conditions. From Choya, Dankung.
Honorable, once you tell Nyamina West, and yeah.
Just to tell you, just to reconfirm, 2024, we are going to concentrate more on CRR North, CRR South, especially the Nyaminas and Lower Fuladu and Upper Fuladu. So those ones, and also Jokadu, Lower Nyomi, Upper Nyomi. So we will look into that. However, I want to suggest, because when we were doing the compilation of some of these roads, yes, we were in touch with some of you, but some of you also were not in. Normally, maybe we should set a time as Ministry and Parliament to meet, say, in July of this year, for us to look at all the roads, and then, you give us suggestions, and then we can go and compute them and see in terms of priority then that will help us to plan better. And then, we want to appeal that you look at the way the budgeting is done, because it seems the demand for roads is and for a good reason. So we want to appeal for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to ask a question to the Honorable Minister. We are all aware of the congestion in Serekunda to a degree that is no more a safe settlement. Vendors have occupied the footpaths. So I've asked that parliamentary question, and what are your plans to decongest the Serejob Highway?
As part of our efforts to decongest the Serejob Highway is to do as many inside roads as possible, so that those who have nothing to do with that highway will not use that. And that is why KMC is critical, because we need to do a proper master plan for it, so that one, we can deal with the drainage problems, but also the traffic congestion. But as part of our efforts to ensure that we put in a short-term measure, we are doing the route licensing now, so that the complaint that passengers always have that they pay multiple on one route, that will be eliminated, and it will be clearly marked on your vehicle. If you say you are driving Brikama or applying Brikama to say Westfield, it will be there, and you cannot stop anywhere and then say, okay, no, I'm stopping here, and then when people go out of the car, you say another. No, you cannot do that. So your license will be as per the route that you have, and the drivers have already agreed to that. But this will come with a little cost, because right now we are discussing with them on price hikes a little bit, transport fare increases. But if you look at what people are paying right now and what we are discussing with them, is far more lucrative. So we are going to deal with that, and hopefully that will also help in reducing the congestion on the Serejob Avenue, because those drivers and vans that have nothing to do with that particular route in terms of their licensing will not be on that route. Again, but I think also the KMC municipal police should help the ministry in that you have people who always park on the highway. So they make the place a bit congested, and also the people who sell on the roads. That also is a contributing factor to the congestion on that road. And as a ministry, we are not an enforcement agency. We only implement.
I doubt that.
No.
You have asked about Nyanija, so at least you give me. Yeah, because
Honorable Member for Serekunda, please sit down. I'm ruling you out. Honorable Minister, I want to thank you sincerely. And please, Honorable Minister, take note of that very important security is, one of the members talked about Sewak Johnson to Jabang Highway. Thank you very much.
That one is a priority. We are doing it, and we are going to put a big culvert there that will ensure that people will not experience what they have experienced during. Hopefully, before end of the month of February, we will lay the foundation stone for all the roads in the West Coast. So work will start soon.
Thank you very much, Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure. Why I allow members, because you've touched the hearts and minds of every member seated here. They were very happy. Thank you very much. Now I invite the Honorable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable members of the House. I stand on existing protocol to extend my condolence to the Honorable member who lost his wife, Honorable for Talindi constituency. I also want to thank the National Assembly members who took their time to really speak passionately about agriculture. And I think that is very Gambian. And special thanks to the Agriculture Committee, headed by member for Opanyomi, for a budget that was very befitting of the ministry, and we have to thank you very much for that work. I do not intend to answer every single query individually. I plan to lump them up because most of the queries were centered around gardens, fertilizer, and the SECOs. Of course, our honorable member for Badibu Central did declare our season as a failure. So I will start by answering for honorable member for Nyanya. He spoke about access to the furrows, and also he welcomed the price for the groundnuts. Well, we are pleased to announce that the $32,000 per ton is the highest in the sub-region, and I think that is supposed to be commendable. However, we are observing the market dynamics, but so far we haven't had complaints from the farmers, and if they do, we will put them into consideration. The furrow access, I will not give breakdowns, but the project Giraffe is building 200 kilometers together with the Ministry of Works. We do the feeder roads, and they do the tar, that's the two-layer. And this is supposed to help access to the fields, because our 200 kilometers are supposed to be helping the farmers access to fields and markets. So I'm sure a place like Nyanija will be highly considered. And I think it will be good for him to know. Our honorable member for Central Badibu, I'm pleased to inform you that food security is a challenge, but Gambia currently, our food insecurity percentage is 13%, and the average in Africa is 23%. And these are figures that are public, and they can be accessed everywhere. So that means, as bad as it may look or sound to you, we are way better than the average figures for Africa. And that said, the government is investing adequately with the help of the National Assembly, of course, sufficiently to improve our agricultural productivity. I just want to give you some figures that are from our Department of Planning for the most important cereals in this country. Let's say rice. In 2020, this country produced 40,298 tons of rice in 2020. And in 2021, this country produced 41,910 tons of rice. And in 2022, the estimate is 44,889 tons of rice. So that means we have improved over 3,000 tons of rice from 2021 to 2022. Then, if we come to groundnut, which is a very important cash crop in this country, 2021, this country produced 52,507 tons of groundnuts. And in 2022, the estimate is 56,293. So that means we have improved on both rice and groundnut. These records are available at the Department of Planning, Ministry of Agriculture. I do not want to go over every cereal for the sake of time, but these two are the most important, and the figures are showing that there is significant increase. So I think the ministry would not be declaring this year as a year of failure, given the figures that we have. Honorable member for Sabak Sanjal spoke about access to storage facilities. And I think we've said it here before, that an agrology center is being built in Farafenni. And I think he was teasing my brother from Ilyasa. And let them not take it to be their own. No, this is a storage facility for every Gambian farmer. Even if you are from URR, you can store your products there. It is, of course, going to be based in Ilyasa. So Ilyasa are the host. but it is for every Gambian farm. Honorable member for Dankunku spoke about the SECO in Dankunku. There is a new policy at the Ministry of Agriculture, and that is if any SECO is owing GGC, we cannot allow you to be buying or collecting our money. Because the SECO in Dankunku, our record shows they owe $495,000. And they haven't cleared their debt, and that is the reason why they cannot qualify again to operate. However, I'm aware of certain developments in that regard, and I think we will increase our contacts with the committee and improve on a plan to find a way to solve this problem. The Dankunku SECO is a traditional SECO in this country. Dankunku is a major producer of groundnuts, and I think we would not want to lose the market. But SECO managers and SECO committees must be aware also that the government cannot operate on losses. So a policy is if you have a debt at certain numbers, it would not be acceptable to continue because then it will not be profitable. However, I think we had a little side talks earlier. We will find a way. That said, most of the other complaints, I think the MP for Latrikunda spoke about fertilizer and transparency, making sure fertilizer is available before the rainy season. I'm glad to inform him as we speak, there is fertilizer in the Gambia, and I would almost say sufficient for dry season production. And we can almost guarantee him that fertilizer for the 2023 season will be here before the end of March. So that should not be a problem. And at the moment, there is sufficient fertilizer in the country. Brikama South spoke about standalone projects. This is true. The ministry has a lot of project names, and previously the arrangements have been standalone in certain projects. Example, the Roots project. That has caused some problems in implementation. We are aware of this. And the policy in the ministry now, as far as projects are concerned, there shall not be any new project under the Ministry of Agriculture, under our purview, that is going to be a standalone. When we are negotiating, it must be inculcated in the departments and the structures of the ministry. If that is acceptable to the financiers and the donors, whoever they are, that is the way it's going to operate. Because most of these funds, if they are donations, they are donated to the people of the Gambia. So we must decide how it is spent. If they are a loan, it is the Gambian people that are going to pay. So we must be able to decide how it is spent. But a standalone project, as far as we are concerned, it's not going to happen while we are there. So that's just to allay his concern. However, the Roots project was negotiated and signed by the government of the Gambia. Yes, government is a continuity. Today we are there. That is what the government have signed. We are operating in that line. But there will not be a standalone project from now on. Other issues that we have talked about, our honorable member for Combo East spoke about selection of the best nuts for export. I just want to reassure people that we cannot export the best nuts and process the worst to market in this country, because me, you, and him and her may all end up buying that oil. So we cannot expose our people to that. Just to allay his fears that whatever product come out of GGC, it is fit for consumption, is of the best quality, and it must have been approved by food quality and standards. So that is not an operation that I will allow to happen under the Ministry of Agriculture, and whatever product comes from GGC must be safe and is safe. Other issues that came up during the debate included lack of finances for farmers, which is a fact, and that is a banking issue. We just returned from Washington, D.C. as part of the U.S.-Africa Leadership Summit. On the site, we've met very credible people and discussed about the possibility of operating an agricultural bank. And even while we were there, a message has been sent to the governor that this is our intention, and he is very welcoming. So I think this is a process that we will begin soon, knowing that it is absolutely necessary to have an agricultural bank, and we will indulge on the National Assembly to be part of the support when the need arises and if it gets here. Lack of mechanization, access to implements, these are facts, and talks are ongoing for the possibility of establishing a tractor factory in the country. That is to assemble it here, because a lot of the tractors that you can go and buy, but the problem is if there is no plant in this country or there is no maintenance package, you can only use it for a year or two, and you will pack it because of a simple breakdown. That is one of the reasons why we do not allow just buying 50 tractors or 100 tractors and then that's the end of the story, because in a year or two it will break down. So the only thing acceptable for the ministry now is a complete package. That is, you must establish shop in the Gambia, your tractors will be with the farmers, but you must establish a maintenance package. And I think that is something that is in the pipeline. Mainly these were the things that came from the honorable members, and a few other things that I want to add, if permitted by Mr. Honorable Speaker, and that is I heard a lot of people condemn the coup attempt in this country, and at the end of their condemnation, I will hear the word "but," as if there should be a justification for a military coup attempt in this country or anywhere else in Africa or in the world. There should not be a justification. Condemning the coup should be in the strongest possible terms, and there should not be a "but" added to it. It should be clearly condemned and be condemned enough. And also I heard people talking about a draft constitution. This always bogs my mind. I think people need to understand that the constitution that you are referring to as a draft, there was a process and it was a bill that was passed by this National Assembly as to how this constitution that you call draft, how it should begin all the way to the end. And I think it was this National Assembly that ended the process. So
Honorable Speaker,
can you allow him to finish his point? Then you, please, let him finish this point.
And if it was this National Assembly, not this legislature, but this National Assembly ended the process, we respect this National Assembly. And I think you ended the process. So that means there is no draft constitution. If you are looking for another constitution, please, we can work on another constitution. But I think we should stop misleading the public as if the government of the Gambia, under His Excellency President Barrow, is refusing to bring back a draft constitution.
Observation.
There is no draft constitution.
Observation.
Please,
Honorable Minister, I think you are getting it wrong.
Honorable.
The Minister of Justice was here and he confirmed that this is a draft constitution.
Honorable Member for Busumbala, please take your seat. Please, I say when he finishes this point, then we'll, that's what I said.
I want to make it clear that this August gathering or members in this house should not mislead the public and tell them that bring back the draft constitution, or as if there is a draft constitution to bring back. There is no draft constitution to bring back.
Thank you, Minister.
There is no draft constitution.
Observation. Thank you, Minister. Observation. Member for Ponyipin. Member for Busumbala.
Please. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, this draft constitution, Minister of Justice was before us as a committee responsible for constitutional matters and human rights. We engaged him. He is the very one who promised us that this draft constitution would be retabled. That's why we are asking for it. And it's in our right to ask for it.
Thank you, Member.
We are not misleading the public. We are telling the fact.
Thank you, Member.
Then if there is any misinformation, it's from the Minister of Justice, not the members of this House, please. You cannot impute improper motive on members of this House.
Member for BANJUL South.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, Is he the Minister of Agriculture or the Minister of Justice? I think he shouldn't hold brief for any other minister. He should answer for his
Honorable Speaker, there is a long
department.
proceeding going on, please.
Yes.
Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, one thing that the Honorable Minister needs to understand, the bill failed here because of lack of political will. And the President of the Gambia promised the entire nation that Gambia will have a new constitution. So it's our right to demand for a new constitution. Whether in a draft form or not in a draft form, members have right to ask for a new constitution.
Yeah, Law Fladu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I made my deliberation on the Jakali Pachar regarding a service grant, but you have not touched that, and that is a key for the people of the Jakali Pachar and Fuladu. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, you can take 1 minute to wrap up on this draft constitution and then.
Thank you very much.
Then to respond to the Jakari Pachar and wind up.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I am glad to inform the Honorable Member for Lower Fuladu that, as mentioned earlier in our interaction, the rice value chain is supposed to rehabilitate 243 hectares in Jahali Pachar area.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Can we get a point of order, Member for Law?
Honorable Speaker, Order 20, responsibility of Speaker for order. Honorable Speaker, the Speaker in the Assembly and the chairperson in any committee shall be responsible for the observance of the rules of order in the Assembly. Honorable Speaker, member for Banjul South is flooding the order of the Assembly. She's talking all sorts of rubbish. You can't even understand.
He is not withdrawing. Are you the member for Banjul South Web? He is not withdrawing.
Honorable, I am a member of the House. Honorable,
why are you so much particular concern?
Point of order. Point of order.
Honorable Member for Opanyomi. Honorable Member for Opanyomi, please take your seat. The Honorable Member for Banjul South, Member for Opanyomi, your point of order is upheld. Please let's maintain order when members or people are speaking. Honorable Minister, proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable for Lower Fuladu, like I said, the rice value chain did put the advert on the newspaper for the rehabilitation of 243. It was withdrawn because of some design issues that we realized, and the engineers are working on the redesign. And once that is done, the rice value chain, the regional rice value, will put the ad back on the newspaper for tenders to be open, and I think we'll pick it up from there. But that is the plan for Jahali Pachar. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister for Agriculture, thank you very much for responding to those issues. Yes, Member for Banjul South.
Just addressed him as Minister of Agriculture. I'm still waiting for my clarification whether he's standing on brief for the Minister of Justice.
Will reply. It will come tomorrow.
Honorable Member for Banjul South is clarification. You don't expect me to rule on observation or clarification. Thank you very much.
Order only for Banjul South or for the whole?
I now invite the Honorable Minister for Trade, Industry and Regional Integration.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, members of the National Assembly, and my colleagues. I think my memory, I think if it serves me well, I have two salient points to address. One is on the LUMOS, the other one is on prices of essential commodities. So I'll attempt to make sense out of what I know. Firstly, the LUMOS. The honorable member of the Assembly from Central Badibu. Let me start by saying the Ministry of Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment, shortly MOTI, is responsible for promoting the development of domestic trade, and that includes the activities in LUMO centers throughout the country. We are currently working on very important domestic trade strategy, which will guide efforts to promote that domestication of trading amongst ourselves as Gambians, and LUMOS will be the greatest beneficiaries of this strategy when completed. I also want to share with the Assembly that through GAIPA, recently the ministry worked and secured support from partners to formalize the LUMO concept. This will be done by identifying and developing designated sites in the country, and I'll be happy to say this will change the concept of LUMOS being for provinces, and probably think of having LUMOS in Serekunda and Banjul. LUMOS are just the concept of Sunday markets in the West. That strategy will formalize this, will bring it in a package that will come in as an integrated business service center, rather than people coming from all over and just walking into a center and doing business, sometimes in products that are not fit for purpose or substandard. You formalize it, you standardize it, and then you start going after the revenue that you are talking about, because our job is to stimulate economic activity so that the Ministry of Finance can collect the rates. So really, that is the direction we are heading. Those integrated business service centers will offer those participants business services like advice, counseling, coaching, financial literacy. Like, this will be a center within the center where those who are involved in these LUMOS can go in for these services to help improve their performance in the trade. Well, our job is facilitation, and that will also facilitate business-to-business dealings and agreements to help formalize the LUMO concept and system. I also want to share that as recent as August 2022, with GAIPA, which is under MOTI, partners helped support the efforts to lay the foundation, efforts to build a one-stop shop, which the foundation of which was laid in August 2022. And the idea here is, again, supporting this concept, making it more formal. But the good thing about it is that Farafenye Center is a center we can now transfer the informal LUMO to, making it accessible, as you were talking about, the issue of amenities, toilets and water facilities, formalizing or not, making the abattoir formal, and all these things, so that the hygiene factor and all these things are also taken into account. So that is already in progress in Farafenye, and the idea in the ministry is that once this is found to be okay, we will replicate it across the country, to ensure that you have the sites as well, not only the concept, but the sites will also be developed up to Sarengai, and I'm sure my brother will want to see that happen. Genuinely. Good. Given also that these Lumos do a lot of agricultural produce in terms of the trading, even across the borders, the ministry is looking at coming up with what you call agro-poles, which is a concept or a facility, an amenity, an instrument, a tool that helps to promote the development of agricultural value chains. So this will also facilitate the re-engineering services of agricultural production, which will be an advanced level. Now you go to Lumos, you find the veterinary services in a corner, maybe without an office and all that. So we want to have structures where you can even go in and with your cashew nuts, process them, package them on the site, and display them for sale. So it's like the idea is, and we are moving in this direction. Hopefully, very soon this will start. On the issue of prices or commodity prices, I'll try to be brief. I know you don't ask teachers to explain, but this will be brief. Commodities, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, the Gambia is operating in a free market. We encourage liberal trading practices. As a result, it is virtually impossible for government to interfere with the flow of trade. However, government has a responsibility, and my ministry is assigned this responsibility to ensure consumers are protected. And we are doing this through acts of parliament that went through here, the GCCP. We have rules in the Standards Bureau that all speak to the fact that consumers need protection. So balancing between liberalization and ensuring that there is protection is a delicate balance that we have to continue doing. And with your help and the strategies, the policies that we are currently conceiving, muting at the ministry, we hope we'll be able to regulate this environment to ensure people are not exploited, we are giving quality goods, we are not overpriced, but this must be done within an environment that allows trade to flow so that we do not strangle the economy. So, talking about prices in particular, what happened? When people talk about the COVID-19 and the relationship with price, we are not talking about the medical part of it, but the impact of the crisis, the pandemic, on trade, because trade is largely across borders. Products cross borders for people to consume them. As a result, the shocks that resulted from people not traveling for a whole year, people not interacting, people not meeting, had a direct correlation with the movement of goods from one point to the other. And the forces, the economic rules of supply and demand actually prevail. When commodities are scarce, there is a possibility that prices will go up because they are chasing the few dollars that exist. The reverse happens where you have a lot of them. So when it was difficult for even production to take place, movement of goods also was restricted. As a result, prices started going up, and that did not spare the Gambia. Given that we are a net importing country, from the salt we eat to the meat and everything, 90% of it comes from outside. So because we are a net importing country of food for consumption, when movement of commodities is restricted, we have scarcity of commodities, therefore the prices go up, naturally. The other dimension is world trade depends largely on the US dollar. It's not the only international currency, but it is, well, the trusted one, And in times of this nature, they can run out of stock. In countries, even in the United States, inflationary pressures led to their prices going up at some point in double digits. So because we buy all these commodities using the US dollar, at some point we ran out of US dollars in the country. And that led to the inability of importers to bring goods, because when they collect them from vendors outside the country, they are also expected to pay. So if dollars are not available, bringing commodities become a problem. Again, the stock runs down, and then prices start shooting up. That context in our minds, as a ministry, the question was, what strategies did we put in place, and are they working? Firstly, we engage those in the value chain. From the moment the ship docks at the port to the time we consume them in the shops, those players in that space were all invited in segments, and we sat with them, we talked with them, we had very good talks with them. Key amongst this, the clearing agents, the shipping agents, the importers, and we tried to understand what they were spending on, because everything they spend on is transferred to the consumer in the shop. As a result, we wanted to know those things that we can eliminate. We also had talks with the ports. We had talks with the GRA. And the outcome of those discussions helped us to understand the constraints at the port. And one of the strategies we embarked on that worked and had immediate impact was to agree with the port that any time a ship with commodity items arrived in Gambian waters, whatever ship was on the port that was not commodity products was moved out at sea again, and the ships will have immediate berthing to reduce the chances of paying demurrage. So any demurrage paid would be transferred to the consumers immediately. That had an impact. Secondly, there was this dry port that started along the Bond Road, and that helped to reduce the containers at the port. At the same time, that had an impact on the offloading of containers from the ships as well, reducing the time that ships spent at the port to offload their stock. So all this had helped to impact. But the greatest one was our strategy to support Gambian businesses, not only Gambianizing it, but indigenous businesses that we are practicing and working within the food value chain. We are supported by government. We encourage them to import more. We supported them to import more, like I said, with the foreign exchange. We supported them because facilitation is our responsibility, for them to get shortcuts to be able to bring these commodities to the country. GGC, with the new name, we are also part of this game, and as a result, that had immediate impact on prices short term. But with the oil, we have been able to sustain that. That I'm sure we have all realized that over a period of about 6 to 7 weeks now, the prices of oils have been kept at a very reasonable, level. Problem with some of the stock. As all this thing was happening, there was noise in the IMF and the World Bank. I shouldn't call it noise. There was information in the World Bank and the IMF about potential economic challenges harder than those in 2022 being envisaged in 2023. Economics, figures and trends and graphs react to good news, they react to bad news. Because 2023 is envisaged to be a bad year, they started responding to that possibility. And countries started restricting export of food from their countries. And because we are not producing, we started having a problem with stock levels going down again. And then prices started shooting up. So here, what I'm trying to share with the National Assembly is that government has done all we could at the moment. What somebody said to me, which is very serious, and I'm sure this assembly will not agree because your deficit will be bigger, is for us to remove all taxes along the value chain. And I said, if we do that, the country is not going to even pay salaries. That is going to be too suicidal to do. We must continue to tax. The reasonable taxes must be maintained. And when I said to him that we are not paying duty on rice, because that again, government has sucked, like we are sucking in many areas through subsidies. This one, the duty also is not being charged on food items.
Honorable Minister, I'm not sure this is what teachers call summarize. You said on this one.
I said, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker. I'm sorry, I thought I was still very brief. I will conclude by saying these measures we have taken are temporal. And as a ministry, we have convinced ourselves that the way forward is to collaborate with the Ministry of Agriculture and encourage support to the smallholder farmers in as much as we will encourage investment. We are the ministry in charge of investment as well. We are in charge of industry. We will encourage investment in agriculture for food self-sufficiency to be realized. We have already engaged him, the minister, and we are planning a meeting, Honorable Speaker. That is the way forward for the Gambia. And if we are able to do that, if we produce, we will not import rice. And that will save us the challenge of looking for foreign currency, looking for everything else. So thank you. I hope I am so detailed that there will be no questions. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister. Yes, this care has allowed me. I have communicated already. Yes, Honorable Minister, we embrace the effort that your ministry is doing, and we are really happy with it. But then I don't know how soon you are engaging the business industry, because despite the liberalization of the market, the peasants, all of us inclusive, we are exploited at this point in time, and the quality at some point has been compromised. The escalating price of the food commodities is on a weekly basis. So, but I think despite the liberalization, the commodities that you have imported previously, before a new consignment comes in, cannot be increased on weekly basis, even well before another consignment comes in. So this is what we are experiencing as citizens. I don't know how you are trying to regulate this despite the liberalization of the market.
Thank you very much, Member for Kiang West. Honorable Speaker, the ministry will be happy to engage with this National Assembly. Remember, you have passed laws. If I say National Assembly, maybe your predecessors. There are laws. We will go back to them, look at what can be tightened, and we'll come back to our committee, our relevant committee, and sit with them and see if there is any trading that we can do to ensure we are more vigilant with the business community without strangling the business environment. We'll come back and work with you, inshallah, if need be. We'll go back to the laws and see if we can do something. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Trade, Industry and Regional Integration. Trade and Employment. Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment. I now invite the Honorable Minister for Defense.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, honorable members of this National Assembly. Allow me also to stand on existing protocols to express our condolences to the Honorable member for Talinding for the demise of his spouse. And we want to express our heartfelt condolences and to pray that Allah will grant her soul in Jannatul Firdaus. It is sad to go through this. Honorable Speaker, let me also apologize. We arrived late this evening. The reasons for that, my humble self and the Honorable Minister of Interior, we were having an emergency National Security Council meeting since in the morning until this evening. Thereafter, I had to go to the GRTS also to make a statement on the recent security developments in the country, which is the alleged coup plot that has affected the entire country. Honorable Speaker, I want to give a situational security updates to honorable members with regards to the alleged coup. But let me take this opportunity to thank all honorable members for their overwhelming support in condemning the alleged coup in the strongest possible terms. The attempt to change the constitutional order of this country by the use of force is unacceptable. And I want to thank the honorable members and the Gambian people for condemning this. Honorable Speaker, if you recall, there was a government press release on this situation that was provided by the government. And on the 22nd, which is on Tuesday, the Gambia Armed Forces arrested 5 members of the armed forces who were linked to this alleged coup. Their names are Lance Corporal Sana Fadera of the Gambian Navy, who was alleged to be the ringleader of the coup, Corporal Mbara Toure of the 1st Infantry Battalion, Yundum, Corporal Ibrahima Sanu of GAF Military Police, Sergeant Jibril Dabo of the Gambian Navy, Corporal Bakari Njai from the State Guards Battalion. There is also ongoing hot pursuit for the remaining 2 members who are currently at large. Their names are Warrant Officer Class 2, Lamin Jadama from the Gambian Navy, and another one by the name Baji, whose name is yet to be fully identified. What happened today during our National Security Council, government had also constituted a joint investigation team to look into the alleged coup plot in accordance with our laws of the Gambia and also in line with internationally best practice. At the moment, I may not be in a position to take questions regarding this alleged coup because the investigation is ongoing, and I want us to allow the investigating team to conclude their investigation. This is what I have to provide in respect of this coup, and answering to the question raised by some members when I arrived. One of the concerns raised was from the Honorable Member for Fonyi Bondali, who was insinuating that the Senegalese economic forces in Fonyi must be removed from Fonyi. Honorable Speaker, my response to the Honorable Member for Fonyi Bondali is to explain that the deployment of the Senegalese forces in Fonyi is as a result of a decision by the authorities of heads of state and government of ECOWAS. I, as a minister, do not have powers to remove the Senegalese economic forces deployed in Fonyi. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member for Fonyi Jarol also...
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Honorable Minister be informed that sovereignty takes precedence at the ECOWAS, and if the country dictates and requests for it, it can be removed. So even though it's a decision of the authorities of the head of state, there is the precedence of sovereignty of the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for BANJUL South. At this moment, that request is not made. I am only responding to the question raised by the Honorable Member for Fonyi Jaro. Thank you. The concerns raised by the Honorable Member for Fonyi Jaro was that those who met their unfortunate death as a result of an alleged drone attack in Senegal, the response to that question is that the intelligence report we received indicated that they were registered with the UNHCR and they had a refugee status. And the incident happened in Senegal and not the Gambia. However, we want to join also in expressing our condolences to the families of the deceased. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. These were some of the questions that I had the chance to take note of, but if there were other questions that were raised before my arrival, Honorable Speaker, I am prepared to give some answers. Thank you.
Councillor.
Yes. 1 minute. Honorable Speaker, thank you, Defense Minister. As you have said, that the intelligence report, ideally, I can also put it to you. You've also asked, which I supplied all the documents concerning the Gambianization, and in this Parliament also, I've shown evidence base of Gambian documents. What would you say to this?
Honorable Speaker, let me rise on a point of order. I'm rising a point of order.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Point of order, please.
Order 13, we are on adjournment debate, for God's sake. We are not on a question and answer session. The ministers are just here to partake on the debate and respond to issues, not to open further debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Point of order upheld. Honorable Member, I was going to say before his point of order that he responded to issues raised, and if you needed further clarifications on probably when he answering your questions, but because in this instance you the honorable members, for whether yourself and Jarol, I don't know who made those assertions, that you talked about those 3 people who lost their life, and the honorable minister told us that they were the incident happened in Casamas, not in the Gambia, and to the charges that they are Gambians. He is telling us that the report asked for government is that they are registered with the United Nations High Commission for Refugees as refugees in the Gambia, and that even though they extended condolences. So I think that does it. The member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker.
Kiang West, please.
Honorable Speaker.
Kiang West, please.
Honorable Minister, the issue that I have raised with respect to the matter that you've talked about in Foni, and was to engage the stakeholders, the community stakeholders in Foni at local level on dialogue so that we can avoid occurrence of such incidents, because this is about the third time such incident will happen where people will lost their life and in the region, and they will claim to be citizens of this country with some evidences. So why not we engage them? That's what was my suggestion during my deliberation on dialogues to negotiate to ensure that we avoid occurrence of such incident.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Kiang West. I fully take note of your submission the last time, and my response to that was I embarked on a countrywide tour, and at some point when we were at LRR, I had to go on another official engagement that did not allow me to complete the rest of my tour. I am planning to continue the tour very soon, and I will also be in the Fonies, and I will also take the opportunity to have a good dialogue with the communities as to the way forward. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Yes.
The member for Willis.
Yes, thank you, Honorable. Honorable Speaker, the last time we had engagement with the Honorable Minister, the issue of creating a security corridor that will alert and alarm the area for the residents of the area to be vigilant, as well as sensitize them and so on. And you said you are in the process. And in my deliberation, I was raising that to know how far that process has gone.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Woolly East. Like I have already mentioned, when I get to Foni, that consultation and engagement will take place, notwithstanding also our deployments in the Foni, the border corridor with the Senegalese Casamance area. We're also getting reports, and also our deployments are also engaging the community to make sure that they are sensitized and also they work hand in hand in this development. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker. Yes.
Yeah, please. I am trying to give each member one opportunity.
No, I raised a question in which he has alluded, engaging as he has alluded. Because when I spoke, he was not around. And some of those pertaining issues, I'm the one who raised those concerns, where I personally have supplied him the documents before the press release. And evidence base are also here.
Honorable Member.
Can I land, please?
No, please. Please sit down. Please.
What is your justification?
No, please. Honorable Member, please sit down.
No, I want you to tell me justification of me sitting down, please.
No.
Can you justify of me sitting down? I want to know why should I sit down?
Because
when I also want to respond to an issue. Because I think this is a showing that the government is running against issues that are very factual. So in so doing, I think we are not expected.
As the Speaker presiding, that under those bases, the authorities that have.
Speaker, can you educate your member to make sure he stop interrupting?
All right.
Can you put your house in order, please?
Okay, Honorable Member, I'm
educate him. Can you educate him, please?
Okay, Honorable
Educate him before I sit down, please.
Yeah, Honorable Member, I'm educating you, please.
Thank you.
Honorable Member, you know, I gave you opportunity, and you were not here. He may not have... no, the issue of the citizenship of those he respond, I will not allow him to go to those issues. The member for Banjul South, right? I saw your tag. Oh, okay. Honorable Minister, the member for Foni Bintang Karanai.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, the issue of citizenship, your intelligence did not produce you with correct evidence. You need to send back the proper intelligence to investigate on the matter.
Honorable member, please take your seat. Please. Honorable Minister, unless if you have any other...
Well, thank you, Honorable Member, for Pony Jarol. Sorry, for Pony Bintang. Well, we also want to respect the reports that we are getting from our intelligence. And that is our position in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Defense. Thank you very much. May I now invite the Minister for Information.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me share protocol with my colleagues and the Honorable House to first and foremost pray for the disease. We understand the Honorable MP for Talending has lost his wife this morning, and may her soul rest in eternal peace. Having said that, I would again join you in registering my condemnation of the alleged attempted coup d'etat, that it is uncalled for, given the level of democratization going on in the country, observed and appreciated internationally everywhere. It is absolutely uncalled for. And on the basis of that, I join the rest of humanity to condemn it in total. I probably would have to respond to only a few concerns, which is an extension of the parliamentary question that we had regarding disinformation. A member had expressed concern about the press release that was done by the government spokesperson, and it is the core mandate of our ministry to ensure that information on government matters are available to the public in timely and in accurate manners. In the light of this, speculations were going on when the incident happened in Fonyi, and the findings, reliable as they were found to be, was the discovery to clarify two important things. One was, where did they die? And the information, reliable information that government had was that they did not die in the Gambian territory. That was one. The other clarification needed at the material time was to confirm their citizenship. And reliable sources have disclosed to us that these have been registered as refugees in the Gambia with UNHCR. And on the basis of this, the press release was done to inform the general public and to supply this information as it was. If there is a conflicting view with evidences, probably it would look for another forum where different evidences will be taken from different sources to determine the weight of each one of them. And the people for whom this had been said were Ibrahim Koli, Alaji Koli, and of course Demba Koli. That aside, there was also concern as to when the ban on the issuance of radio licenses would be put off. I said it here day before yesterday that strategically we are also working to observe the ground, because the sole essence is I think enough information sources and outlets have been created in the Gambia with the proliferation of radio stations everywhere, in all the regions, across all the major towns almost. So that what remains now is to look at ways and means of regularizing them through consultations with PURA as the regulatory authority. So the intention is a temporary intervention, and once it is realized that time has matured for license to continue issuing, we'll surely do it. And it is from every side. This one may not necessarily be an information matter, but somebody also expressed concern. And when the Honorable Minister of Agriculture spoke here, some members had asked whether he was the Attorney General and Minister of Justice. But I just want to clarify also one thing regarding private schools and provision of private school education in the Gambia. We are operating in a capitalist world today, and the inseparable fundamental characteristic about capitalism is private ownership of property. So that there is no system where you will go in a capitalist world without finding property that are privately owned. And it is in the same spirit that they obtain in the Gambia. You cannot exclude private schools from any system. That is the clarification. I hope it will serve. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Minister. Yes. Honorable Minister.
Yes, I have a question for him. Yes,
No,
the minister had.
No question, clarification.
Clarification, rather, sorry.
Response.
Clarification. Boy, are you okay? Yes. Boy, can you put your house in order before I deal with you here?
Boy, Lakawai. Please, once and for all. Let me solve him.
You've edited one thing about the first press release. The press release that you have said. I said the press release that you have said based on the findings that indicated that they have refugee status. Currently, I think you're also here. I have documents of passport, ID cards, and birth certificates. If I may put it to you, what measures would I take to your office to make sure this is also heard by the government as they have did the first press release, if I may be assisted? Thank you.
Thank you for your demand to have that clarification. I think it was already said. I said we have obtained probably from different sources. And given that our evidence are different, is this the right forum to determine the weight of each one of them? That was the question I raised. I don't think the forum in which we are is the right forum to determine the weight of your witness, the weight of your evidence, nor is it the forum to determine the weight of the government witness, evidence. Could you please understand, Honorable Member, that since this is not the right forum, in my opinion, we may not even qualify to talk about it here.
Minister?
I think I understand you very well.
Okay. Sorry. I said as a minister, as I also have this to sue evidence based, what will be your advice in this current situation?
Thank you. I may not have any advice for you because I am not a legal personnel. My core function, the core function of my ministry is to provide information accurate and timely to the Gambian population. And that was what we attempted doing. Thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker,
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. For
Honorable
information.
Speaker, please.
Honorable Minister for information. Thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker, please.
Thank you very much. May I now invite the Honorable Minister for Interior.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just like the Minister of Defense, we came in late due to another engagement. Wish to just tell this Honorable National Assembly that we have a lot of respect for you. If you have any concerns that my ministry should deal with or answer, I will try to answer them. I remember an issue raised by the member for BANJUL Central talking about the security report that we were required to review. A review has been done and is not concluded, so we might not be able to give a fitting response to that. Just to say that the services that security report is offering at the airport is very vital because they supply border management systems. They supply those equipment and also train our immigration officers to be using them. All they are doing is collecting the fees. We discussed the possibility of embedding the fees in the tickets, but it's not possible to do that immediately because tourist flights are coming, they've already been booked, and you cannot embed them in at this point in time. We'll try to do that to reduce, and I would like some members to also note that the fees that we are talking about, $20 for in and out, is the lowest according to information I have in this sub-region. Some have even said Sierra Leone has cancelled this, but it's not true. I also would like to discuss about the issue surrounding people possessing identity documents for the Gambia, who we have already been notified by UNHCR to say they are already registered as refugees. We have no reason to doubt the UNHCR because they have no reason to want to register these people as refugees. If someone goes and registers himself as a refugee and is given a refugee card, there are benefits that they get as a refugee in this country. And because they are getting that and they also have other documents, it is now up to the Ministry of Interior to look into that. We will look into it. If you have documents that they hold pertaining to show that they are Gambians, whilst we also have documents to show that they are refugees, that is a question that we need to look at, not in here, but at the level of the immigration. We will look into it. We as Gambians should be jealously guarding our national documents. People living around the border areas are the ones who host refugees coming in from Casamas. Casamas is like the northern part of Senegal, bordering with us. We have people who, because they live close to the border, can easily cross in and out of the country. They can do that. And because they live in close proximity, obtaining a document where someone attests to the fact that you are a Gambian easily makes you get the document, because that's what people are claiming. We have an MP who stood at the National Assembly in Senegal to say Senegalese are having these documents, Gambian documents. So if they can say that Senegalese are having our national documents, how can you now say they are Gambians? Because they have our documents. Anyway, it is our concern, just like yours. The border area is a concern. When our operatives in that area get reports about movements in and out of the country, because that particular area is very porous, we don't have an official border post there. Citizens cross in and out of the country to that area. We just say to our officials around that place, dealing with especially the Refugee Commission, tell the refugees registered with us. If you declare yourself unsafe in your country of residence and you come into the Gambia and we accept you as a refugee, you are supposed not to go back into that area because in the first instance you declared it unsafe. Now, if you go back there and something happens to you, yes, we are concerned. We are sorry that they go in there and they get killed. Let me just say this. My great-grandfather came from Casamance. My parents are born here. My grandmother, my mom's mom, is from Pakao Mankono. But my mom's dad is from Kanikunda. We have relatives there. Now, is it not like this? That it could be very easy for us having our relative come there and live with me, and I say, okay, he's a Gambian, and he gets it because I attest for him. These sort of things can happen. Unfortunately, some of these people died not in the Gambia, because according to the claims we are getting, they were shot inside Casamance and brought in. We will not send the dead bodies out. We will not. When they come in, they accept them at the hospitals, look at them, and then allow the families to deal with the dead bodies and bury them. Some of us, we are unable to attend to this because I particularly travel. I was in Spain to attend to other duties. We would like to look into that report that we are getting, that these people have Gambian documents, but the people issuing these refugee documents are the UNHCR is international organization for dealing with refugees in this country. This is not the first time we have an influx of people coming in from Casamance into this country. The moment you leave this country and go back into Casamance, if you are registered here as a refugee, you are now trying to say the unsafe situation that you ran away from doesn't exist, you go back. I was living abroad. I have lived with people who have declared themselves as refugees in Europe. They couldn't come back here. Those of them who come back, what they do, they go to Senegal, declare themselves they are visiting Senegal and use Gambian ID to go. They don't use their refugee cards to come in here because they are declared as refugees out of the Gambia. This is a problem we have. I also would like to talk about our friend from Congo South, about our vehicles issues. We are concerned that our police stations mostly do not have vehicles to do the patrols. If we have the resources, we will do that. I wish I could use my own money and buy a vehicle for our policemen and other services to do the patrols. We are happy to have donation of second-hand fire tenders from UK, which we distributed, one in Bajakunda when I opened the station there, and they already had one, and another one goes to Basse, Yarasoma, and Bansa. Fire station. It was inaugurated, and whilst we are doing that, I promised that I was going to assist them through a friend to give them a borehole, which we have now, we can now confirm has been built and is fully operational. We really do not enjoy this exchange between us and our honorable members from the Fonyi side. I am a Jola. Anything that affects the Jola clan affects me.
The Jolas, the people of Fonyi, please.
No, I'm saying I'm Jola. I'm from Fonyi side. I have family there as well. So the issue around that area affects me. It affects me as a Gambian. I do not enjoy seeing you all the time talking about the issue surrounding the removal of economic forces from here. We have explained that before. The mandate of the economic forces in this country is dictated by their arrival here due to the ECOWAS countries bringing their forces in here. And where they post them, it's not up to the host country to decide. It is up to the command. They post them according to, yes, it's not up to us. We don't bring, I went on a peacekeeping mission, and where I'm posted depends on the command. They post me where they want to post me. I cannot decide where I'm going to be. They post you. Yes, we understand your concerns about moving them from there. You have your reasons. We have to respect your reasons, but we unfortunately cannot go through the economic and say, this is where we want your people to be, where we don't want them to be. This is what I have for now, unless there are others. Thank you.
Yes, Central Baribo.
Very much, Honorable Speaker. This is a very serious matter. The Information Minister spoke. The Minister of Interior also spoke about these people who died in Fonyi, and we saw an MP with a document, our national document. You know, an MP is called. I think you need to make an arrangement. You authenticate those documents. How do they get it? You know, are they citizens? Well, this thing needs to be investigated. And we establish the fact we have been crying far too long that our national documents are in the hands of foreigners. So if now, you know, we are not establishing whether those people are Gambians or not, UNHCR say that they registered with them. We have to. You need to get the documents. This will help you to further investigate this issue.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Honorable Minister, please wait. Let me give some this opportunity. The member for Busumbala.
Speaker. Honorable Minister, I just want to be enlightened about your position on this statement that you have made. The Senegalese MP that made mention of Senegal nationals having Gambian ID card. What is your position on that?
Thank you. Honorable Minister, that is a new element he is bringing in. You were responding to issues that were raised here, and it was not raised. And the issue of this document about the 3 who were allegedly shot inside Casamas, the ministers of agriculture, information and defense talks about it, and here we are not in contest of those documents that coming from the honorable member and that of the UNHCR. So those, you may not answer them. Yes, the member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think we have to draw, how to call it, continue on this issue because, these are 2 documents issued from different areas. Let them meet together and talk about it and then see which one was first issued and then we know where we are. My question to the minister is very clear. Here is, he came late though, I raised the issue of all Joshua prisons, all Joshua prisons. I read the issue and I raised it again. Honorable Minister, we are not in, you were late. BANJUL.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Member, for Joshua, because then you have to go into explanation.
No, he was late.
Yeah, that's what.
Now you already raised your concern about your area. Now I'm listening my concern. It's late. When I talk about my area, no matter what time it is, we have to be here.
Honorable Member, please take your seat, please. Please take your seat.
Without my question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, please.
That's your power, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I apologize because he was not here when you were contributing. So please don't bring in new things. Yeah. The member for Fonyi Bintang Karanai.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister of Interior, I want to know between the UNHCR and the national ID, is UNHCR more creditable than your national ID, or is more authentic than your national ID?
Honorable Member, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, I want to thank you unless if you have other issues that you want to respond. Thank you very much. May I now call on the Minister for Environment, Climate Change, Parks, and Wildlife. Minister, please go ahead.
Thank you, honorable members. Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi rajaun. I joined all of us to pray for our darling wife, our sister, auntie, who has joined our ancestors. We pray that the rest be Jannatul Firdausil Ala, and Allah gives sabr to the family and the husband. I have very few, maybe because yesterday I was here. Some members just say that they forgot. I said, Alhamdulillah. The one I had is a simple one, and that's even a concern for my very self. By, I think, Ponye Bondali, concerning the amount of trees that are moving out of our forests. It's a concern. About 2 months ago, the governors, regional governors, 4 regional governors in the regions would attest to this if they are watching, and all the RFOs, that's the regional forest officers, and the regional forest director and my technicians, I had to summon them to an emergency meeting for concern that has been raised on the number of charcoals and of people using this for timber. The good news is, I want to relate to this. The President of the Republic of the Gambia has issued a command for us to ban timber for both export and re-export. And I want to strongly stand to tell you that the political will is more than strong today than ever. So that is going to be maintained. And all strategies has been put in place to make sure that it has been sustained until we are able to establish 2 things: the non-detrimental findings and the legal acquisition findings. And these 2, I don't want to bore you with the technical explanations. It's going to be difficult for us to be able to justify it now, and it requires approval. So it's not going to be in the short run that the Gambia is going to open export and re-export for timber. That said, this is one way to reduce pressure on our forests. We all knew that even with that, our forest was not beefed enough to supply the outflux of these timbers. Most of them that are using it, they are using it for local consumption. But again, I know it's going to reduce the pressure on our forests. We have to join together. When I met the forest officers, my key position is we have to be responsible as citizens of this country, as government officials, as people who are serving the taxpayers. If I want to tell you that fear Allah, I'll be wasting my time. But make sure that you preserve your dignity. If you are entrusted to manage a public office, you have to make sure that you live to expectation. And we all know these timbers that are being cut from the forest or from our bushes, most of us are aware. But we will not condemn, or we will hide them under the pillow because they are family members or they are brothers. And we will start crying foul to blame the government, or blame the minister, or blame the National Assembly, or blame the forest director. Let us support in implementing our laws. If we want to take police officers to manage each and every citizen of this country, it's not workable. We have to be the police officers to make sure that the country moves forward for a sustainable development. That said, every officer has a responsibility. Not because the officer is failing, we have to make excuses. If you cannot serve, we have quite a good number of Gambians who might even have less qualification, but more willing to serve. And we need results, not qualifications. And I made this very clear to all of us, including my very self, that we have to stand firm to support government policies. A ban includes also other indigenous species, but we have seen this disappearing from our forests every day. And we have people who are there, we have alcalas, we have chiefs. What are we doing? You want the minister to go and spend the night in the bush to manage the forest? But we have to accept that there is a problem and we look for solutions. Among these solutions is also to also reduce the pressure on using firewood for cooking. And charcoal is just firewood for cooking. So if you want to ask people not to fell down these trees in case they want to use it for firewood, it's not possible. We have to provide alternatives. And my ministry is closely working towards this as quickly as possible with urgency. The National Assembly member gave a solution even to his query that the Minister of Agriculture needs to provide these women with gardens so that they will have another secondary option to have a sustainable, a socio-economic life. That is exactly what we are going to do. We have to distract them from using the forest as a means of livelihood. And we can only do that if we create them something that they can hold on to as a substitute. And we are having that in mind. The rest assured that we will work towards it is part of the target of our long-term strategy and is also part of the target of our NDC. So we cannot achieve the NDC and the long-term strategy if the forest is depleted in the manner it is. I said it today, we cannot manage the forest as a drunkard going home. One step forward, two steps backwards. We plant trees every rainy season in thousands, and we harvest more than the number that we planted. Is that a solution? It is not. But we have to join hands together. We are getting towards it. Let's be in the same spirit. It is the country that we are all serving together. And as I said, you cannot be the minister and also the forest officer. But again, we want all of us to take responsibility and know that not because you are not the forest officer, as a minister, you don't take responsibility. I take full responsibility. And that's why I am agreeing to the problem that we are losing our forests and we have to do something. And I accept the fact that National Assembly members are also concerned. And I hope you will also join in the advocacy to make sure that you join the hunting and we put everybody to book. Thank you. I want to follow up with the Minister of Fisheries on the Jinaki issue. I just related to him that maybe we didn't closely discuss. I was in a conversation where the President of the Republic raised concern about Jinaki's issue. Their issue is very unique. They are in a settlement where they cannot access pipe running water from other communities. They have to get their own. And whenever you dug a borehole there, it will be salty. But lucky enough, after knowing that the President is concerned, I was engaging with one investor to see whether we can create a solution for this community. Luckily, when I was on my rounds with the UNDP, we went to, I forgot the community, but it's around Sanyang and going towards where you have the fish market and then not Tangier, Batokunku. Yes, so UNDP has a very wonderful facility that has transformed lives of women and is changing the salt water into sweet water. And it is so fresh that even more nice, more enjoyable than even the tap water that we drink. I tasted it. So that was a very wonderful news for Jinaki. And I've engaged them that they already have a plan for Jinaki and they will implement. But I'll follow up with them to make sure that as far as the government is also interested, we'll work with NAWEC because I spoke with NAWEC also, the MD, Nani, and he is ready. If anybody has a plan, investment plan to create solar or anything, they will partner with them and make sure that it becomes a mega investment that is sustainable. So I want to assure you that this plan is already on. It was not discussed in cabinet. That is why Honorable Minister is not informed. But we are already working on it, and I'll follow up with the UNDP to make sure that Jinaki is also part of Gambia and they enjoy the same privilege that other citizens are enjoying. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Yep.
Honorable Minister for Forestry, Environment, Parks and Wildlife. Thank you.
May I now invite the Minister for Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. There were only two questions from Honorable Member for Sandu and Honorable Member for Lower Fuladu. One from Lower Fuladu has to do with coming up with a program on pharmacy at the School of Medicine and Allied Health Sciences at the University of the Gambia, and the other one from Honorable Member for Sandu on coming up with a Tibet Center. Honorable Speaker, we've taken note of the suggestion is part of the plans for the University of the Gambia, especially the School of Medicine, Allied Health Sciences, to now introduce a new program on pharmacy. But just to appeal to this August Assembly, that maybe because of the crisis and there are many priorities, and the budget that was tabled before this assembly was not what was approved. We can understand, but we want to really appeal for next year, the next budget, for us to, for the first time in the history of this country, for higher education to be given the priority that it deserves. Really, if we want to have quality education. I've been saying it with passion, that we have issues on this particular in this particular area, and there's need to really look at it as an investment. Medicine, School of Medicine alone, if we are to do justice, buy the equipment and all that they need, it will consume the entire budget of the University of Gambia, just the School of Medicine and Allied Health Sciences. I did inform this National Assembly through the committee that the payroll of the University of the Gambia is $20 million, just to be able to pay salaries. The subvention maximum is $20 million, and normally, in fact, that is not what is received. It's always around 1 point something. So it means every month, the university have to produce at least $18 million to be able to pay salaries, and salaries alone. So therefore, there's need for an investment. If not, at the end of the day, the same National Assembly will be here asking me to produce something of quality, chairs, tables, and so on. But I was not given that amount to be able to do that. Then the Tibet centers that we said they need to be in our different regions, which is very, very important. And that's sustainable development. That's, I provoke people to say that we will be wasting our time unless we fix this. All developed countries, they address Tibet. For 57 years now, we are yet to produce one, not two, even one homegrown engineer. How can we develop the country when you don't have one? 57 years, since 1965. We feel that we need to do something, action. Hands-on education, that's what develops countries. So we've taken note of the request from Sandu, but right now, the budget that we have did not have anything on that. What we can advise is later for that region for them to use Njulangel as a center for the time being, until such a time that we have resources. Right now, what we are doing, since we don't have it, now we are going on resource mobilization to engage other partners to fix the issues. And the priority now is to roll out the operationalization of Ndeban and Kanilai. Already it is done. Now is the equipment that we are working on with some partners and some little resources we have to be able to do that. And it is, we hope in the coming weeks, we'll see the adverts for the enrollment, for people now to apply. And then from there, now we start going to different regions, depending on the resources we'll be getting here and there from different partners. Thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me. Honorable Minister, thank you so very much. I told them here they went and increased the other Ministry of Agriculture for 40 million, and your ministry was left behind. So don't mind, you are doing your part.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. May I now call upon the Majority Leader and Member for Kantora and the mover of the motion to respond to issues and wind up the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the floor. Since morning, you have 39 members of parliament that contributed extensively to the adjournment debates on the 4th ordinary session of the 6th legislature. Honorable Speaker, before going further, I would equally want to join my colleagues to give a befitting, give unreserved condemnation of the alleged attempted coup on this newly found democracy under His Excellency's administration. Honorable Speaker, unless we forget, but the acts by these junior officers to overthrow the constitutional mandate of elected government is a huge betrayal of trust, is a sabotage, a betrayal of trust and confidence bestowed in them, and a negation to the very oaths they have taken to uphold the sovereignty of this country. It is disheartening, it's disturbing. I equally want to commend, since it has happened, Friends of the Gambia, nationally, internationally, has actually condemned it. I want to thank National Human Rights Council for the condemnation. I equally want to thank my own party for the condemnation. And I await every well-meaning, respectable democratic party in this country to come out in your numbers to condemn without any reservation. We've seen members of parliament condemning, but giving an addendum to the condemnation, say, but there is no justification to a coup d'etat. You must be sincere and honest in your condemnation, or you reserve your comment. But you cannot play the minds of the gallery that I am going to condemn it, but what caused it? What caused what? It's insincerity in your condemnation. And we await every single party in this country to come out in their numbers to make sure they condemn what is really going on in this country. We thank the ECOWAS Commission for coming out boldly to condemn the unconstitutional change of government. We thank the African Union for coming out to make sure that democracy prevails over dictatorship, autocratic regimes in West Africa. Having said that, I also want to equally join my colleagues to add my voice prior before responding. I represent the constituency, that is Kantora constituency. However, because in the interest of time, I will only touch only 2 areas, then respond to issues raised. The constituency I represent is Kantora. We are also really challenged in terms of a road network, that is Kusun, Sami, Via, Garawal, and also issue of electricity. We are aware the agenda for this government by 2025.
Honorable Majority Leader, you are the mover of the motion. You are expected to respond
I understand.
to concern of members.
I understand. I definitely understand. That is why I said laying a foundation the constituency that represents to also utter their concerns. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, I will quickly rose to member of Nyanja constituency. I thank him so much for his position and his unreserved condemnation of the junior officers in the Gambia. He also talked about since independence, his region hasn't been privileged to electricity. I think it's a cause for concern, and the Ministry of Energy will take up that and prioritize their area. Honorable Speaker, he also mentioned about the healthcare system is poor and urged government to make sure that government intervene. It is priority of this government, leaving no one behind, be it remote, hardest areas, to make sure that government intervention is actually reached at your disposal. It is in that spirit government has actually implemented the issue of community ambulance to make sure that primary healthcare system in our various localities are easily addressed. Coming to the Central Badibu, we recognize the condemnation, however, brought some reservations and some issues of silencing the gun by 2030, a protocol for the AU to silence the gun. We are in full support of that. We are really not encouraging any military rule in Africa. Honorable Speaker, he did mention about non-citizens participating in our elections. I think that has been adequately addressed, that you cannot categorize for the fact that people are living in the border end. When they obtain their national ID card, how do you determine them as foreigners? So basically, people who are in possession of these documents, you need to go to court to make sure that you justify these are unconfirmed allegations you are making on them. Honorable Member for Jara Central also talked about the issue of health facility, and I think these are cross-cutting issues that every member that made intervention talks about health facility. And my response to that is that government is committed to make sure that the ordinary Gambian living as far as URR is looked after. We understand the issue of internet connection. Of course, this is a challenge, and we are also trying to challenge the PURA to hold these GSM operators to account. You know, particularly, I don't want to mention GSM operator, but the AfriCell and Coast are getting too much. Even their call charges, they are the most expensive data providers in this country, most expensive in the sub-region. And PURA must take into tax with the poor connectivity and poor communications and disturbing in terms of making calls in this country. PURA need to stand on their toes to make sure they hold them, to make sure efficient and effective service delivery is given to Gambians. Honorable Speaker, it takes me to Fonyi Kansala. Equally, we appreciate the condemnation, and he also counter-condemned the government press release. It's really unfortunate that based on the facts he has, he uses one to condemn. But I want him to understand one thing. Fonyi as a region, the government did not leave Fonyi behind. He did mention about the issue of punishing a particular region because of the political support. That's really misleading and is really unacceptable. Since 2017 to date, under the government of His Excellency has created numerous interventions, regardless of their political support to his government, and which they have been enjoying. Notably is the construction of a high school in Somita, the Ndemban Clinic Rehabilitation Projects, and many other interventions areas Fonyi people are enjoying under this administration. So it's misleading, to say that government is neglecting regions that are not supporting their cause. So I want him to withdraw that. And he also went further by even naming the economic contingents as terror. This is really unacceptable. We have to measure our language as members of parliament, be responsible enough to make sure what you are saying, are based on fact. You cannot come here because you have the latitude to talk to people or to have the mic here and address this August gathering using unqualified words, unmeasured words, in these hollow chambers. How can you categorize economic contingent as terror? It's really unacceptable, and I want, if he's here, he would have to withdraw that uncalculated statement of his. And equally, he needs to understand that if you fail in your campaign promise, you should not also use it as a political, discussion, trying to blindfold the people of Fonyi of a campaign promise that you cannot fulfill, but you have failed them in your quest to come to parliament. Going to Sabak Sanjar, we appreciate the condemnation, and of course, I agree with you about your cold store issues, and I hope the Ilyasa constituency would really receive your people. Kiang East talked about the neglection by the government. He alleged or accused the government for neglecting Kiang. This is really untrue, it's misleading, it's really unfair by the government. The entire Kiang has not been privileged to electricity. It is under His Excellency's government that people of Kiang are enjoying electricity. So it is really uncalled for and unwise and untruth for a member of Kiang constituency saying that this government has neglected them and deprived them from development. These are really untrue. Thanks to the current administration, people of Kiang have seen lights in Kiang. And thanks to this administration, people of Kiang have seen the Kiang Sankandi road construction. So basically, this government, Kiang people owe it to this government, a lot, in terms of giving them back. So this government is known for not really marginalizing any region based on a political affiliation or based on support. So I think the member for Kiang East should join me to make sure that, to congratulate and return gratitude and thanks to the government of the day for providing them with basic amenities.
Majority Leader.
Going to Ilyasa constituency. We appreciate the condemnation
is not
from you, and of course, I am in full support to you that the distances in which students or pupils travel from one school to the other is really far. And there's a policy regarding that no child should trek more than 2 kilometers to access education. So of course, if your people are really going 4 to 5 kilometers to access educational facility, and that should be looked at. I agree with you. Member for Bakau. Well, I think the Honourable Minister have adequately addressed this concern, and he also has vowed to stay away from any other budget engagement of this assembly if his concerns or aspirations, particularly the CDF, are not met. I want to tell you that the CDF currently is under implementation, and some NAMs has even received delivery of their 2022 CDF allocations. And I hope that Office of Clerk will take it up from here to make sure that you get what belongs to you. Thank you. Coming to Jara West, we appreciate the condemnation, and also he made general remarks on the ongoing projects that are actually undergoing his constituency. Thanks and kudos to His Excellency's administration for really bringing your constituency to alive. Member for Nyamed and Kunku, zero electricity in your area, and of course, the issue of SECO selling your farm produce is a challenge. I think the Minister of Agriculture adequately responded to you, and in addition, had some side talks with you. I stand with those submission. Jara is Jimarara. Yeah, I thank you so much for the condemnation, and also praying for our right honorable member Musa Baji for the demise of his wife, and of course the road linking from Kobakunda down to Dembakunda and that stretch is concerned not only to you but the entire people of URR, and I stand with you resolute to make sure that the government pays attention to that. And coming to Jokado constituency, of course, the minister have said that they have really migrated from the issue of feeder roads now to make sure that to bring roads that are motorable, that are also durable for use. And also, of course, the electricity projects that are still on standstill, the Minister of Petroleum is good that you engage him on that so that necessary follow-ups could be made. Nominated member Keba Lang Fofana. I think he didn't really raise any questions for clarification, but it was general concern and comments made in terms of a group called Non-Alliance giving platform to the former president, which is perceived as a threat to our newly found democracy, and strongly condemn such act, and for people to desist from such and make sure that we all nurture the newly found democracy we have. Coming to Lajukunda Savage, we appreciate the condemnation and also elaborate on the review of judgment by the Minister of Local Governments and Land, and also ask for an immediate release of UDP campaign manager. I think if you call yourself a true believer, you cannot condemn what is wrong yesterday and you want to accept it because it affects you. You cannot, any responsible citizen cannot author the utterances Momodu Sabale has made that we are going to make sure that we forcefully, is very wrong. This constitution recognizes only two change of government, through election or this parliament. Where does he base his facts, or where does he base his submission to change government? I condemn the statement in totality, and he should be interrogated. It's a threat to democracy, and it's a threat to the peace and stability in this country.
Majority Leader.
And,
observation.
Because
you are told this issue is under investigation, why are you still elaborating more about it?
Because it affects your campaign manager does not mean that justice should not prevail. Because it's affected the campaign manager does not mean that the law will not take the due course. Nobody is above the law. You either comply by the law or be ready to be consumed by the law. New Jesuan constituency, we appreciate the condemnation of the coup d'etat, and of course, I was residing in your constituency. I have seen the poor road networks that we suffer, so many potholes, and I stand with you in solidarity to make sure that the people of Joshua's life are uplifted. Of course, the high cost of living has been adequately addressed by the Minister of Faith, that these are forces of demand and supply, and Gambia as a liberal economy does not or should not be seen interfering in the market price of the country, of the economy rather. Fonyi Jarol talks about the government discriminating. These are wrong accusations and then fallacies. You cannot say the government has really discriminated the region. We can count more than 6-7 projects that under this administration, the Fonyi people are enjoying. So do not come here and play with the gallery that your regions have been marginalized. These are untruths, misleading, and uncalled for. Brikama South. I recognize is a condemnation, and also the issue of the border issues, land compensation not met, poor road networks, agri-budget reduction. It is not a reduction in agri-budgets. You cannot look at agricultural budget, you say it's been reduced. You don't analyze budget based on JLS component alone. I think he should know much. As a member of parliament serving second term, you quantify budget based on the JLF component and loans and grant in totality. To understand, loans are monies that are going to be injected there. Grants are money that are going to be injected there. So you don't look at agricultural budget with a myopic lens that the JLF component, there's a reduction. But in totality, it's one of the most funded subsector in the country. So basically, I think these are misleading. No particular member of parliament who analyze budget in isolation to the grants and loan. Member for Combo East. Yes, it's important for a food commodity to be tested. And Bontong, Tunjina WAF problems. And yes, I think the Minister of have adequately agreed with you in totality. And I encourage the government to really look into those plights. Coming to Nyani. Thank you so much for the condemnation of the unconstitutional seizure of power, attempted unconstitutional seizure of power. And we also appreciate for the fact that you represent your people by bringing their problem, that is poor network, the traffic congestions, and issue of SIG schools improvement grants. I think these are issues that the select committees in their role out there to really make sure that they go to schools and look at these SIG that have been approved by this assembly to understand or to quantify or to even conduct that oversight function to know the status quo on its implementation, whether has it been used for the purpose it was meant for or not. Kian West. Budget implementation to be in line with the policy and program. Of course, unless if you don't really understand how budget is being drafted.
I understand. I was not asking for anybody to enlighten me. I was asking the minister to monitor that.
Budget implementations to be in line with the policies. I want to enlighten the member of parliament that
You don't know it better than me, honorable member. I know it better than you. You don't know it better than me.
I can school you.
You are trying to dictate members. That's not good. You don't know it better than me.
Point of order. Point of order. No point of order.
Order.
I'm still on order.
Order.
Please don't dictate members.
Speaker,
that's not correct. You cannot teach me. He cannot enlighten me.
Please. Order.
Point of order.
Point of order. Point of order.
Honorable Speaker,
Order.
I'm my toes.
Order. Order. Please. Order.
Order 130.
Member for the majority
Order
member for
130.
majority member for Kantora, please sit down. Honorable member for Central Badibu, sit down.
Point of
Please sit down, honorable member for Central Badibu.
Point of
Honorable member for Central Badibu, put off your mic. Honorable member for Kiang West, please, if you want to speak, raise your tag. If you allow, you proceed. If you are not allowed,
Speaker,
please.
I'm very sorry. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable member for...
Point of order. Point of. Thank you.
Okay, there's a point of order. Can we hear the point of order?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Order 130. Responsibilities of members of the Assembly. A. All members shall maintain the dignity of the Assembly both during the sitting of the Assembly and in their acts and activities outside the Assembly. Behave yourself, please.
Order, friend. Please, can you put the member through?
Honorable member for
That's
Central...
a wrong. That's a wrong. No. Point of order citing.
Majority leader, please sit down. Honorable member for Central Badibu, you are out of order.
Yes. Honorable Kian West, the budget is tailored in a program-based budgeting. So basically, every input must correspond to a program given to you. That's why ministers go bilateral. And we understand the issue of killing in Fonyi. Yes, it has been addressed. Water problem, drainage system in the roads to avoid flood in Kiang. Of course, our government is committed, ever willing, to make sure that we don't construct road because of road construction sake. We construct road holistically to incorporate the drainage systems in our road construction. That is why the Minister of Works and Construction did reiterate in this August Assembly that there is a master plan for KMC to make sure that it incorporates both the drainage and the traffic jam. So basically, I think that is for you. Willie is strengthening monitoring. Willie is strengthening monitoring and evaluation. Agri projects, and also we appreciate the condemnation of the coup in a most strong possible term. And I think the minister has allayed your fears in terms of the agri projects. And of course, I cannot agree with you more that we need strong institution. And any attempt to really weaken our institution, all and sundry, to stand resolute to fight against those unjust causes. And it's in that spirit you've stood as a member of Woolley, is representing the people of Woolley, to condemn the sabotage, the betrayal of trust by junior officers. I thank you so much for that. Coming to Serekunda, we appreciate the condemnation, and you have raised issue of the mental health issues and no attention to the development of Serekunda constituency. But rest assured, under our government, there is a master plan been drawn, as the minister has informed you, to make sure that development of Serekunda is a priority to this government. Lower Badibu constituency, we appreciate the condemnation, and also your concerns has also been adequately addressed by the minister. Issue of water problem, no good road network, more investment into the agricultural sector. Of course, I am a big believer and a champion for government investing in productive sector of economy to make sure that the issue of starvation and hunger could be addressed. history has made it clear that we cannot depend on only importation of goods. If we want to serious as a nation to make sure that we control, we determine, and manage our prices, we must be in control of our food basket. You cannot dictate a price of bags of rice coming from Brazil and other country into your country. If you want to really dictate the price, you grow your own rice. Yeah, Combo South, direct resource to social sectors, of course. That's my my belief. Storage facilities to market, deviation of funds to other areas, security improvement needed in Combo South, I agree, and land issue in Combo South, of course. These are issues that I cannot agree with you more. Coming to Basek constituency, we appreciate the condemnation in totality and also the issue of electricity and port road network. You see, it's because of the meager resources we have. If no, there is no government that drives pleasure or joy in seeing your people that you govern suffering. Left to this government, if we have the resources, there will be no road untouched in this country to make sure that we touch every life in this country. So, depending on the resources available, hopefully these challenges will be a thing of the past. And I think we have to recognize and also commend the Minister of Works and Construction. In the spirit, they are addressing the road issue in this country. It's clearly stated that government priority, you could sense it in the way, in manner in which we are implementing our programs. This government believes that development starts from infrastructure. Without infrastructure, forget about any development. Issue of access to market, issue of access to health centers. The key issue to address right now currently is infrastructure. And that is the focus of the government, and I appreciate the move in the right direction. Nyamina West. Also appreciate the condemnation and also, of course, I think you are also supporting those poor network in your area, upgrading of Namaba Health Center, and also tank water resources for providing, of course, free boreholes in the community. I equally join you to make sure that we thank the ministry for providing boreholes for your community. BANJUL South. Oh, she's gone. Thank you for the condemnation. And she also talked about the health facility and also Lehman Streets, the budget allocations to upkeep of State House and Meet the People's Store. And, you know, I think, Member of Parliament, we need to understand, this is a constitutional provision that the president once in a year should go and meet people. And that cannot be micromanaged. We must help him to adequately resource him for him to go and meet the people you represent. Maybe they might be seeing your face monthly, weekly, or daily. But these are poor people at the hinterland. These are people in the rural Gambia that set their eyes on the president once every year. And there should be the political will on our side to make sure we encourage the president and help in fulfilling a constitutional mandate. That is, at least once in a year, for people also to have an avenue, the opportunity to set their eyes on him and put their concerns to His Excellency, who is steering the affairs of the country. Member of Fatumata K. Jawara, of course, we appreciate your unreserved condemnation of the junior officers in terms of attempted coup that happened here. And also, I agree with you in total, your submissions that you've made. BANJUL Central, we also appreciate the condemnation. Security port, I think we need to understand, before really going against the policy, you need to understand the mindset of the legislatures or the mindset of government in terms of coming with a policy. The policy here is not really bad. The policy sought to give a surveillance mechanism to government, providing government adequate information about travelers, so that any traveler coming into a country, you would have a prior knowledge about the persons that might not really necessarily bring an impose threat or that might cause threats to your country. So it's a way of exchanging information to the receiving state and sending state. So it is important that government is abreast. Government is always equipped with information of travelers. However, the issue of the monetary aspects could be looked at. But the idea is really brilliant. It's about combating terrorism and also terrorist attacks in our countries. Oh yeah, I agree with you about SSR policy. It's something that needs to be given the public for us to look at it and debate. And of course, there's need for the differently able people to be given the required attention they need, because we don't know. We are here today healthy. Tomorrow, no one knows where you're gonna be. You could be also a part of this differently able. So I think it's good that we give attention to them and remove the stereotype, sort of, on the differently able people. Don't see them as beggars. They are differently able not because of their own making, but because of God's creation. So we must be human. There is difference between human and being humane. So basically, I think it's high time for government in their infrastructures, in their buildings, to cater for differently able persons. The struggle they are undergoing during rainy season and vis-a-vis school areas should really be looked at. I agree with you in totality. Busumbala constituency. Well, I think it's been informed that there is no new draft constitution, and it's misleading to say that government bring back that. And
that's misleading. There's a draft constitution. I'm not saying new draft. I said draft constitution.
Honorable member for Busumbala.
Busumbala, please, you have to respect the chair. Respect the chair.
Honorable member for Busumbala.
He also talk about the police targeting opposition. I don't think, this is really honest on your side. As a police officer, former police officer, making such remarks that police are doing witch hunt. And he also bragged that he has won his case after 2 years. I am proud as majority leader of government business that it is under this administration that an individual going to court with the government and win the case, that tells you democracy is at work. I am happy this was not the case for the past 20 years. There is no single individual that log ahead with government in court and you get your way. It's under this administration. Under His Excellency,
I fought for this government to come on. I fought for this government to come on board. I fought for this government to come on board. I fought for that democracy. The government to the president that democracy. I fought for that democracy.
The member for Busumbala.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Busumbala.
This is something.
Member for Busumbala. Member for Busumbala. Member for Busumbala.
No.
Point of order.
The member for Busumbala constituency. The member for Busumbala, please.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
If you want to speak on point of observation or correction, it's for the member speaking to allow you.
Point of order.
Nominated member Farouk Kejawar, I'll come to your point of order. Yes. The member for Opanyomi, the member for Busumbala, please, I appeal. If you want to take the floor, raise your tag. Honorable member for Busumbala.
Point of order.
Honorable member for Busumbala, please maintain decorum.
Order.
There's point of order by nominated
Point
member Farouk Kejawar.
Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on Order 32, permissible interruption. No member except the speaker shall interrupt another member. So I think you have to put the house in order. Members should stop interrupting the majority leader.
Point of order, uphold the member for Busumbala and all honorable members, please do not interrupt when he is speaking. If you want to observe him, raise your tag, and if he don't allow you, please allow him to proceed. Majority Leader and member for Kantora.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I am still on the Busumbala constituency. It is surprising someone that called himself a legal luminary promoting that an act has been committed. Someone has threatened this very democracy. You are asking that is unfair on him. Where is your legal lens? Where is the discipline you've actually trained as a police officer? So let's try to be law-abiding citizen and make sure allow the law to take its course.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, remember it's important motive.
He's putting to be honest with you, Majority Leader, the way he is deliberating today is very unfair. He is trying to degrade National Assembly members. Speaker, this is very, very unfair. The Majority Leader is trying to degrade honorable members. Motive. It's very, very unfair. To be honest. You have to rule on that. It's not fair. It's not fair. What he is doing is unfair. He doesn't have a discipline. He is trying to degrade members. It's very unfair. We cannot do that.
A point of Opanyomi, don't use your mic, Opanyomi. Honorable members, the honorable member for the honorable members for Busumbala and Kiang West, I appeal on you time and time again. Honorable member for Busumbala.
Point of order.
Honorable member for Busumbala. Honorable member for Opanyomi. Honorable member for Opanyomi, the honorable member for Busumbala, and the member for Kiang West. You are continuously disrupting and interrupting the session.
Then take your stand now, Honorable Speaker. Take your stand.
Honorable member for Busumbala.
Point of order. Point of order.
Please allow me.
Speaker, point of order. Point of order.
Point of order. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable member for Jimara.
Point of order.
Honorable member for Jimara, don't use your mic. Please, honorable members, don't use your mic. Raise your tag. Let me say this before coming to the point of order. Let me say this. I'm naming the honorable member for Busumbala, Honorable Mohamed Kante, the honorable member for Kiang West, Honorable Sise, the honorable member for Opanyomi, Honorable Dabo. You are persistently disrupting the session. And you know what it means when I named honorable members. Please, honorable members, I appeal. Allow the session to continue. If you have point of order, address me. I will ask the member to sit down. If you want to observe or correction, is for him to give you leave. If he doesn't, don't use the mic. Don't just get up and use the mic and speak. Let's follow the rules. Can I hear the point of order from the member for Woolly East? Yeah, the point of order from the member for Woolly East. Go straight to your point of order.
Yes, my point of order is that the members should not use offensive language. That is an easy point of order. Please don't use offensive language. Go straight to your point and clarify things. Please.
Order sustained. Honorable Majority Leader, don't use offensive language. Can you proceed?
I agree. Thank you very much for that.
Honorable Majority Leader, point of order by the member for Central Body. Can we hear your point of order?
18. Order 18. Any member deviating from these standing orders may be immediately called, please allow me, may be immediately called to order by the Speaker or by any member rising on a point of order. A member rising on a point of order in accordance with Standing Order 32.1, permissible interruptions, shall be direct attention to the point he or she decides to bring to the notice of the notice and submit to the same to the Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on 29(5), no member shall impute improper motives to any other member. Honorable Member of Kantora, as the majority leader, he is here to respond to issues, not to impute motive to members. And think this has never been a culture of this parliament. We were here for 6 years. Majority leaders will wrap up and respond to issues in a decent and a respectful manner. So he's attacking members and trying to use negative language on them. It's improper. Please.
Honourable Member for Central Badibu, thank you. The point of order raised by the member for Wuli is, that's the one I sustain, and you are raising on improper motive for the language, that's the one I sustained, and I don't think he is imputing any improper motive on members. But Honorable Member of Central Badibu, Majority Leader, proceed.
Thank you very much. And I thank my respectable colleagues for raising their concerns. Member for Opanyomi, I appreciate the condemnation. I am in agreement with you. And of course, also in appreciation to the ongoing projects that is in your constituency. Going to Lower Nyomi as well, I also appreciate the condemnation and also looking forward the challenges of JINAC. I think the minister has actually responded to that. Lower Fladu constituency, we appreciate your fervent condemnation on the issue, and we also look forward to addressing challenges in your constituency. Going to BANJUL North, of course, I agree with you, there is need for educational enhancement, because as a country, if you want to know the perspective of a nation in years to come is measured, the quantity of investment you do in the education sector. That is why people also believe in human development as opposed to other way around. I understand the situation of the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital, which under renovation, we hope when it's completed, it will really have a turnaround phase of the facility. And member for Sandu constituency, I also stand with you resolute on your condemnation of the unconstitutional seizure of power, attempted unconstitutional seizure of power, and also I agree with you that there is a need for us to pay attention to the madrasas. Education is not only about the conventional education, but of course, the madrasas are also one or the other, part and parcel and form of educational system. So governments, there is a need, how do we bring them into one umbrella to make sure that, it's serve a purpose. Fwani Bintang Karanai, the issue of police vehicle, electricity, these are all cross-cutting issues that I think the ministers has responded to you in their deliberation. And advising the president to fire minister, I don't think is our domain, in terms of giving those remarks that anybody that advised the president to economic soldiers to stay should be fired. Anyway, it's an opinion, but I don't think it's really befitting. Fonyi Bondali, the same thing, removal of economic forces. I want to assure that these economic forces are here for good reason. And Gambians were also in other countries making peacekeeping forces. And I don't see anytime soon economic forces leaving the Gambia. That needs to be very clear. And people should learn to live with economic force in the Gambia in years to come. All you know, of course, we appreciate the condemnation and as well as encouraging the peace promotion in the country. You see, it's important as peace-loving nation. Gambia is known for, its peacefulness, and it is incumbent of each and every member here to make sure we become peace ambassadors, peace advocates. There won't be no single development that will be achieved in an environment or climate when there is insecurity. So you will not know the price of peace until you face the other way around. So basically, let's try to promote oneness. Let's try to foster the broader relationship we have here. I'm interested about this parliament. Within the parliament, we can just, stretch our muscle here and there. But outside parliament, we become brothers and sisters. And I think our representative, our electorates should emulate us. That when you come to parliament, it's strictly business. But after parliament, it is the same Gambian people. And we thank you so much for each and every member contributing. You just said what is really in you. You just said what you believe. We cannot be thinking the same thing. Any day we think the same thing, let's pack our books and go home. It is really important to have dissenting opinion and divergent views. We appreciate that, and we are open to critiques as a government. Constructive criticism will enable us to be on the straight path. Any democracy will not be healthy without a strong opposition. Opposition in any democracy is welcome. I'm a strong believer of democracy, and I also appreciate the dissenting opinion that manifests in these chambers since morning till now. We need you in our democracy. Without a strong opposition, there will be no healthy democracy. So these are dissenting opinions. It's welcome, but of course, it's the right for the majority to have its way, but it's also the right for the minority to be given the listening ear, to listen to their concern and advise us accordingly. So thank you so much for the advice I've been given since morning till date. Obrigado. Gracias. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader and Member for Kantora, for responding to issues and winding up the debate. I want to equally thank all honorable members for your valuable contributions and debate. And of course, various opinions that will help enrich our democracy. I also equally want to thank the Speaker for presiding today over close to 10 hours without moving, and each and every member of here have moved in and out. I want to thank the Honorable Speaker also for that. And this brings us to the end of this ordinary session. It has been very long and hectic sessions from November 14 to date. And I want to thank the honorable members, support staffs, and other stakeholders, members of various ministries and departments for the bilaterals and also presentations. But the committee oversight work will continue before putting the questions for this assembly to adjourn Sine-Die. I wish to, on behalf of both sides of the National Assembly, and indeed on my own behalf, register our appreciation to His Excellency the President, the honorable ministers for their cooperation during the ordinary sessions, and indeed the presence of these number of cabinet ministers to witness this important adjournment debate also affirms the relations between the organs of states of government, and it will help and deepen our democracy, and as well as to take note and resolve all issues raised by members of the National Assembly. I also wish to reiterate our thanks and appreciation to the media fraternity, our friends, as they are the medium through which the work of this Assembly and its committees reaches the people. Your cooperations and partnerships is always cherished, and we hope it will continue. Once again, we are indebted and grateful to the clerk and staff of the National Assembly Service for the continued and invaluable services rendered to this August Assembly. I wish to equally thank all of us and wish our Christian brothers and sisters a Merry Christmas and a happy 2023. On that note, I now put the question. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do adjourn Sine-Die. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. The Assembly now stands adjourned Sine-Die.